Somehow you gotta make your way. Getting a little bit closer, getting a little bit closer. How to make the choices through the strongest voices. Never feel the same. Getting a little bit closer. How to make the choices through the strongest voices. Never feel the same. I hear a million voices singing.
to be proud. So you think about it, take your time and get to the root cause. The bigger the man, the bigger the jump, the bigger the suit.
지쳐버린 뚱한 표정 이제 그만해. 반짝이던 너의 모습 only one. 유일했던 그 웃음 너머로 가득히 더는 딜하지 않아. No way. 언제라도 넌 변명은 no. It's gonna be okay, just live alone. 그 운명을 믿어봐. 난 나 이제 용서해. 지친 날들을 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게 더 뜨겁게. 눈을 떠봐요 웃어봐요. 나의 눈물은 말랐어요. 예쁜 눈망울 콧날은 어떻고 입술도 어쩜 넌 이래. 제발 한 번만 봐줘. 날 더 이상 이대로 힘들긴 싫어요. 너도 나 없이 혼자는 힘든 걸 알잖아. 사랑해 baby. No way. 언제라도 넌 변명 no. It's gonna be okay, just a little alone. 그 운명을 믿어봐. 난 나 이제 용서해. 지친 날들을 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게
She's walking down the street, she's turning up the heat. She's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street, all guys they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that, 'cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street, it's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Walking down the street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever you've seen. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude.
The final day of the Super Brawl. Our players have been brawling. We, the audience, have just been absolutely super these last 2 days. Been feeling good. Got some great play. My name's Niberia, joined here by Counterfeit and Impetuous Panda. Guys, day number 3. Any big expectations coming into today?
I mean, Sunday, Super Brawl Sunday is what we've all been waiting for. I think, this is going to be an absolute barn burner of best of 7. We don't get this kind of play ever in TFT, certainly in the EMEA side of things. So this is such a unique day to play. And I really hope we get a really, really good series.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how this format has changed over the weekend. We saw day 1, day 2, something that players can theorize, but they can't really know for sure what the best way to play a 4v4 format is in TFT. Now, I think we're going to have maybe the excellent strategies coming up in terms of what players are able to learn in days 1 and 2. So I'm just really excited to see what they come up with.
And while we keep our eyes on these strategies, lovely viewers, we would love to hear from you. Peter, where can the people talk to us? Where can they talk about the games?
If you head across to TFT Esports ROEMEA and use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends, then you can get your voice heard over there. And Matt, I do believe for the 3rd day running, we also have our competition as well.
Yeah, and since we have a resident expert at nailing these one-liners here in Panda, I think we're going to have him explain it for us.
I'm going to use the same cop-out answer I used in day 1, Iberia. The fans, the viewers are still in time to copy my answers. This would be completely ruining the competitive integrity of a contest like this one with such a valuable prize such as these eggs. So I'm going to go ahead and not answer, Iberia.
Good. I was hoping you would say exactly that.
Just copy pasting.
Yeah, just copy paste. That's exactly it. In case anyone is curious what we're doing, autocomplete tweets, go through those phrases, find something. We saw earlier even one of our pros was getting in on it, Swellertiger, who we've seen through a couple of Golden Spatula Cups this year, getting in on the fun. So guys, look, the pros are already better than you at playing TFT. You can't let them out meme you. That would just be sad. So y'all really got to keep stepping up your game, because if Swellertiger wins this, he's won both circuits. You can't let him be that successful. It makes everyone else sad. But of course, we are here in the SuperBrawl, which is a brand new unique competition, as you were alluding to earlier, Panda, where we have a 4v4 team-based format. And there's a lot of rules. There's a lot of regulations. We've got OSHA up in here. I know it's American. We're importing them today. It's confusing. So we're going to get you through the format explainer and let you know what's going on here in day number 3 of the SuperBrawl. And we'll be back with more. Hey there, tacticians, Iberia here. Today I have the pleasure to introduce the latest and greatest regional TFT tournament. As promised at the start of Monsters Attack, SuperBrawl is finally here. SuperBrawl is now a unique competitive format where all of EMEA's tournament circuits will compete against each other in a massive clash for pride, glory, and, of course, money. Each TRC will send their region's top 4 performers, who will be seeded in pools of 2 regions each, based on the slots given to each in the Golden Spatula Cups. Pool 1 will have France's Hex League and Dokh's ESL Meisterschaft. Pool 2 stars Poland's Ultraliga and Eastern Europe's Star Cup. Pool 3 features the Turkish Ascension Series and the rest of EMEA TRC. Pool 4 consists of Northern Legends from Northern Europe and Italy's Super League. And finally, Pool 5 will showcase Spain's Level Up and the MENA TFT Knights Cup. After all the action, we'll draw 2 groups, each containing 1 team from every pool. These 5-team groups will face off in a single round-robin best-of-1, meaning every TRC will fight against each of their opponents once. In the first round, Team A will fight Team B, and Team C will fight Team D. Meanwhile, Team E will be chilling on the sidelines, ready to hop in for round 2. The resting team will rotate so that each team gets 1 round of rest throughout day 1. In each game, individual players from both regions will earn points based on their placement. At the end of the game, points will be tallied up and the region with the most points will be declared that round's winner. The day concludes with the top 4 regions from each group moving to the next stage, and the region placed 5th will be eliminated from the SuperBrawl. Going into day 2, the top performing team in each group will choose their opponent from the bottom seeds. The second best performers will then face off against the remaining opponent. The teams will then duke it out in a best-of-3 knockout bracket, leaving us with just 2 regions remaining for the final day. Day 3 is of course the grand final, where the best 2 regions of EMEA will fight in a best-of-7 for the honor of being crowned the best region in EMEA. And that's all, heroes. Stay tuned on April 28th for the biggest regional competition yet, SuperBrawl. Thanks for watching, and remember to keep your eyes on risinglegends.gg and twitter.com/TFT Esports EMEA for all the latest updates. I was wrangling a cat during most of that, just listening to her behind the green screen assaulting it. But, you know, while I'm wrangling animals, we have to wrangle some expectations coming into day number 3, because during day 2, we saw some really cool stuff, including the entire country of France banding together to deny Yasuo's from the Yasuo player of the lobby, which you love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we've seen, I think, particularly, you know, from the dark side of things, I think really they first highlighted what was possible in the 4v4 format. And now France, as well as one of our other front-running teams, or, you know, the remaining front-running team now, also showing us just how brutal 4v4 can get.
That's what I was talking about in terms of the strategies. You mentioned in Iberia perfectly with the Yasuo, kind of holding a player hostage, and just you can't really make it so that all 4 players are contested and you can kind of hold units for all 4 players, but you can all target one player, and that makes it that much more effective. It's almost, you know, unfortunately, a guaranteed 7th or 8th for that player. So curious to see what kind of next level strats are developed today as well.
Yeah, denying more than half the pool to a reroll player, definitely one of the most effective strats we've seen so far. But in case you missed the gameplay from yesterday, want to get a more tangible sense of what went on, we've got a quick recap to bring you through it before we get to day number 3. We're back, we're brawling, we're having a good time. What's up, gamers? My name's Iberia. I'm joined here by Makes and Weta, and we are here with day 2 of the Super Brawl. Can we get like a little Whoa. Beat you up, Makes. I will beat you up in person. We are going to have a boxing match, televised pay-per-view on Twitch after this.
And I think the single target damage just isn't quite there to put it down.
Before the Vayne can do enough damage, it will be the case, but is it a big enough loss? It will be. Ryko taken down.
Even past this point with the cash out, it's still a very dangerous place to be. But, oh my gosh, you couldn't have asked for better.
Or throw, rather, unit after unit onto Nar's head until he is dead, and that will be a big win for YLCO, big win for UK.
The last one left standing, of significance at least. She's gonna have to kill everybody, and I do not think that she's capable of doing that.
The mascot's doing so much. The pike stuns as well, coming into the wrong side, unfortunately, but still should be enough. The Vex, can she do it? Vex versus Kai'Sa, the last ball of damage comes through.
And it is no mistake that Dokhy won that game here, because, guys, Dokhy is an anagram of Chad, in case you haven't noticed that. So obviously, they had to win this one. Kai'Sa 3, it is probably the best unit you can get at 3-star 3 cost for now, and Alright will take a loss. But the healing 8 kit will not help this time around. Meteors come crashing down, but that will be it. Havali will take the win. Let's see if Salvi can take down the god of TFT. Doesn't look like it will be in the cards. The bonk comes down. All sold them off, making sure that they're in the pool for him. So I think that is something that needs to be mentioned. That is one of the reasons why he was able to hit. It was really cool to see that come out. Vali, the only Turkish player here that still has a little bit of HP to give. His misfortune is so capped. Xia's misfortune is going to be stronger, and this time it's looking so good for Havali. The entire team is alive. It is only the Ezreal, and in comes the last ult. Syndra clawing it out, throwing one more orb, and Havali takes one last win for Turkey.
Close series on both sides, and I'm excited to see what rest of EMEA can bring tomorrow's games. It's going to be a long series. And now, 12:30 CEST tomorrow, we will decide the winners of the Super Brawl. Don't you dare miss it. I have captured the cretin assaulting my green screen. Look at this criminal live on air.
What a cutie.
Mango.
Successfully detained. Hi, Mango. Please don't bite me. Anyways, that was Super Brawl day number 2. We are here in day number 3. So in case you missed the bracket information as the cat flees, let's take a look at what happened with the teams yesterday.
A lot went down, especially I think at the end of the semifinal with Dokhy going down. That was one of the bigger surprises. Obviously, Dokhy team that I was rooting for at the end. I know both teams today, Iberia, kind of, you guys both know, they're very scared of who I end up rooting for, because I seem to be a bit cursed throughout the tournament. But I will decide later in this type of show who will actually get the blessing this time around.
Deciding the winner. Very well.
David is truly the most dangerous game by himself, but yeah, France today versus ROEMEA. I mean, on one hand, we've got the old guard representing France, regarded as the greatest TFT nation on the planet. You've got 3 Golden Spatula Cup champions, 3 regional champions, and 1 world title under their belt. They're the team made up of accomplished domestic and international performers, fighting to keep France at the top, despite France's constant efforts to raise up other regions. On the other side, we've got the most scrappy region possible, a coming together of 80 countries who don't even have a name, just a description. Every country in the rest of the EMEA region hopes to one day to grow into their own TFT standalone region, just like France. But for now, they must all band together to put themselves on the map, finish what Dokhy started, and show that we are truly in a new era and a new day has begun for TFT.
I gotta say though, 80 countries against 1 does feel a little bit like bullying, so we'll see how that goes.
Is it really 80 countries? Surely it can't be.
I mean, there's 80 countries on this team specifically, but those are the 80 countries who don't have their own region to call their own.
I was not aware.
Actually, each player is just 20 players from other countries in a trench coat. That's why we all have the webcams.
Yeah. 80 versus, this is what it takes to defeat France. Now you all know. We need 80 countries to band together.
Real Avengers initiative going on here in the last day of the SuperBrawl. But of course, rest of EMEA and France will be our 2 regions competing today. But it's not just the teams competing. We also have an individual award. The MVP will be awarded to the player with the highest average placements throughout the day. This means nobody's going to get punished for playing more games or fewer games than their competition. It's all about that consistent top performance.
Yeah, we know that France were willing to actively troll each other in day 1 to secure that MVP prize. So hopefully it won't be the case here today.
I think that was maybe more on day 1 because they knew they were through with how well they started their group, similar to Dokhy. Today, everything, in a best of 7, everything's on the line. Every single game matters. I think the implications are clear for everyone involved. How much is at stake here? And what is, I think, the first nation-based competition that really works in a 44 format. There's a lot of pride. France, we know them. We know them all throughout the sets. They're used to winning. They think they have the win here today, but I think rest of EMEA is going to make it quite difficult for them.
Yeah, they've been performing incredibly well. Like we said, a little bit of an underdog coming in, especially the upset against Dokhy was very, very impressive. So excited to see that gameplay, how it ekes out a win potentially over the strongest region historically in TFT. So let's take a look at what these players could be playing today. We talked a little bit about the meta yesterday. We're going to do so once more today because we've got a couple of comps that found their way to top 1 or top 4 performances throughout the weekend.
These are, of course, comps that maybe aren't the default tier 1 Kaiser reroll comps. Instead, they're comps that you can go for, but not always. There has to be specific variables that have to be met. And one of those comps we're going to see here is going to be the Ezreal and or Vi reroll. You can play with both Unrelenting Force and with the Ezreal Rising Spell Force. With the Vi, if you get the Vi augment, you can go into Ezreal, or you can decide to just play kind of a Vi as a main tank, and then just a different backline with Asol and things like Velvet. But the key difference for this comp, compared to set 8 especially, in set 8 you used to usually just get the first heist cash out every single time, just like extra gold to then propel you forward to get that Ezreal 3 and the Vi 3 much earlier. In this case, with the nerfs to the first cash out for Underground, it's really a better strategy to go for that, cash out 4, cash out 5 if you're able to. And we saw that board on day 1 with Ging where he had all the Radiant items as well for the Velvet and the Asol. So that's the key for this comp, really. You have a chance to go for these huge cash outs and then have a really, really good, powerful Ezreal to just one-shot pretty much everything.
And we're just going to keep on rolling through with those 2 costs as well, because the next composition is one very near and dear to my heart. It's the Jinx reroll, N9 pulling that out yesterday. And Raiko as well got 2nd place in the same lobby with that Jinx. The strength of this composition, of course, is that it starts with a 2-cost carry, so it gets strength early once you get that 2-star, but it scales fairly well into the late game. Anima Squad early is a stacking buff, so that Riven in the front line becomes incredibly strong with the additional HP she gets over the course of the game, and Misfortune is a great secondary carry, with Jinx providing not just damage, but CC from her ultimate and from the pranksters, as I have my very own prankster under the desk assaulting my webcam.
Well, the last one from our three is going to be Volta from the French side of things. So he was a player who, along with Vomandeth, was really defining for France in day number 1. In day 2, though, he brought out a composition 4 times over the 6 games he played. And it was the one right on your screen right now. Vex and Mascots being put together. Very much under-regarded, I think, in the tournament overall. But we've seen Volta not necessarily win games with them, but get the MVP nod from yesterday, having such incredibly consistent performance on this composition that will eventually kill anything it comes across.
I've been really impressed with that Vex composition as well. You know, we've seen quite a bit of it conditionally. Panda, one of the things that you were talking about as I adjust my webcam after the cat's assault was how useful that first aid kit can be in that composition. Both times we saw it be incredibly successful, that augment was present.
Exactly. There's comps, aside from just the +1 with Anima Squad and Gadsden, etc., that are fairly obvious why you would go into those comps because of this. There are some augments that enable comps to become much better than they are by default. By default, maybe you don't play Vex Reroll, but when you have the opening of, say, State Kit, you're like, oh, this works really well, the synergy with the healing from the mascots. I'm going to go into this line. I know this line is as good as it is by default, plus that tiny little bit of kind of marginal increase that makes it actually be a consistent top 4 comp. So it's so important for players to have this wide fan of comps that they can go into if they meet the right variables.
I do want to highlight as well that there are certain compositions that our players shouldn't be playing just because of their particular play style. And one who leaps out at me from the ROEMEA side of things is N9, who has some very, we had a composition we expected to do extremely well, Kaiser, but N9 in particular doing very poorly on it on both times he's been put on that composition. So I think, we're going to be seeing our teams really trying to focus down on where their individual players are most comfortable.
And
I think we're going to go...
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say counterfeit. I thought you were going to talk about comps that you just shouldn't be playing overall, not regardless of playstyle. I think Draven is one of those comps. We saw Draven try to be played a few times yesterday, did not have any success. I think it was just maybe the first game in day 1 that someone played a hacker Draven that actually won a game or top 4. But since then, I have not seen any success whatsoever on Draven throughout the entire weekend. And I suggest to our 8 competitors today, do not click on the Draven augments. I don't think it'll pan out.
And as we get closer to the game, we do have an interview ready with 2 of today's players. We have N9 and Voltariux on the line. Guys, it's day number 3. Welcome to the show. How are you feeling? We'll start with N9.
Hello. Feeling pretty excited to be here.
Volta, it's our first time having you on the show. This is very exciting. We know you have been interview averse, so we are honored by your presence. How are you feeling today for the games?
I think in the good. Just seeing I'm playing mostly to with my teammates instead of winning. They did cost me my MVP for yesterday. So
fair enough. They deserve it, clearly.
I need to.
All right, well, I'm going to come in with the hard-hitting questions here, N9 and Volta. Last time that you two played in day 1, France ended up taking the game. I guess I'll kind of ask opposite questions here. So, N9, what's going to be different this time?
Okay, yeah. So the first game against France, Volta taught us a valuable lesson that we should look at the enemy board, especially the forecasts that he 3-starred against us, Aatrox, Azol, and Bellet. So I think we learned our lesson, and it won't happen today, hopefully. But yeah.
All right, well, Volta, opposite question then. Why is it going to be just the same thing? Why do you think you're going to get the win here today?
I don't think that's gonna be different. I mean, if we want to win, we just have to. There is nothing else to say.
Wow, bold words.
Very cocky stuff coming from you, Volta. I want to ask about the format itself. It's very rare in TFT to play a best of 7, especially playing with the same players every single lobby, and in this new format with it being 4v4. Starting with you, N9. How do you feel this format might change the way you approach the game? Maybe in game 1, something happens that you learn from and you want to change for game 2, etc. Do you think it might be difficult to adjust to this?
I think first games are going to be more relaxed. I think people will take more risks by underground and stuff. But overall, I mean, we have seen over the course of the tournament that France likes to play like 4 main comps. So I don't think that's going to be something too surprising for us.
And for you, Volta, have you, I think, learned everything you have to learn about your opposing team, or do you still think that you're going to be looking at today and what they do in game 1 and 2 and trying to adapt and counter it maybe in the further games?
To be honest, we didn't check anything. We're just going like that, playing around, seeing what we can do, what we can grave, and go on.
Got it.
Well, one of the things I do want to ask coming out of this, Volta, you guys are saying basically you're just trolling each other half the time, which I respect the hell out of. Keep doing it. That sounds fun. But have you found any different compositions coming into the meta than you thought? Because we have this competition where so many teams are just like, okay, we need to play 4 different compositions. And the other side is like, we need to play 4 different compositions. Are there any comps that you weren't really valuing coming into this that now you're like, maybe it doesn't suck so much as I thought?
About some compositions, just they're a bit augmented dependent, so we can't truly force it every game, not like Kaiser.
Yeah, Kaiser has been really a plague so far this weekend, every single game. N9, I want to ask you a very similar question. You played my favorite composition in the entire game. Thank you very much for giving me a Jinx reroll game. I really love to see that. Are there any compositions that you feel like you really got to show off this weekend that during a regular tournament game you'd be like, there's no way I can play this, I'm just going to contest something else?
Oh, even the Jinx game, I hadn't really played it before. So I was kind of first timing it. Obviously, I look forward to play Duelist in this series a lot. I think that's my favorite thing.
You and Pasdebol both. That's going to be both of you battling for the Duelist comp.
So I want to kind of go back to yesterday then with both of you. Both teams went to a 3-game semi-finals. And you mentioned that lessons have been learned in your first game against France. Was there anything you learned yesterday going to 3 games against Dokhy?
Oh, that I can be dizzy, I can go 8th, but my team will carry. So that's pretty good.
That's a good lesson.
Yeah, I think everyone in our team has been coming in clutch when needed. Like everyone has won important games, so we should be pretty good going into this.
All right, and Volta, what looking back on yesterday, was there anything that was learned from the 3-game series against Turkey?
If we have to learn something, I think myself, I have nothing to learn, but my teammates need really to stop doing some shitty 1-cost reroll compositions, because I always do that, go 8-7, and we have to go for 1 and 2 with ROEMEA. So they need to stop.
No, I think they should try again.
We've got opposing viewpoints. Feisty interview.
This is like the angel and the devil on each shoulder telling you what to do. But as a last question for both of you, before you guys obviously get into the games now, I think the format itself, 4v4, offers a lot more strategic elements that aren't played in TFT normally. We know the value and the implications of Future Sight as an augment, for example. We saw yesterday with France keeping the Yasuo's hostage against Arat and forcing him to go 8th, essentially. Over these 2 days, I think as competitors, you guys are obviously maybe also very interested in all these new ways to kind of overcome your opponents. What have you learned, N9? Is there any key thing you've learned in a 4v4 format that you hadn't thought about before playing this tournament?
A lot of the times, even if like your opener is bad and you're going probably bot 2, like you can still be useful and grief the enemies who are likely to win,
Mm-hmm.
And like, yeah, so it's different from ladder play where like if you have a bad start, like you get a bit sad, but here you can still be useful, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. And Volta, same question to you.
Yes, we can just suppress enemy win conditions, so it makes some builds very unviable if they don't have a big opener for it. They cannot just force from nowhere and do a great top.
Yeah, we saw that very clearly yesterday with the Yasuo wins of the Wanderer. I think today as well, we'll see what player wants to pick tack because they might be targeted by everyone on the opponent's team as well.
All right, both of you. Oh, go ahead, Volta.
No, just can you repeat? I didn't understand correctly.
Oh, Panda, come back. Repeat
No,
for the rant.
I was mentioning the same thing. Just that the fact that I think that was what you just said. The perfect example was yesterday in that last game against Turkey. It showcased that even one of the strongest augments in the game in terms of stats, if you pick it, you essentially put a target on your head, or kind of a bullseye, telling the opposing team, "Hey, if you guys don't contest me, I'm gonna win this game." And you're kind of forced, as we saw yesterday, to have Vomandeth with 7 Yasuos on his bench, despite obviously not playing that Yasuo.
Okay, final question for you both. We're going to let you have a chance to shout out your teammates, friends, anyone that you want to give a shout out to. N9, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think special thanks to one of the players, Portuguese Babe, who not only did sub in for our scrims, he also made a lot of research about our enemies and helped us prepare. So big shout out to him, but also everyone who has been cheering us. There's like a lot of communities that cheer for us, so thank you.
Volta, it's your turn, and I am going to have to warn you that you're going to have to be careful because Pasdebol has informed us in chat that he is going to, quote, grief this clown, match. So maybe cater it.
Big shout out to Vomandeth. We had both to cry. There's 2 monkeys with us, including PDB, of course. And just wake up, Taxita. We need you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, N9. Thank you so much, Volta. Good luck to you both in the finals today. And we'll let you go and get ready with your teams. Maybe some infighting. Make sure you tell us about it in Twitch chat. All right. Guys, that was probably the funniest interview we've ever had. I gotta be honest, both those players just hard-hitting lines coming across that. I'm really excited to see what rest of EMEA can bring out, and if Volta is going to whip his teammates into shape over the course of today's games. They have a best of 7 in which to do it. So we'll just do one round of final predictions. For me, as someone whose home country doesn't fit into anywhere else in EMEA, I'm just gonna kind of sneak in with the rest of EMEA bias.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely here as well. As we were talking about before, for France, this is merely just a chance for them to stay, if not at the very top right now, then certainly towards the top. I think ROEMEA, they're going to be so hungry coming into this series. This will mean so much for them individually, and could even start the path for one or more of these regions to become eventually its own TFT region down the line. So I think they're going to come in absolutely firing. I'm predicting for them.
I know what I will say here will maybe scare some of the players, some of the fans, but I will also be rooting for rest of EMEA. I know what you're thinking. He's going to cast or curse us. We're going to lose the final, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I've cursed 4 teams already. It's impossible for me to curse a 5th in a row. Surely a blessing is now in store. I'm going to go rest of EMEA. David versus Goliath. It's my name. It's an underdog story. Similar case here. I think they have a chance to really make an upset and make a name for themselves as well on this Sunday.
Fans of the underdogs across the board here on the desk. We'll see how the casters feel about it and how the first game shapes up in just a few seconds. First, going to toss it over to the casters. Wida and Makes, take it away for game number 1 of the grand finals.
Thank you so much. And just watching that interview, I had the feeling that rest of EMEA was going to play against France, and France was also going to play against France, Wida.
Yeah, I mean, there were some nice superlatives used there. Clowns were used in chat by Pasdebol. Monkey was used by Volta. I mean, he's also a boar, right? Maybe they're just they just like having these nice superlatives for each other, right? Just overall.
Yeah, I mean, they do use a lot of nicknames over there in France, but we'll see how this one is going to play out. Just a quick reminder, this will be a best of 7, so we're here for the long run, which means everything could still change. If they now have a tactic, or don't, according to Volta for France, then that could still be changing based on the results that they're getting. I'm really curious to see it happen. We did get from both teams great showcases of teamship, really. The way that they're all coordinating with each other, especially whenever Winds of Wanderer comes into play, one way or another, there's always Yasuos to be sent around or to be held, and I'm just so ready to not see that augment all day.
Yeah, me too to a certain extent, right? But also the French team showed great teamwork in griefing Volta's MVP. So we already know that they are going to be a great team. In case you were wondering which players we are going to be seeing, we're going to be seeing Sacred Norris, TheGOD, N9 and TheGOD for the rest of the EMEA team. And then at the bottom of your screen, Pasdebol, Vomendef, TechSeeder, and Voltariux and Makes. I kind of want to hear about you here for a second, right? Because we have had a lot of rest of EMEA bias on the desk for various reasons, right? What is your score prediction? I don't want to hear what's winning. I want a score prediction.
Okay, I think it's going to be 4-2 in favor of France. What about you?
Yeah, I'm going to say like 4-1 to France. I think that's kind of what we can expect to a certain extent. I think that is going to be a... I think that might be some close games in there, but I think that the French team kind of just sticks their nose to the grindstone and can kind of just, sits down and plays serious games of TFT that they should take this one just on paper every time.
I mean, we'll see. To be honest, I do have to acknowledge how strong rest of EMEA has become over this tournament. Obviously, also over the general course of this set and the last set. It's, if you want to say a region, it's a concocture of regions that has been ever so much improving. And I think there are some players here that we definitely need to look out for, but it all depends on kind of where the game is going for them. We'll see whether or not it'll be low-cost hero augments, which I feel like is the biggest kind of point for these teams, where I think rest of EMEA might be doing better than France. And if it goes into higher cost hero augments, I think we might see France excel. But we'll see how that one goes. Game 1 is on the way. We are entering the carousel here, and we'll see what players do.
Yeah, again, we are going to be starting off here with TheGOD, one of these Portuguese players that we've been talking about. We've seen him coming in and out of a couple GSCs. Had a decent showing in GSC 2, I believe, if I looked at my notes correctly. And we have an immediate pause here, Makes. So let's play a word association game here for a second, okay? So right. I'm gonna say TechSeeder, and what is the first thing that springs to mind?
Well, Belgium.
Okay, cool. I say N9.
I want to say duelists.
Okay, cool. I say Pasdebol.
Also duelists.
I say Yasuo.
I say oh no.
You say oh no, cool. I say Volta.
Vex. That's, I think, what we're gonna see.
I say Dokhy.
I say sad. Why are you doing that?
I mean, you could hit me with the Northern Europe, right? And then kind of I could be like, well, even more gone to a certain extent, right? But going back here again, so let's just go through these players one by one because we do have some time to kill, right? Sacred Norris is a player that we are kind of seeing come out of this CIS region for a moment in time as well here. He has been in and out for a long while, but has lacked that bigger performance on an international stage, and this could sort of be that breakout event that he's been looking for.
It could, and Sacred Norris is somebody that I actually got to talk to going into this tournament, and I was kind of asking, because we got word that this team is not communicating in voice chat because Sacred Norris doesn't want to talk. And I was like, hey, buddy, do you need us to kind of like keep this on the down low? What's going on? Like, why are you not talking to them? And he's like, well, I understand English. I just don't feel comfortable speaking it. And so a lot of their communication is actually text-based, which is really, really funny to me. And the fact that they made it all the way to the finals without having like real voice communication is crazy. And they're also all communicating in English, right? Due to the fact that they're from different countries, whereas France, of course, is communicating in French, similar to most of the other teams we're speaking in their native tongues. This team is doing all of that in their second, third, sometimes fourth language, depending on where they're from.
Yeah, and that's just the thing that's, well, it's kind of just the nature of our region, right? We have so many great languages that some of them share the same kind of language core, and some are on completely different language trees. And depending on how big the overlap is and which alphabet you're using, right, it's easier for you to communicate in a different language, understanding that language. Like, for example, a great example is the MENA team that we had, where they all speak Arabic, but because the three of the players were Tunisian and Mujib was Egyptian, they had to make some small alterations there, despite them all speaking Arabic.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how much that is going to affect them. Just in case you're wondering what's going on, we did have a game pause. Game 1 is about to start again in a couple of seconds because we are remaking that lobby. Something was not right. We don't know what exactly wasn't right, but feel free to guess. I'm going to say they picked the wrong little legend. We had to redo it.
Are you still in favor of them fully aligning their original legends like we saw with the Dokhy team yesterday? Because I feel like it's just
Honestly,
confusing for us.
I thought it was so cute. I think I would like them to all either choose the same colorway of different little legends or choose the same little legend but different versions. That would make it really nice. So either they're like all different hash tails or they're all like buzz type little legends, you know? That would be really cool, but I don't think that's what we're going to get, as we are going to go into game 1 once again.
Full-on offensive carousel here as well. I can kind of see the sword is the lowest priority item right now due to how it locks you into specific lines that you might not want to go into, where every other component kind of very easily flexes between AP and AD lines, whereas the sword tends to really lock you into those AD lines.
Yeah, we are seeing a Lucian. Lucian has fallen out of grace a little bit as the double Ramos pops on board. I think it was Mordock saying 1 or 2 days ago that their data suggests that the best chance to keep on win streaking is getting a 2-star frontline early on. That's a pretty good start for a 2-star frontline, even if you aren't planning to run that Ramos in the long run.
I think so, but again, keep in mind that hitting this 2-star Ramos is going to be really difficult because we don't see a lot of players pre-leveling into level 4 onto 1 anymore, because the augment can be ever so defining in which route you are going to take. Obviously, sometimes you have prismatic opens and you get something like Magic Progress. It can be worth pre-leveling into it, but I think that you'd much rather have, let's say, 2-star Poppy, 2-star Rel, the likes of those units instead. Here we can kind of see a build your own sort of get it seen frontline also kind of in the works here, but an early Kale pair could also be interesting to play around.
Yeah, the fact that I'm thinking about is, do you really want to go into like Kale duelists with N9 and Pasdebol in the same lobby? I think if you're playing in this composition, you're saying everything but duelists. We'll see how it is going to play out here for the God, as the first couple of PvP rounds are going to start in a few seconds. The augments are going to come in, and it's just cursed. I don't know. Can we restart the game again? I'm sure the previous game had a prismatic in store for us.
Well, that's the Divine Ascent, and it does already have 2 copies of that Kale. So that could be the one to follow.
Nope.
Winds of the Wanderers, also a spicy one, but Boy Time Chamber as well, right? These are actually all 3 pretty decent options. We saw yesterday with a rat, right? The Winds of the Wanderers not necessarily a guaranteed top 4 in any way, because you had to really coordinate those roll downs. Again, on the final one, does get a growth spurt. Did have the option to get those get scenes online, but this overall feels like a bit of a low roll unless you want to try to commit to an Ash reroll.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. Felt a little bit dizzy there in the in-between. Did not pick up the Winds of the Wanderer, so I assume someone else is on it. Or they're saying, you know, we watched what happened yesterday when somebody tried to go Winds of Wanderer. Team Turkey, Arat was on that Winds of Wanderer, and he went 8th because Team France, they were just holding all of the Yasuos they could find.
Yeah, so we can kind of see another issue here in terms of trying to commit to the duelist line, even though it did have the Divine Ascent, is that N9 is on that get paid line. And we saw that yesterday as well, doing incredibly well going into the vein-free aspects of it alongside. You get so much economy from that augment that it really enables you to just completely take over the game and ensure your board just ends up being incredibly capped.
Yeah, looking at the augments on the left side, I'm sure you're happy about the dynamic defenses. We are seeing the Winds of Wanderer this time on the side of France. Rock Solid being picked up by Volta. We've been saying it all day. If he gets a chance to go into Vex, that's exactly what he's going to do. So great start for him. And then we're having some pretty basic run-of-the-mill augments, notably N9 with Get Paid is on that duelist angle where we wanted to see him.
Yeah, the Rising Spellforce we've seen kind of have its ups and downs, right? We know that Pasdebol has been a big proponent of this composition, was probably hoping to lose streak out of the stage, but the God is a lot weaker than you might expect at this moment in time, because he's not committing to his hero augment, for example, right? He's still waiting for a bigger roll down. He knows that he's not going to save enough HP by making a change. He's also not really going to, like, it's better to just like keep that Ashe in the orb and then try to play for the roll down further down the road.
Yeah, we are seeing the units that players have on board. I'm a little bit interested in finding out how many Yasuos we are already on for the board of Texida, because with that Winds of the Wanderer, Yasuo 1 really isn't that much of a unit. It helps, but it's still not super strong, so you need to go and find those Yasuos as soon as possible. Right now, there's only one single Yasuo available. You can see the damage coming out here. Might be enough to win this round, but overall, he needs to beeline for those Yasuos very soon, and actually, he is going to lose that one too.
Yeah, and that's big, right? Because it means that Texida is in a better spot, economically speaking, than the God is going to be, who is looking on to what would be a very nice loss streak and full-on champion duplicators here. And again, keep in mind, we spoke to, I believe it was Kenobi, on day one, and he was talking about how when you get the full duplicator from the carousel, it's kind of a rough one for sure, compared to getting the lesser champion duplicator, because lesser champion duplicator you can't just use freely, whereas this, like the full-on champion duplicator, very often just sends a very quick 2-star forecast for someone in the lobby.
Yeah, so you really want to kind of park this one, not use it straight away, save it for later, which means the power is going to come in eventually once we reach those later stages of the game. Right now, some players are going to hit that level 5, which is something that is to be expected in 2.5, and we are moving towards Crux. We're on board with Vomendith, who is on the Kaisa angle, does have the Kaisa, does have another copy on board, and does have a statics already, which is a great start.
Yeah, but he's on the Illuminating Singularity here, not the Barrier one. So this is going to be the one of the locks every second cast she does. I believe it's 190% damage, which is quite a significant amount of damage, but you're not going to prioritize the roll down here. She's a little bit too inconsistent, but this lock is probably staying on the board for a good while. We saw him actually use this duplicator in the same way that you would use a lesser champion duplicator in a lot of other circumstances here, trying to keep up the tempo, but even then, this 2-star Kaisa was just not enough here.
And I'm not so sure if it was the 2-star Kaisa that wasn't enough or just the front line that wasn't enough. Lux 2 will be hit here for now. The Rel and the Pantheon will try to be a better fortress to hold down for Vomendith, and here we are seeing the board that it lost to, and you can see that dynamic defenses Blitzcrank. It's just putting in the work for Sacred Norris.
Yeah, I love myself a good XDD, right? It is really just one of the stronger frontline arguments, even though it has taken the combination of the long drawn-out fights in the early game alongside that Gargoyle Stone play when you do the position I can see here from Sacred Norris, just ensuring that pretty much every single unit on the board is targeting that and just providing those bonuses. Just provide such a stable frontline for this Kaiser just start chipping away.
Yeah, and you can see she's really just absolutely chilling in that backline. No worries whatsoever. Even though it's a Kaisa 1, she has all the time in the world to really make those static procs count. And you can see that that is going in the favor of Sacred Norris, the only player right now to be undefeated as we move to Crux. Texida, on the other end, has managed to claw in all of that economy, but what he's missing is the Yasuo.
I mean, he has Yasuo 1, right, stuff we picked up from the orb here. 65 HP is a little lower than you would like to be, but you look towards someone like Pasdebol, for example, who's only on a free loss streak, but at 71. So in that kind of situation, that greater context, it's a really good spot for Texida to work from. Okay, so we're going to see some more of these golden orbs come through potentially for other players as well. So alongside that, with that duplicator from the carousel, keep in mind that some of these players might be able to get 2 duplicators around, let's say, 4-1.
Yeah, we are looking and seeing, trying to see if there is going to be a Yasuo that shows up in shop here. But the next augment is coming around, so players are tailoring their boards, trying to make sure that really they're getting what works for them, what works for their comms. That is where you want to move away the threats, because sometimes the game goes maximum level threat, and you're like, where are the threats? Are these threats in the room with us right now? I can't see them. Like, you just have one Morgana on the bench, and the game's like, threats? You'd like some threats?
Threats are just like a social construct, you know. Like every unit can be a threat if you want it to be, right? I think that's kind of another thing that you gotta keep it up and keep in mind here. So you can kind of see like how powerful the Wizard of Wanderer is, right? Because you look at where the Yasuo is and look at how it's reaching this Kai'Sa. Again, the rest of the line here is still strong enough for Sacred Norris. One would assume at least for a second here. No. And that's a level 6 here from Sacred Norris getting punished by a level 5 Lost Streak player because of that Hand of Justice coming through on those Crocs. Action mark as well.
Oh, that's an insta pick if I ever saw one for Tuxedo coming through here. This Yasuo is now going to be pretty scary. 2 items slammed, this items at that, and the action arc on top of that. There's going to be a lot of casts, and you can see Tuxedo rolling down, trying to find those supers, trying to find those duelists, but what he's not finding is the Yasuo. There's a Vayne that's going to come through. Is he maybe going to try and go for Vayne 2 in the making? I don't think so. It's just high cost, and really you'd rather want to go for the Yasuo instead. And I can see somebody else has learned a page from the France N9, hitting that Yasuo 2 there for himself.
Yeah, and this Yasuo 2 is not going to be a priority unit in terms of it being a carry throughout this game. It is going to be that Vayne on the back line that you got to keep an eye out for, potentially transition into a Twisted Fate board further down the road. But it does to mean that it's going to be harder for the good old Tuxedo to hit that Yasuo 2, which will mean that he's going to have a harder time stabilizing now.
Yeah, he is. We'll see if Tuxedo can turn it around. Pasdebol, notably, is on the Ezreal reroll. Also has found an Axiom arc. So stuff is going to go into many directions. However, Rita, Volta was saying, top of the show, he doesn't like the 1-cost rerolls and his team should stop doing them. And yet here we are. I mean, it's a 2-cost, but still. Pasdebol with the Ezreal reroll. What do you make of that?
I think that is a comp we've seen do incredibly well. Like, Volta has also been on this composition earlier on day 1, I believe, right? So it's a composition that we were talking about, it, how it's one of the few comps that can really contest the Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo and just sheer amount of burst power coming through. And if he gets a good cash out on heist 3 or like heist 4, even depending on how deep he wants to go into that underground, well, there are some excellent turnarounds that he can go for in that situation as well.
Yeah, and something we are seeing from N9, he doesn't really want that Yasuo 3, right? If he finds it, he wouldn't be mad about it, but what he's doing mainly is holding these Yasuos hostage. We've seen this from France yesterday. I mentioned it before. And rest of EMEA now really needs to step up and do the same thing. I'm not seeing enough Yasuos being held all across these boards from team rest of EMEA if they want to stop Tuxedo from getting up there and being able to bring his comp online. They need to act fast. That Yasuo 2, once he hits it, is already going to be a big power spike with the items and the augments that Tuxedo is running, and they should start to be a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, as you say correctly here, like the second Tuxedo finds the 2-star Yasuo is incredibly stable. Another way also, because we were kind of talking about how he just wants to hold the Yasuos on the bench, and I guess not a priority unit for N9, that is. You also got to keep in mind that he is playing a variant now where with the extra gold from Get Paid, he can take a deep dive into try and transition into a stronger board all around, keeping in the Neela, for example, as a tank, and having
another Yasuo.
Transition into a more of a traditional Caroline, as you point out here, yes, another Yasuo. And this is very important because it's a part of the God's board, and in an ideal world, he would very much like that 3-star Yasuo to go along with that 3-star Ashe.
Yeah, so now we have one Yasuo 2 and a copy on the God's board. We have one Yasuo 2 and a copy on N9's board. We'll see if there is any more Yasuos to go around except for the one that Tuxedo has, but that's already a good start to hold on to them. And we're meeting Tuxedo on the other side of the board, who doesn't have even a copy of Yasuo on bench. That has to be the biggest pointer here. Maybe they're trying to coordinate a roll down. Maybe Team France is trying to help. But so far, word from the admins is that nobody else is holding Yasuos except for these 3 players. So that has to be something Texida is already worried about.
Yeah, that's another thing that you gotta keep in mind. He rolled down to 20 gold on 3-2, trying to find that Yasuo 2 just to be stable and just kind of be able to chill all throughout stage 4 even. But he failed miserably, and by doing so, compromised his entire economy. Now he has to rebuild that one and go for a potentially level 6 roll down on 4-1, right? And we also saw N9 lose in the same round here as Texida. Both of these duelist players kind of stalling, potentially kind of falling to the wayside as both TheGOD and Pasdebol have kind of stabilized.
Yeah, they are doing a little bit better here. Texida, however, still in a rough spot, still away from the Yasuos, now meeting up with Volta. And Volta has found a Twisted Fate on 3-6, 2 items already slammed. That's a massive unit to be had here, but it is going to be losing against Texida, maybe coordinated by these players, I'm not sure. But I'm surprised. I think Volta is maybe just running this for now while he's looking for his right units, because he is on rock solid. And last time I checked, that Twisted Fate, Spellslinger, Oxforce, whatever frontline units you can find, did not include a Malphite rock solid.
You can kind of build around some of the more mascot-centric setups you want to do that as well, right? Because you do have Alice as a part of that composition, but you really need to go into the deeper vertical mascot lines. And look at this spot. He has 3 supers in, right? So it's a direct contest for Texida as well. So that is something that you also gotta pay some mind to here.
All right, Volta is finding 1 Vex, at least Aatrox also in the shop. Volta loves his threats, was also going to pick up the Belveth, but the God of TFT finding Renekton 3, has the Ashe 3, 1 copy away from the Blitzcrank 3, is looking really, really comfortable here. And we are getting word from Panda, who's saying Volta bold and sold Yasuo in shop and put in orb rolls for Texida. So he is helping, he's trying to send them over, but so far nothing has reached Texida from what we know. Diga Sparta also holding a Yasuo on bench here. Team rest of EMEA has learned from the mistakes that other teams have made against France in the past, and they're putting it to the test.
Yeah, and also in the same turn here, Pasdebol finding that 3-star Ezreal on the bottom there. So that's a big spike as well. The massive burst now coming out with that Rising Spell Force. We can kind of see here that TheGOD, while you're talking about he has found a 3-star Renekton and 3-star Ashe, he's still not necessarily in a super strong position. Oh, makes think fast potentially an option now for Texida as well.
He has Trade Sector.
He does,
but he's not picking it up. Okay, here's a reroll. Curse, Crown, New Recruit, both options players. But is that going to be enough for TheGOD to pick it up? It's going to be the Brawler Crown.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. I was more saying, so that, again, for an option from these reroll players, right, with the prismatics in play, that Think Fast would have been an option. Oh, do you want to go full-on team player here? Because I think Star Guardian Crown is just way too good. There's not really importance in the matchups in that regard when you can get one of the most broken augments in the game. This Star Guardian emblem is so transformative if Wormadev can find that misfortune.
Yeah, for now it's going to go on to that Lucian, but like you're saying, as soon as that misfortune rolls around, it's getting reassigned, and that is going to be a very, very great Star Guardian board once we reach that point. 6 Star Guardians for now. We do have Anima Squad enabled. I assume it's just going to get taken out, and we'll go for the straight 8 Star Guardian. And Texida on the other side of the board, he's still running that Yasuo 1, and look at him go. He's fighting against the world, but the world is cruel and it hurts him, and Texida will fall once more.
He will. He's also on future side duty, right? It doesn't have that final combat augment to really help his comp get into the best spot possible, but he has a lot of gold to work with, as we can see some of the bigger upgrades here. Let's look at the grander overview of the lobby. N9 on that 8 duelist right now, makes.
Yeah, duelists are definitely something N9 is great at. We know he was playing the duelists for day 1, and it was basically what led to him being extremely really good, but look at his bench. I love this. So they're really like sacrificing their entire econ to hold back France. This is exactly how they need to approach this. I love seeing it. There's a Vex 2, 2 copies, and a Yasuo 2 on the bench of N9. The Yasuo, he can use if he wants to, but so far I think it's just out of spite to make sure that Volta and Tuxedo do not find the units that they're looking for. And you can see the power that is a duelist come through. This time it is going to hit Sacred Norris, but he has last stand. So maybe they're even coordinating just a little bit to try and get that procced.
Yeah, I think that you want to coordinate that further down the road here. I think you want to keep that in play as an X factor for as long as possible. Another thing that's also worth noting here for N9's specific position is the fact he has that get paid augment. So holding on to all these units, while it's not ideal in terms of being able to build up the board and go level 9 and all that, he is going to recoup a lot of that gold all throughout the fights because GP is a natural fit on his board, so it's just going to stay on there forever.
Yeah, exactly. GP is just printing money, and N9 is holding those units. Looking at the overall health of the lobby, we are in a little bit of a position where we need to start worrying, right? Sacred Norris does have that last stand, but 20 HP is not an awful lot. Tuxedo finding that future sight, something teams love in this situation, and you can coordinate against it so well, making sure that when you play against your teammates, you're actually offered a win, and when you play against your opponents, you can use it to your advantage. So a little bit of a coordination spiel here between these players as Tuxedo finally finds that Yasuo too.
Yeah, but it's at the expense of that duplicator, right? So it's a really big payout. But again, when you look around the lobby, there are so many of these copies of Yasuo that's been removed from the pool, making it super, super difficult for him to even try to find it naturally, especially also in the combination of him going to level 8.
Yeah, and I mean, we are seeing it come out here. TheGOD really doesn't have any feeling other than, yep, that's another win for me. Feeling pretty good about this one as Tuxedo drops lower and lower 13 HP. We are getting word that even though Tuxedo picked up that future side, he played against 2 French players and lost against both of them with pretty significant amounts of HP loss. So maybe they're not coordinating as much as they should be at this point in time.
Maybe not. We also kind of hear at the top of the show, and Volta kind of somewhat calling Tuxedo out, saying that they wanted to see a good performance from him today because he has been having some issues over the course of the past couple of days, right? And I think that's fair. Right? Again, also the French team, they are a bunch of memers that do meme each other quite a lot, so there are no bad vibes on the team in that regard either.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to have any bad vibes for sure. They're just so fun. French community in TFT in general. But let's see, that Yasuo 2, can it maybe this time around find the win against Sacred Norris? Or is Sacred Norris going to take a big hit? Yeah, that was a Leona. I saw that too. But Sacred Norris still has that last stand to relay onto, and it is going to be another loss for Tuxedo, down to 1 life, 3 HP. Will get another PvE round to maybe help him around, but that's not going to give him that Yasuo 3 that he so desperately needs.
Yeah, I think right now he's just trying to figure out if there's any way for him to avoid going AIF, right? That's the big one for him here for sure. Also, another thing to keep in mind was that the Yasuo there, if that goes on to the Twisted Fate instead, he wins that fight. So there are some small finer margins that aren't really going his way at this very moment.
Hopping over to Pasdebol, we are seeing that Ezreal 3, Verdant Veil, Axiom Arc, 3 items, beautiful items, has blue buff, has Hextech Gunblade, and has the Giant Slayer on that Ezreal, making sure it's shredding through anything and everything. And in the front line is a Vi 3. This comp is crazy strong.
It is, and I think that Pasdebol would have liked to have another sort of a way of him to generate mana here for this misfortune. I guess double rage made a way to do that, but no tier, for example, in this selection is not ideal either. There's no chain vest, for example, either for something like an anti-heal either. So it's going to go with the RFC Death Cap combination instead, prioritizing that higher AP.
Yeah, hopping over, can Tuxedo lift this? Here's N9, the person that is 1 copy away from the unit that Tuxedo wanted. The Yasuo 3 is basically mocking him right now from the bench of N9, but can he take the Yasuo from Texida down. It will fall. Will it be enough? The Vayne moving on to the backline. That is looking good for team rest of EMEA as Texida takes 8th place here.
Yeah, but another thing to keep in mind here, very often while we've seen the French team go into and have an 8th place finisher on that team, very likely that normally they do have the, what I like to call the French sandwich to a certain extent, right? Where they have both the 7th and the 8th place and then go 1st and 2nd. But in this game, look at this, Volta streaking, Pasdebol streaking, Def still chilling at 38 HP. Meanwhile, the players on the chopping block are TheGOD and Sacred Norris.
Again, Sacred Norris does have that last stand, and even though I like to always spew a little bit of hate against this augment because it baits me way too much, TheGOD finding Urgot 2 here in this moment. That's a crazy big pickup. Is on this little bit of sure shot mecha angle we are seeing a lot of. Does have the Asol flexed in, is thinking about using some more threats. Really, really strong top 4 board, this Mecha Samira version, going up against Vomendeth, who has found that Star Guardian Misfortune, even with an Archangels and Misfortune 2, is going to be a tough opponent here against him, and TheGOD is going to take a big hit, I'm afraid, but it should be enough to let him live for another second as this Misfortune falls.
There's a lot of cleanup here with the power off that Fill of the Hunt, and that's a really important augment to keep in mind here as well, because when you look at the setup, he's cut out of the Pantheon, he's used the Windfall as final augment, so in reality, he's only using one augment at this moment in time, yet he used the Windfall gold to put together this board alongside the gold from that Urgot, but in a head-to-head fight with a fair board, there are players with way stronger augment setups.
Yeah, we're seeing a roll down from Sacred Norris trying to find that Nico 2.
Oh.
There is going to be one more, and the duplicator comes through. That is going to be her. Now, the only kind of caveat that we have here is that she only has an Edge of Night. Not really offensive items that you would so like on this 3-star 4-cost unit for now.
No, but again, the Edge of Night is one of the best items to have on these big 3-star carries because they get to drop the aggro, even if they get focused earlier on, then they're just going to burn out the rest of the team in a short second afterwards. And this setup is a duo carry setup with a Twisted Fate, so even though like your primary carry in a certain way isn't really having those carry items just yet, there is the Last Stand that's buffing the combat ability as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in that round, TheGOD was knocked out, taken 7th place here. Just wasn't enough with that Ash comp that he was serving. It did lose out to those higher comp boards, unfortunately. And we are seeing the components, traits. Why do I keep saying components? I don't know. Something in my brain just wants me to say that. We have the Star Guardian board. We have the quick shots. We have duelists. We're getting everything this time around for these players.
Well, if the comps are the completed items mix, that makes the traits the components, I suppose?
Yeah, something like that. I appreciate you trying to save me, Wida.
Meanwhile, Pasdebol needs no saving, finds that Lee Sin free, just ensuring that composition is going to keep on trucking. And if it doesn't...
Yasuo 3? Yasuo 3 for N9.
There we go. A lot of massive spikes here. That's going to be a super interesting late game to follow because we might be sat here thinking Sacred Norris, he's the favorite to take the lobby, right? He has Nico free, he has last stand proc, but some of these boards around here could spike a win against him.
Yeah, it is definitely not all safe just yet. I'm just laughing a little bit because Volta is on that Vex 2, not even close to Vex 3, will be enough to serve TheGOD a Losto, and the person who's holding all of those Vexes is N9. As you can see, he is 1 copy away from the Vex, or 2 copies away from the Vex 3 right now, just saying like, oh, I'm gonna hold it, but he's the last player together with Sacred Norris for rest of EMEA trying to claw into those top spots, like you said, Wida, and it's starting to look a little bit dire for them. Is that Vayne 3 going to be enough for him?
He rolled over a Vex, actually. You could have kept the ones to block it even further, but even when you have the 6 copies of Vex, it should be enough. And I think that they might have a chance here. This fight is going to be really indicative, because this is what I was talking about here. If Pasdebol's board is able to out-sustain the damage produced from this Vex free, this Ezreal should be having enough damage to ramp up and take out Sacred Norris.
Okay, let's have a look. This Ezreal should be doing the work. On the other side is a Nico. She now has been equipped with a Shojin, not getting hit by the bullet time, and her frogs will come quaking onto Pasdebol.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a really big one to follow here because Sacred North's board is only going to get stronger from here. He's going to get another item here from this Morgana they can pretty much expect to be an offensive item. Like, think about this, like a JG, for example. That is not even in play yet on this board for Sacred Norris, so there's potential for even more burst.
Yeah, we're hopping over to Vomendeth. He's now also on the chopping block, 3 HP, as we are in this, what could be his last PvE round, most probably is. Him and Sacred Norris, as well as N9, are all kind of down there. Sacred Norris empowered by that last stand, by that Nico 3. What is he going to pick up? Is it going to be the Hextech Gunblade on the Nico as third item? Picks it up, and that should be it, making her even stronger.
Yeah, now I think he's still going to focus on rolling down and trying to find some of these units they want to hold, maybe. I don't know what the that one for fun roll was there. I don't know what you exactly...
Just for good vibes.
Just for the vibes, I suppose.
Just
maybe
for the
that's something.
vibes.
Maybe N9 is trying to hit something he wants to send back into the pool. That's also something you got to keep in mind here. But N9 down to 6 HP, Vomendeth at 3. And this is going to be a straight-up matchup between N9 and Sacred Norris. But can they manipulate this in a fashion that means that N9 takes less damage than Vomendeth potentially is going to take?
Yeah, that has to be the question here. Is it possible for them to get through this while still clawing out one more space? We know that this Nico will take everything down, and it looks like that's exactly what happened. Vomendeth going down with minus 17 points in 5th place, and N9 will only, quote-unquote, have minus 9, making it into those top 4.
And also keep in mind here now, Volta at 7 HP, because he's been hate drafted for so long by N9. All of those vectors now back in the pool. Maybe that's a chance for him to get that full comp online, have that Vex potentially generate enough burst. But the edge of Night here is so big because it means that the Nico cannot get one shot, even if there was burst that was big enough to do that.
All right, we are getting words from our admins that all hope is now on Sacred Norris. If he can manage to win this lobby out, it is going to go rest of EMEA's away. But will the French players be defeated by one Nico 3 and a last stand power-up from Sacred Norris? It is all eyes onto those mascots that are now slowly but surely falling for Volta. It's one more win for Sacred Norris. Pasdebol also taking a hit. And it is only Sacred Norris and Pasdebol that remain here in this fight for the victory.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Pasdebol lost to the ghost copy of Sacred Norris' board as well, but now he's level 9. That might be the deciding factor for PDB, but keep in mind as well that before this gauntlet was in place, Pasdebol lost his head-to-head. And you see the power of this gauntlet when you're producing this amount of damage. Even with the burst that an Ezreal 3 with Rising Spellforce can produce, you still have to reach that Nico, and he's just going to continuously heal up over and over again.
Yeah, that is going to be what Pasdebol will try to do. Look at his board. It's an Ezreal carry in that backline in case you're not tracking it. The Misfortune will try and help and assist Ace off anything that drops low. We'll see where her ult is going to go. Is she going to target that Nico? Once more, Nico untouched, safe there. The Twisted Fate does survive the bullet time as well. Second one will come calling, and now it's all against this Nico. She is healing up due to the gunblade, like you said, but is it enough? It isn't. Sacred Norris taken down here, game 1, and Pasdebol leads France to their 1-0 victory in this best of 7.
This is the Pasdebol we've kind of been longing to see all weekend, right? Him really going deep in, getting that massive underground payout, and then just turning the game around. That's what we know and love from PDB, and really needed here for the French team as they take home a very close game 1. And keep in mind, yesterday, Kenobi was talking on Friday, day 1 actually, right? Kenobi was talking about how this Rising Spellforce composition is one of the strongest comps in the game, one of the most burst-heavy compositions in the game. It was able to take down a 3-star 4 cost here.
Yeah, and before we go further into it, we do have an interview lined up with somebody who yesterday promised me that France was going to avenge Team Dokhy. So we'll see how that one goes. Here is Dokhy for you. And after that, we have our analyst desk.
So
hello, my name is Theo. In game, it's Dokhy. I'm a French streamer and shoutcaster, and I also play. But I'm not as good as the player in the game I cast, but I play. Actually, I'm really excited to have a team competition in this format with 4 players. So since we had X-League winners yesterday with Pasdebol, Texita, I guess it was N9 and Voltariux. I'm really excited to see the French team and how it's gonna be. The best performance, I think, from what we've seen so far, I will say the French team, but also the Polish guys and I think the Turkish guys. I really think I want to face the Spanish team because on Twitter and on other games like League of Legends, Valorant, there always be a rivalry, and in TFT also. And I also think I want to face the Polish guys because in ladder they're sometimes not as really friendly as we are. So I really want to beat them. Maybe we'll see some new strategies because, of course, since it's 4v4, maybe not all the team can open forts, not all the team can play strongboard because of the streaks. So maybe you have to adapt to your roles, but also your team roles is to not grief each other. But I think there will be some new strategies. I hope in our team they won't grief each other because I know some of the players and I'm kind of scared. I really like them, but I'm kind of scared. I just want to thank the French community, and I hope they will support not me, but the French team. I'm a storyteller. I don't care if you like or like me or not, but just support the French team. It will be a great event.
Series is off to a bang already as we see a little bit of history repeating itself during that game. Yesterday, France's big plan to deny Arat's Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo being used against them in game number 1 of the finals. Come on, guys. You used it on stream. You expect no one to notice? That's not going to slip under the radar.
It's kind of wild because if they hadn't done that, then it's very possible that we would have seen an entirely different game 1 there. I mean, it was really wild, particularly from N9's side of things, just being able to bring, kind of iterate on that strategy, to play duelists in particular, which of course is a comfort for M9, but to directly be tasked with denying the Yasuos and then also eliminate Texita while having 8 Yasuo staring him right in the face had to sting. And then to go to follow on and deny Volta the Vexes as well, it's just absolutely crazy. It's a whole new level of that strategy.
That being said, maybe too much effort put into denying all of this. We saw Texita go 8th, yes, but then as we saw the standings, especially in the middle and kind of going to the late game stage 4 and stage 5, we saw the rest of UMA players were lower in the standings. They just didn't have enough econ, enough gold to actually make it to where they wanted to be with their boards. Players that did feel, I think, very comfortable this game were, of course, Pasdebol and Volta. We talked about the meta talk in the top of the show. We highlighted a few comps we might be seeing today, and exactly those comps were played by exactly those players in this game 1. Pasdebol very comfortable with the Ezreal reroll. We saw it even able to win this game out in the end. And Volta, despite being contested on those Vexes, still made it work, still assembled that board for a top 4. And I think if players have the chance to with the 2 rerolls, they'll be going into these comps, continuing to go into these comps for the next few games in this Sunday.
Yeah, and I was really impressed with, even after that difficulty of having to hold all of those units, N9 was able to make it to top 4. So really impressive. But like you said, I think lowered the cap of his composition, having to spend all of that gold. Yasuo 3 is cool and all, but it's not exactly going to change your duelist comp from a top 4 to a top 1. So sacrificing a lot of that power. And I think this is where we start talking about maybe we see a little bit of handshaking on that Yasuo composition. Both teams have shown they know how to deny it and send it fast 8th. I don't know if we should see that again. I kind of expected we wouldn't see it today anyways for that exact reason. So I think that's going to be an adaptation we're going to be seeing going through the rest of the series.
And I think this does open up the door that if we end up in a situation where both teams say, okay, Yasuo reroll is not working for this reason, then maybe we just see the denial being extended to other compositions that would otherwise not have been worthwhile. I mean, we're in such the young days here of 4v4 strategizing for these teams. I mean, if France were the first ones to bring out this kind of denial strategy before, perhaps they've still got more tricks in the back they'll show us in the games to come.
We had players like Sacred Norris playing into this Nico 3, a unit that isn't usually very contested, isn't usually very valued or sought after by yourself or by your opponents. And in this case, very quietly able to get a Nico 3 without anyone trying to hold Nico. So I think a lot of this is going to be the fact that some comps have kind of a target on their head. If you pick this augment, if you pick this certain comp, Kai'Sa, of course, Yasuo in this case, you're going to have a bad time. But some comps you can be a little bit sneaky, say, I'm just playing a normal game, don't mind me, just look away, go look at the Yasuo board. Next thing you know, it's a Nico 3 with last stand. So we'll see what kind of mysterious games these players can play in comps that maybe aren't valued as highly, and in that case, not as scary for the opponents.
Sacred Norris pioneering the I'm just a little guy composition strategy. We'll see if it pays off for another player in game number 2 as we toss it over to the casters for this game of the grand finals of the SuperBrawl.
Thank you so much, guys. What a lovely analyst desk. But we brought reinforcements. I said it before we went into break. I was promised revenge for Team Dokhy from Dokhy, from the French community. And who else should be on here other than somebody who's extremely close to that community? We welcome Kevin Parker for this game here. Kevin, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be casting one of these tournaments for once and not playing in them myself.
Okay, should we lock you in as caster rather than a player?
Let's be real though, right? Wouldn't you rather have been in the finals as a part of the German team now, right? Because again, for those of you who don't know, you for the first time, I believe, in the Meisterschaft history, you missed the final lobby of the Meisterschaft this season.
I mean, obviously, I would have wanted to be in the finale, but I watched the finale of the German TRC as well in Berlin, and it was honestly a really nice experience not having to stress out about the games, because I'm always very stressed when I'm like on stage. So yeah, it's nice to be on this side for once.
Oh, rough carousel here, Kevin. Right, like a lot of tears, but like no bows, for example, no rods for the players who like to lean that opener instead.
Yeah, no bows is not what I would want to see.
All right, but you have been watching this tournament more or less. I'm happy that you're here with us. I did want to ask you something out of interest, Kevin. Now, I know we're starting a little bit early Saturday, Sunday. Are you still awake, or did you get up for this one?
No, I got up for this one.
All right. Are you Team France or Team rest of EMEA going into this?
Oh, I got to root for the underdog, so I'm for rest of EMEA.
All right. We'll see how it goes. It's 1-0. We see the score at the top of our overlay. It's rotating with the day 3 text there as players are moving through, and Pasdebol already on a little bit of a gadgetine angle here.
He also has the option to pick up the Ashen shop here for an Ash pair. I would like to see the Wukong also potentially being picked up here. Yes, this is the correct way of doing it in my opinion. Like you need to have the locks open for a more AP-centric opener as well. But overall, some really strong pairs to work around here.
Yeah, for sure. Those gadgetine pairs, if he manages to upgrade those, you can smoothly go into like a TF comp, for example, from Lulu to Poppy 2.
All right, we'll see if that is going to happen for Pasdebol here. We are seeing our components on the right side as well. Notably, a lot of tiers,
Gnar.
a lot of rods, and there's a Gnar coming through for Pasdebol. The game's like, yeah, and another
no.
one. It just keeps happening. I
More
cannot.
hero augments.
Oh.
But in
It's
reality,
all two
like,
cost as well.
this is actually not too good for Pasdebol, right? Because like he has a lot of strong
No.
1-cost pairs you could spike from. A 3-cost augment will allow him to spike in a different fashion. The 2-cost slot here not necessarily the greatest for him.
Well, he might
Okay,
take this. He might take this channeled Pheromancy. Yeah, he does.
Okay, I'm proposing something. What if after the last game, nobody picks up Winds of the Wanderer? Just everybody says, no, that's too risky. You rely on that Yasuo 3 so much. We can't do it. Nobody's going to play it. Wouldn't that be good? I'd be up for that. Can we check? We'll see augments in just a second. Hopefully, my dream has come true. Is going to be Tiga Sparta on the other side picking up a Malphite augment without Malphite on board. He's on the bench right now.
This is more about just playing the strongest board, like the strongest board available here as well, right? Because you're not gonna win streak with a Malphite board, so you might as well try to build a board that is gonna save you more HP in the long run. Where this Animal Squad board will do that, but it also comes at the cost of having more or less 8 or 9 gold just locked away here.
Okay, but we did see augments, and that was a Winds of the Wanderer on Boumendeth. France has not learned their lesson yet. They're going into it again, saying, well, I guess Tuxedo went 8, but we still won the round, so what is it really? We will pick it up one more time.
Yeah, let's see if he can hit the Yasuo 2 before stage 5 this time.
That would be and without having to use a duplicator, right? That was a rough game for Tuxedo, because
ideally, yes.
But having to use like the full-on champion duplicator presented on the stage to Carousel as well. It was just like such a rough game to watch. I think that a lot of us, when we try to play those reroll compositions, have found ourselves in similar positions, both at whatever level you're playing. Because sometimes when you play those 2-cost rerolls, even if you're not getting full-on grief by the entire lobby, sometimes you just end up not hitting.
Something that is happening here, though, is that Boumendeth has decided to leave the orb on play to maybe guarantee that Yasuo 2 comes around sooner than later, but that also means that he's playing without Yasuo right now, essentially being down one entire carry augment.
That's a Kai'Sa on Sacred North's board already, right? Like, that's a pretty strong setup for this potential quick draw line, Kevin.
Yeah, Womandeath is probably going to just try to go for a 5-loss streak here, whereas Sacred North is probably trying to win streak off of here, because, yeah, having a Kai'Sa this early with the Brawler frontline as well, I don't know which augment he took, but it was probably like Blitzcrank or Vi, so he probably has a lot of frontline going for him as well.
Yeah, we'll check the augments out in a couple of seconds. We are seeing Annie being picked up on the side of N9. It is going to be the support augment here, which will help him through this and probably lean more into the spell slingers. And I'm just looking all across the board. I'm kind of wondering if Tiga Sparta is going to try for that Ezreal reroll, or if he's trying to just generally go more into the quick draw. He does have Rising Spell Force, so what would you lean into, Kevin?
Oh, sorry, I was more focused on the fact that that Womandeath actually took a Yasuo in Carousel, so he's already already on 2 Yasuos, so he's probably going to hit this game.
That's good.
Properly,
that's good.
Properly, right? You gotta pray. Surely this game mod, right, will hit. But I think another interesting thing about Womandeath's position specifically is the amount of gloves that he has. So he only really needs the surrounding items, the tier, the rod, and the cloak to have best in slot Yasuo. So that's an interesting way to kind of look at that situation as well.
Yeah, and we are looking at the board from Tuxedo. Wind 8th in the previous game. This time it's looking a little bit different. Him and Pasdebol both on 100 HP. Nobody's streaking just yet, but they will face off one another, and somebody is going to get knocked down a few pegs.
So Texida could slam the guard breaker here to try and win the round, but maybe he wants Pasdebol to win, or maybe he thinks he's already winning.
Yeah. This
he is
looking
already
not
going to win,
bad.
yeah.
I also feel like if you're playing Sylvia 1 with double Godbreaker, I mean, your out is going to be trying to transition into.
Oh yeah. Never mind.
Kevin, hello. Is this the Infinite Team incident, or what's going on here? Right, we have the potential for 5 Infinite Team on level 6. I think that's where it's going to make the most sense, because you're going to continuously have the defender active as well for that Shen.
Yeah, I mean, hitting a TF this early is definitely really nice, but he can't play it before level 6, and then at level 6 he would have to drop Morgana as well, which, like, Morgana is really, really useful if you're playing an AD carry and you don't have Last Whisper, but, I mean, for a 5 Infinity Spike, he would probably play the TF on level 6.
And we also did
Yeah.
quickly see that the second Infinite Team square is in the backline, right? So can't duplicate that severe, or try to go for 2 Pantheons, for example, as well. There are multiple options to work from in that regard.
Yeah, we will see how this board looks once the level comes around. Texida is definitely reigning on the lobby right now, but I'm worried about Diga Sparta. Diga Sparta on the Rising Spell Force. I was talking about it when we went into the carousel, but somebody got distracted by a Yasuo, so maybe we need to check in with Diga Sparta once more and see what he's on to. 65 HP, same as Vomendeth. He's currently on the undergrounds. We'll try and see what heist he's on once that comes up, and whether or not he wants to take it up. But we're already seeing 2 Yasuos on the bench.
Yeah.
Team Rest of EMEA doing what they did before to exception. I love that.
Also, another interesting thing in the grander scheme of things, look at the overlay, look at the streak management from the French team here as well. Vomendeth, 5 loss streak, 45 gold. Texida full streaking at the cost of Pasdebol, but Volta also 4 streaking. Their economy game in this matchup specifically is looking incredible.
Getting 2 bows here, or having 2 bows here, is what you really hate to see when you're Diga Sparta. There's almost no efficient ways to, like, use these bows for Ezreal.
Like the best would be a Giant Slayer, for example, but again, you also want to see your tiers in other regards, right? You already committed double tier, Static Shiv as well. There are some things that you are looking for, but yes, a double bow is not good. Like, also another example could be something like a what's it called again? The Titan's Resolve, for example, right? For a Vive frontline, but that goes much better when you have the Unrelenting Force on top of it for that additional power. So, yeah, very rough spot to be in for sure.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Texida in the previous round, right? He is on the Ezreal carry. We are in round 3. 1 Augments are coming around, could be prismatic, but only one Ezreal. He doesn't have a copy, he doesn't have an orb, he does have the duplicator. If he wants to use it, it is a lesser duplicator this time around, so it could definitely be an option here, but it is going to be low impact. We're going to go with silver Augments, and he does pick up the Thrill of the Hunt here.
So fast pick. He's rolling for these undergrounds now, picking up the Yasuos as well. Already 3. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad indeed, right. And also does go quite well onto the board here for the undergrounds as well, right? Because again, it's a sort of a pseudo frontline unit. It's a 2-star duelist. It produces a good amount of damage. And if you can't find a 4th underground, for example, to start accelerating the clock, having that Yasuo in there to try to alleviate some of the HP losses would be a massive boon.
Oh my, look at the number of Yasuos that he's finding.
It's happening again.
Yeah, it's good for rest of EMEA now. Okay, hear me out. If Diga Sparta is able to hold the majority of Yasuos and then bumps out, that allows the other teammates from rest of EMEA to not hold him. So they can just be like, oh, you know, you're gonna hold them and you'll go 8th. And that is it. That could be what they're trying to do to kind of alleviate the pain that is, impacting your economy by trying to hold units for someone else in these early to mid-game stages. We'll see if that is what is going to happen here. But with that Ezreal too, that has come around with that roll down, he's now a little bit more stable. And the God of TFT has actually moved down there as well. Heist 3-2. I think is what's coming up here. Let's see if he takes it or does he keep it going.
I mean, surely this is not a take. I don't think these are good enough.
Like, unless you really want to Titans Resolve on your Vi, this is not necessarily a take. Unless you want to try to see if you can kind of transition this into like an AD cash out instead of try to go for like a Last Whisper or anything in that regard. But yeah, you just gotta continue the heist here. These are not the pairs you're looking for, and it's kind of with the readjustment of the gold values at the early levels of the heist. The fact you have to go in so deep to try to get anything viable, then you can eventually also get messed up to a certain degree. Just makes this line way riskier than it was in the base set.
Guys, grab your binoculars. If I saw that augment list there on the right side properly, we have 3 players on future side, and all of them are French. Texida, Voltariux, and Pasdebol all picked up future side, as it means Team France will know exactly who and what and when they're playing against whomst. It is going to be really hard for the rest of EMEA, who will not know that.
What do you do in that situation, Kevin, if you are on the rest of EMEA team? Do you think that the lack of combat power from having future side compared to, let's say, like a Thrill of the Hunt, for example, is going to come back to bite France like we saw yesterday with the Tiny Titans pickups? Or do you think that having that complete matchup clarity is going to outweigh that?
I mean, I think having future sight in this format is like insanely good. Like sometimes you would maybe want to grief your board even if you don't really know if you're facing your teammate, but now that you know for sure with this augment, you can easily just take out like your main carry or strong units to make sure to get that win for your teammate if it's really important, which it sometimes can be, especially in the late game. So yeah, in the late game, I think future sight is like insane value in this format for sure.
There's also another aspect to this as well, right, Max, here, with them being able to hold on to the economy, right? And then being able to coordinate when they need to roll down, because if you're facing your teammate, then you don't have to go for a riskier roll down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. It allows you to really keep those streaks going on the players that you want them to keep going on. And somebody that is trying to keep stuff going is TheGOD, currently now knocked down to 38 HP, is on 7 Anima Squad. We were highlighting this comp going into the top of the show this morning as one of the comps that we really are excited to kind of see have showtime. But with the Guardian Spirit here, that's just not normally where we see this go. We often see the Get Excited, we see the Jinx carry, even the Misfortune augments coming through. How are we feeling about the Guardian Spirit on the Anima Squad?
I don't know how I'm feeling about this. This is looking, I don't know. I mean, you're definitely not going to see this very often. That's what I can definitely say.
This has like massive 4th roll vibes to a certain extent, right? You've used all your 4 rolls, and then you end up with. And another issue with those specific things in this format is that if you get a really good augment, but it's going to directly contest your teammate who's rolling for something that's very hard to play when contested. You kind of just have to accept your fate and go for something like this Guardian Spirit.
Yeah, for sure. It's always about what is everybody else on, and for N9 that is going to be Spellslingers. We just saw the LeBlanc, I assume, as item holder, but could also go straight into LeBlanc if that's something he's interested in. I don't think he will, would rather have those admins up for that, but she's a great item holder of these AP heavy items, so having another good round here for TheGOD, being able to at least win this one, doesn't quite make 40 gold, but will make it here in the Wolves.
And N9 spot was looking really good there. He has like best in slot TF basically. He has Burning Spirit and Spellslinger Heart. So if he can hit something really good on this last augment here, like Jeweled Lotus for example, he can definitely spike extremely hard.
It looks like Jeweled Lotus is really good here. I also think that you can make an argument for any Oxforce augment as well to a certain extent. Also can really, like, anything that helps him sure off his board. Well, there's the TF. I assume it's going to be a straight swap as you're talking about.
Yep.
So, again, another thing that's worth noting flexibility-wise here is that sometimes I found it sort of difficult when playing these lines to fit something like the Janna on the board, right?
No! Oh my god.
Wait, okay.
He just found the TF2, just like that, in like a couple shops.
Just it.
Take notes,
Just gotta
guys.
hit.
Take notes.
All right, more players are hitting though. We're seeing Jinx 3 and Ezreal 3 for our 7th and 8th players currently. Diga Sparta and TheGOD of TFT. Team rest of EMEA seems to have a call line to Mordok here with all of those 3 stars coming around for them at the very same time. But it is definitely going to help them. You can see that Twisted 2 put in the work going up against Pasdebol. He knew that this was going to be the fight that he's into, and he lost it regardless. Diga Sparta, however, now has Heist 3 up. We'll see if that one's worth taking, but first, here come our augments. We'll see where this one is going to lead.
Insta reroll here, unless you want Sunfire board, I suppose. Yeah.
Underground Heart. Yes. Aw. He didn't take it.
Underground Heart into Prop Tome for another Underground Heart restart on this too. Let's go all over again, right? That sounds like the greatest idea ever known to man. I'm actually interested about this spot specifically, Kevin, right? Because there is no healing in the augments here. That's the further hunt, actually, sorry. Does that mean that Giant Slayer here goes up in priority compared to something like a Gunblade for this Ezreal?
I mean, it's an Ezreal 3, like, you just have to slam the Giant Slayer here, which he does immediately as well. I think it's like a gigantic spike, and, I mean, he has Thrill, so he doesn't really need the healing for the Ezreal that badly, even though the Gunblade is obviously nice to heal the front line back up. But, yeah, the Giant Slayer is a pretty big spike here.
All right, we just saw our augments, notably Pasdebol being able to find that Star Guardian crest is always something you kind of have to respect. We see that comp just so much. Star Guardian Misfortune is a power, a force to be reckoned with. We also see N9 on the Spellslinger crest, which is pretty cool. He was already on that Spellslinger angle, so that should help him. Might even see the 6th Spellslinger come out there. And Texida, who has been streaking up until the very last round. He just lost. I want to check his board. Texida has been running the Infiniteam, has found the Sure Shot emblem, has slammed it onto the Belveth. We're seeing a roll down now over here.
Okay, Kevin, because we had an incident a couple of weeks ago in chat where I came in and said Belveth is fake, and I had pretty much this exact item set up on Belveth here. So try to talk us through why Belveth can work on in the game at the moment, and can this Belveth in particular elevate itself and bring Texida out of this position, into a stronger position in the late game. That is, sorry.
I think Belveth is just really, really good if you have a lot of front line. If you can make sure she doesn't really get touched by anything, then it's not that important to have as much healing on her. For example, if you're in this Infiniteam spot and you have Infiniteam Garen as well, you just have so much CC and front line that your Belveth is never going to get focused. So I think this build is okay, but I don't think he's actually planning on keeping this Belveth. It's probably just an item holder until he gets Ezreal, I would assume, or maybe Samira too. Yeah, because those items aren't optimal, but they're okay.
So another thing, again, he has the mana tempering augment Texida, right? And that's a pretty interesting interaction with a unit that casts as often as Belveth does, and really makes great use of that additional attack damage that you get from that augment.
Yeah, we'll see how that comes into play for Texida now after he had a loss, rolled all of his gold. He's still leading the lobby by level, him and Bumendus, the only 2 players who are already on level 8. Everybody else is still chilling on level 7 as we see those anvils getting popped. What do we feel? Is that a Hextech pickup for the Kai'Sa?
It's probably a Rage Blade, I would say. But, Gunblade is pretty good as well. I'm actually kind of surprised. He seems to have stabilized pretty well, the God, that is.
Yeah, I think that most people will see Animal Squad as being a super heavy snowball setup for most of the time, and that's not really been the case in this position that he's in right now, but he has been able to stabilize. But whether or not he's going to peter out over time, or he is going to be in a position where he is going to be able to take that into a top 4, time will tell.
All right. We are watching Bumendus against Voltariux, France against France. that is the Winds of the Wanderer board that you're looking at. And it's currently on 6 duelist with the supers in the front line, but the Yasuo is still far away from making it to Yasuo 3, which seems an all too familiar fate for somebody who picks up the Winds of the Wanderer. We can see 4 gold in the tank, no Yasuo copies, only has 1 duplicator, the normal duplicator that he could potentially use, but where are you going to use that with only 3 Yasuos?
I mean, you should try to do the more traditional duelist transition, Kevin. Can you like talk us through like how you're gonna like recap the board into a stronger board here?
Oh, I mean, to be honest with you, this spot just looks kind of unfortunate because when you're playing duelists, you really need those lockets because there's like no actual good frontline to play. As you can see, he's playing Urgot 1, Fiora 2 as his frontline right now. He was playing supers before. Obviously, that's not really more frontline either, because those units are going to die pretty quickly. So I don't know how he's really going to get frontline onto this board other than like picking up a locket next carousel maybe.
Maybe he's going to get a locket here. Aurelion Doom coming. Well, usually I wouldn't say that, but he's coming to help for Vermendeth. Hopefully we'll see if there's something getting out of those anvils. Sacred Norris now also knocked down to 20 HP. This lobby is slowly but surely starting to move closer to the chopping blocks, and we need to start and get worried for these players. Currently, it's 1-0 for France in what looked like a very close playoff in game number 1, but this is a best of 7, a 4v4 team competition if you're just now tuning in wondering what the heck is going on over here. So we'll see if the rest of EMEA can claim that 1-1 or if it's going to go into a 2-0 to start Vermendeth, finding that Vayne too, which hopefully is going to help this comp, but I'm not sure if it's enough.
This is quite a big roll down for Sacred Norris here. He has to make a lot of pivots. He's playing some well, unupgraded units without items, I would say. He definitely has to try to spike as hard as possible here, but he already stops rolling. So I guess he feels comfortable on this board for this round because he's playing his teammate.
Yeah, he's probably going to take a pretty big hit regardless, right? Just due to the power level of this board from TheGOD. He has the Rising Spellforce Ezreal as well as a Star Guardian emblem of MF. So has that incredible duo carry set up lying in wait. And this is probably the last hit that Sacred Norris can afford to take here. But we know that Vermendeth is relatively weak. We know that Volta also is struggling to hit at this moment in time. And N9 also going down very low, depending on the sizes of these hits here. All these 4 players could be in trouble.
Yeah, keeps rolling. We'll see where this one goes. Does find the LeBlanc 2. Does find an Urgot that's going to be picked up here. Doesn't really have much to work with item-wise. There's 1 chain vest that he could slam to maybe make a Sunfires, but he does have the Asol on board, so it's kind of like whatever. The Asol doesn't really have items because you itemized a Nico, so really you're trying to make something work. It's a little bit of everything, a mixture of different versions of traits, and he is going to go up against Vermendeth. One of these players could get knocked out. It is all about the Yasuo that once again hasn't been hit, whether or not that can fall quickly. Fiddlesticks comes into play for the side of Vermendeth, will get knocked down from the Nico, but everything else has already fallen due to the Hasakis, and Sacred Norris will go down 8th here.
We saw N9, we were kind of saying that it was in an illegal position, right, because of the power level of that massive roll on 4-1, but has really not been able to transition that into a stronger setup here, even though he is on that 6 spell slinger. It should be a massive spike, Kevin.
Yeah, this board is looking very stable. I mean, he's missing the Echo and the Viego, which are actually pretty important upgrades, but he does have the upgraded backline with really good items on those as well. The only thing is his frontline items are a little bit lacking. He has Warmogs and Sunfire, which is of course some HP, but not really any resistances. So he's going to hope that this frontline lasts long enough for his backline to actually dish out that damage with the Archangel.
Another issue here as well is the fact that this Annie isn't the one holding the item, so the additional power level presented from the 6 Spellslinger isn't really benefiting your main tank in the way you would like it normally as well.
Yeah, and N9 could get knocked out here if he will lose this round. The Ezreal looking pretty strong on the other side. The Twisted Fate needs to carry it out, but the Misfortune will ult one more time. Not even Ezreal finishes the job before that. And N9 taken out in 7th. Volta with a clean 0 will go in 6th. And that is rest of EMEA at the bottom of the leaderboard. They now need to look for Diga Sparta. They need to look for the God to try and turn this one around to get their point.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate for N9 there, facing pretty much the strongest guy that he could face. I think there were probably other boards that he could have won against, but yeah, that Ezreal is just a little bit too strong for him.
Also, we have some semi-scary boards here, right? Pasdebol lacking that guarantee would have liked to transfer those Rammus items over, but has a fully itemized setup. Wait, okay, Bombenduff, Freestar, Vayne with the TG, so there's a lot of power in Vayne Freeze, but the front line, as we talked about before, is pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, it's pretty much like just sprinkling a little bit of beef, trying to hope that that's going to do something for you. We'll see if that one is enough. The Misfortune is already looking pretty hungry, and I'm sure she'll make a short deal out of this. Lots of Zephyrs all across the board. 3 just lifted up into the air. You can see that all come out onto the Twisted Fate. He does survive this one for now, but the Ace will probably go up in a second, taking down the Vayne. And Twisted able to turn this around for Vomendeth on his last leg.
Well, Vomendeth can be really happy that he's even still alive here, because when we were looking at his board a couple rounds ago, it was looking like he was probably going to get eliminated soon, but he's on this 3-winning streak, has left other players behind him, and this TF keeps cranking out the wins.
So Diga Sparta kind of needs to accelerate this roll down just a little bit. Only 8 seconds left. He needs to find that Misfortune too. It's such a priority for him right now with the way that this setup has been. But it's also going to really help improve the pool of units that this Syndra can pull onto the board here. But he does get a ghost fight.
What are you saving those 19 gold for? If that wasn't a ghost fight, you'd maybe be in trouble. I'm so worried for Diga Sparta. He needs to turn this one around. It is the copy of a Mendes board that he is currently fighting that has a Vayne 3, has a Fiddlesticks, and he needs his Ezreal to really put in the work. It will be enough this time around, but that was risky play from Diga Sparta, and I hope he can now go in and find those Misfortunes that he needed. I see them on somebody else's board though. Vomendeth holding 2 of the Misfortunes. Not ideally what you want. Pasdebol already has one as well, but he's playing Misfortune at least.
Wow, the God is on an 11 win streak with this Guardian Spirit Anima Squad comp that I was quite curious about. I am surprised to see this doing so well in this lobby.
Yeah, but I think a lot of this comes down to just the big amount of burst healing, right? There's a natural overlap with the Nasus being put into play. Also him, instead of trying to chase down that 7 Anima squad, realize that he's much stronger at just a 5 Anima squad. If the MF goes low before her cash, she's going to heal a massive chunk of that back as well. So just a lot of power. I can kind of see where it's coming from, but again, very unexpected. But also the makeshift armor 2 here, really putting in a ton of work with this front line.
All right, I'm looking at Diga Sparta. I'm looking at Vomendeth. Vomendeth finding the Misfortune 2. He's not even playing that. He's put it on his bench just to deny Diga Sparta the Misfortune. He's 1 copy away, no duplicators. Diga Sparta needs to turn this one around and find a win. He's playing against his teammate. If they coordinate it right, then maybe this board is weak enough, positioned in a way where the Ezreal can actually take down the backline. But the Misfortune and the Kai'Sa look pretty comfortable in that backline. Misfortune ult is going to come in. The Ezreal will survive here, but he will fall to the Kai'Sa, and I think that might be it. The Misfortune will turn it around. Diga Sparta getting knocked out by his teammate, and that is it for rest of EMEA. This will not be a round where they can take a point.
The God actually left his Rage Blade on his bench right there to try and give his opponent the win, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out, but it was a really, really close fight.
That is really unfortunate, right? Because again, the Shroud was perfect. The cast came through just a little bit too soon. But look at this. You're talking about how TheGOD was going to try to move some of these items around for the ultimate Ezreal. He has found that in a 2-star fashion now. So the French players are just going to be duking it out here alongside TheGOD for those MVP points. So the game is still going on in full fashion.
Yeah, I mean, they really tried, like you said, to help Liga Sparta win this one out. But the fact that France quickly came into action, seeing that Liga Sparta needed these misfortunes, and everybody decided to, oh, I guess I'll hold one of those, is just class action from France, exactly what they needed to do to make their point come true. And they just really excel at that. We saw it yesterday as well. We're seeing it today again. Everybody from these French players had misfortunes, even misfortune 2 on the bench for Vomendeth, for example, who's on a full duelist angle. He wasn't playing that. He can now sell it off, which is going to give him econ and allow him to maybe come back. Pasdebol on 1 HP, Vomendeth on 7. Maybe TheGOD can still take an honorary win here, get those MVP points, but it won't be enough to equalize the score.
The clone Ezreal gets Zephyred here, not the real Ezreal, but I mean they're both almost equally strong, so he doesn't like to see that. But now the first ulti comes out, the MF is dead, so this is probably looking like a win for TheGOD.
Somebody will probably get knocked out here. They both don't have much HP, and it will be Pasdebol taken down in fourth. TheGOD also losing his round, taken down his HP cushion that he has built out just a little bit as we go into the anvils.
Yeah, and these are going to be Ornn artifacts, not as impactful as they could have been in an earlier part of this game, but even then they can still have a massive impact on the overall outcome of this game.
How do you feel about the Ornn anvils, Kevin? Do you like them?
I mean they're fun, but they can definitely swing the game quite a lot because it's like having another gold augment. Like everyone just has another gold augment. So depending on what you hit and like what units you have that can still use items, it can be a big spike. It can also be a really small spike, though. It kind of depends on your rolls for sure.
Yeah,
we do
paradox,
see.
Right?
Yeah, that for sure. We are seeing 2 Mana Zanes coming out. There's an Infinity Force on the backline for TheGOD. It will be either Vomendeth or TheGOD getting knocked out here. TheGOD still has an extra life to go, which gods usually do. Look at the Ezreal ult coming in, doing so much damage here. Fiddlestick supporting, but it will not be enough. The Twisted Fate will fall. The God of TFT will also take a hit, and it's TheGOD against him in the last round of the day.
And keep in mind, at the top of the show, Volta was kind of calling out TheGOD, right? We discussed this briefly as well in the previous game. And now TheGOD is coming in, taking home potentially a first place here in game number 2.
Yeah, looking across the boards, both of them rolled all of their gold. TheGOD lost the last 2 games. It could be the Zephyr that could be enough to maybe turn the tide here. We'll see where that one hits. I think it's going to hit the Nasus. No, it will hit the Misfortune last second, moving around. Really, really well done by TheGOD, but will it be enough? The Kai'Sa is untouched. She's chewing through that front line left to right, will take everything out. The Ezreal ult will not be enough to take her down. Misfortune will come in with the ace execution, taking down the entire back line, and TheGOD will eliminate TheGOD here in this second game. Not enough for rest of EMEA, but at least a little bit of a buffer in terms of motivation, I would assume.
Yeah, great game here overall, right? And again, just getting the confidence levels higher. And you know how important that is in a tournament environment as well, right, Kevin? You had a bit of a rough start, sure. They're down 2-0, but on an individual level now, TheGOD must be feeling pretty comfortable with his own play.
Absolutely. I think he played that game like extremely flexibly. At first he was playing, I mean, first of all, just taking Guardian Spirit alone and then not re-rolling supers or anything, but like actually pushing 7 and pushing 8 and like playing for tempo. I don't think anyone else would have done that in a tournament like this. So yeah, props to TheGOD for sure.
All right. Thank you so much for being here with us, Kevin. It truly has been our pleasure, especially mine since Dokhy has been eliminated, but at least we got some Dokhy representation on the desk. We will hear from you maybe in the future again, but for now, we're going to go into an interview with TheGOD, and we'll see our analyst desk after that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'm TheGOD. My name is Philip. I'm from Portugal, and I'm a cool Portuguese guy who likes this game, basically. I started playing in set 6, so I had set 6, set 7, and set 8. So set 8 is basically my favorite set of all time. I think my performances right now is the best, I guess, because I'm a first or 8 player, so I may be first or 8-8-8, but I think I'm getting more firsts now, so my performance I think is good now. I hope. I really enjoy them. I think the new format is really, 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 really good, and I said really 6 times because it's really good. Because we are playing for our spot, but also for our region, and I really enjoy it because it seems like players that aren't that well known, like Master or something, they can win and enter, and I think it's really good that they open doors to everyone. I want to give to all of them, I can't say everyone's name, but Chilendario, Maestro, Tavas, Ipanina, those people, but all Portuguese, and we are really like a family, so all the Portuguese family, I really want them to get a shout out. They deserve.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one.
The return of the Yas, and I am a little. I don't know how I feel. I wanted to say disappointed, but I'm just more concerned for the rest of the games because the strategy we've seen before, right? You deny the Yasuo 3, everything's fine. This game, there was no Yasuo 3, and still it got top 3 and was a absolutely disgusting composition because nobody tried to stop it, and last time Tuxedo was stopped by not getting a Yasuo 2 until 4-5. So this comp, even stronger than we thought, I think.
I think when we come to the face-to-face between these teams, particularly in game 1, it was very, very close. And in the second game, ROEMEA at least got the first place. But I think the bag of tricks here for the French team is just going to be so deep in comparison to what the rest of the ROEMEA are pulling together. I think this is going to be very, very tough, and I worry deeply for them going forwards.
And some possible lack of synergy in the team play with the rest of UMEA as well. At the very beginning, of course, it was 2-cost hero augments for everyone. You have to pick some direction, ideally not contesting your teammates. In the end, we did see Sacred Norwich picking the Vi carry augment, was not able to hit Vi 3, which is a big part of why he ended up going bot 4 in that game. And similarly for DK Sparta, playing the Ezreal, of course, not both players are not going to go into Ezreal. Sacred North will go into different, backline damage with threats, etc. But you are still contesting the Vi, and it made it so that both players did not hit Vi 3. Both players did not have the frontline you need to really stall out for that Ezreal. And similarly with the Portuguese players at the end, there was a chance for TheGOD to buy some time for DK Sparta to stay alive. In the end, the Ezreal, because of the prankster and because of the all these different units and things he has to hit with the Ezreal ult, not able to win that fight, and that in the end doomed the game because the rest of UMEA needed a first and a second to actually come out ahead and make up for that 7th and 8th they had earlier in that game. So hopefully these things can be addressed and fixed, and we see better synergy going into game 3.
Yeah, and you kind of alluded to it earlier on there, but that composition from TheGOD was really, really fascinating. Opening with Guardian Spirit, which is something we usually see in mascot-focused compositions, something like the Vex, but instead turning into an Anima Squad composition. You have the mascot with that Nasus, the additional HP you pointed out in the green room from those stacks on Anima Squad, also synergizing. But what kind of was a big flag for me as just, weird. On 3-6, TheGOD had 3 Jinxes. On 4-1, TheGOD had 9 Jinxes. Not quite sure how that happens, but definitely was a boon for him and allowed him to go for that 11-round win streak and eventually transition into that itemized misfortune carry. So I think just a really cool adaptation saying, all right, Guardian Spirit, I'm going to have to try something a little non-standard with it, but it worked out incredibly well for him, kept his team alive for so long, and got him into that #1 finish.
I suppose for Team France, it's the small amount of good news, which, as is being pointed out in the chat, Volta with the otherwise extremely and completely reliable Vex composition was pushed out of the top 4 for the first time, I believe, in about 6 times of playing it. So there is at least some amount of cracks forming, but I think having future sight on 3 different members of Team France, and the fact, of course, they're also communicating by voice comms rather than text comms, just gave them that really big teamwork edge that was almost impossible to deal with.
Going to this next game, we talked about the strategies already being cemented and implemented now in every single game in terms of holding units hostage, etc. Future sight picked by 3 French players in this game as well. So players are aware of the value of some of these augments and some strategies in this 4v4 game mode. I think these 2 games are maybe more warm-up games. Now everyone is settled in. They know what they have to do in this game 3. And for the rest of UMEA, they really have to come in with a big comeback. Being 2-0 down to a team like France with this quality of players, it's going to be a tough ask, but I think they really have to get their things together for this game 3.
Yeah, it's not hopeless by any means, though. They've gotten top 2 finishes in both games. The problem seems to come from getting consistent players in that top 4. So I think that's what they're going to have to figure out, is maybe they need to get better at adjusting for when they match up against their teammates, because that's one area we saw not go great for them. TheGOD against DK Sparta tried to weaken his board a little bit, but wasn't quite there. So we'll see how they adapt going into later games.
I'd love to see the rest of your team, I think for me, particularly try and bring up that bottom end. As soon as you get 2 players in the bottom 2, you then have to top 2 with the remaining 2 players. And I just don't think rest of me have got that capacity. But if they can bring up that bottom end, they reduce some of that pressure on the top players and make sure you can win out just with the more top 4-centric strategy rather than completely all in.
You're mentioning now, Peter, I think it's a perfect example in this game. The moment they went 7th and 8th, all the French players said who of the remaining 2 players for rest of UMEA is the weakest, and immediately started targeting DK Sparta, holding MFs, making sure he can't hit the MF2 and can't end up winning and getting better than a 5th, knowing that they needed to get exactly 1st and 2nd to win this game. So big point you're mentioning, Peter. I think it's something that players are now learning as well. Depending on placement, you have to adjust mid-game how you're approaching the end of that game as well, and who you're trying to target and knock out.
See how rest of EMEA can adapt in game number 3 and see if we've got a full best of 7 on our hands. Potentially, we'll be back in just a few minutes with that round 3. And we are back. I did a little quick run around the house, a little sprint upstairs and downstairs. Get ready. We're back on the game, Peter. No longer chained, shackled to the desk. We're here for round number 3 in the grand finals of the SuperBrawl. I'm so excited to see what ROEMEA can come up with to try and turn this series around.
Yeah, so as the absolute, one of, I think, our very, very biased casting crew here today, I wish it could be under better circumstances than 0-2. That last game in particular was pretty rough. But fortunately, Liberia, we've got ourselves a secret weapon, a secret gentleman. Let me tell you about him. Firstly, he's coarse. Secondly, he's rough. Thirdly, he gets everywhere. It's General Kenobi. Welcome to the cast.
Hello there. I'm so glad to be here again.
Yeah, really great to have you back. Fun fact for everyone at home, Kenobi, I don't know if you knew this, so it might be fun. Obi-Wan Kenobi's home planet is called Stewjon after Jon Stewart. And George Lucas made it up on the spot with an interview with Jon Stewart. And that is my favorite Star Wars fact. So
I did not know that one. Thanks for
there you
bringing
go.
along knowledge. Thanks.
See, it's all about education here, Kenobi. It's all about teaching the audience. How have you been feeling? Have you been able to catch the games so far?
Yeah, I've been watching very closely and really love the future site usage from Team France. I know they value this so highly and they discussed it, and seeing 3 of them hit it was really chef's kiss. Just awesome.
So it does feel a little unfair, huh?
We know you're coming in here with a particular point of view, but right now, of course, we're always getting behind the underdog in the situation, which is definitely the rest of the EMEA team. From where you've been watching, what have you liked about what they've been doing so far, and what do you think they need to clean up for games 3 and potentially 4, trying to get back to an even series score?
I really liked what they did to Texida game 1, preventing him from playing the game at all, like capitalizing on him lowering a little bit and making sure that this difficulty he had to find Yasuo 2-star would turn into an instant top 8. And I think I would like them to find ways to bring down the lower hitting members of the Team France every time and really bring it home. And because they're not struggling to get the first place, right? What they need to do is to outplace in the bottom sections of the game.
Do you think there are other compositions that are worth targeting? We've talked a lot, the Yasuo, talked it to death, really, but it's because it is a 2-cost composition that is relatively inexpensive to contest and is just so powerful. Is that the only composition you feel like is worth hard targeting, or are there others?
Well, when it comes to, this Yasuo comp is easier to target because it's really all or nothing. Either he just rolls you and beats you out by 6 units, or he just gets absolutely obliterated because Yasuo cannot kill anything. So any composition that fits this criteria, where if you remove one single key element and the entire composition falls apart, would be great for that. But it's really going to depend on what kind of hero augments we get here.
The House of Cards has stayed together for France so far. Of course, the apex of that house is going to be Pasdebol. As you can see, 13 points. That's the amount of points he has put towards the team overall, getting a first place and then a top 4. We do know that he is a very volatile player, and from our pre-show interview, the team itself is somewhat volatile in relation to each other. But so far, so good for France, keeping their top player where they need to be.
A little bit of memery has never gone wrong, I really enjoyed that interview because it was clear that Volta at the very least was having fun with the teammates, and they talked about not just Pasdebol but TFT as well as a player coming in for France and really showing up over the past couple of days. Obviously had that rough game number 1. You mentioned it earlier, Kenobi just getting absolutely hard targeted. But then in game 2, turns it around, clearly not tilted, going into that 2nd place. So really strong showing from France overall. And it's clear how they got to this 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and I've had some, not discussions, but I've been lurking around the streams of the French players, and they've kind of set up their team in a way that Texida is the one taking the fall for everyone. He's the one playing backup, he's the one that goes into the difficult positions in order to elevate his teammates. And well, in game 1 that really didn't work out, but in game 2 he really got to shine finally. And he's had the rougher day 1 and day 2, but I think it's mostly due to that.
As our 2-cost hero augments, of course, come into the field again. We couldn't possibly play the final day of the Super Brawl without them. We'll be checking and seeing how many of those have turned out to be massively impactful or not. Just a little bit further to your point, Kenobi, Texita, who was definitely not a player who was in the limelight, going last and second. Sacred Norris on the other side mirroring that score. So we've definitely got a lot of potential big hitters across both teams. Even if they come 8th in one game, they can still show up really huge for another.
Definitely, any one of these 8 players can manage to get top 1s. And we've seen some really interesting choice from Sacred Norris, rolling down all the way for his 4 hero augment rerolls and opting into Hextech Retribution Camille, which was really popular a few patches ago, but has really fallen out of favor.
Yeah, it could be preparing for a Warwick board. We saw him holding those brawlers earlier on in the game, but now kind of in this weird position where he could make econ, trying to figure out what to keep on the board, what to get rid of. So we see across the board, one of the issues that came up last game that was mentioned on the desk, boxing lessons, rising spell force, and unrelenting force. 3 compositions who are going to be contesting that Vi, if not the Vi Ezreal combo in addition.
Yeah, we know how strong having the underground running can be, but we definitely need to be very careful in the progression here. Vermideth and TheGOD both with equal contributions to the team so far. Vermideth, of course, managing to stay more as a top 4 kind of player so far, picking up a 5th and a 3rd. This early board is looking pretty decent. I wonder if we might be seeing a throwback to the Lucian reroll setup.
Yeah, I think. Wait, where is he going with that? That's interesting. We get another Hextech Retribution. So wait, that's adaptive defenses. That's not Hextech Retribution. So I know exactly where he's going with that. He's going for Camille roll. He's got the Titans and half of the Bloodthirster. So he's seen all the 2-cost the Ezreals, the Vi that are going to be super contested, and he's decided that he will be playing something that will prey on weak backline units with the Camille that can just sweep the legs off of Ezreal once she's hit the hacker.
I'm really fascinated to get your take on this, actually, Kenobi, because earlier on in the set, especially during 8.0, we saw Camille as a premier AD carry for this composition. Early game, when you get this angle, you roll for it, but I feel like over the last couple of patches, Camille has kind of disappeared. Even when you get offered this augment, there's usually better things to go. Is that just a meta thing, and you think Volmendeth is taking it because it's not contested this game?
Yeah, I think that's really. We don't know how many roles he had left, and because that gives a lot of context to this kind of choice. But yeah, I think what he's going for is a subpar composition that is uncontested and will thus be really strong. Because I think hitting 3-star Vi is going to be nigh impossible for any of the Vi's and the Ezreal players, because on top of the boxing lesson, rising spell force, unrelenting force. If Sacred Norris opts to play Warwick with the Hextech Retribution, he will also be playing Vi on his final board, which means that it's going to be so contested.
And it's really interesting to have that situation come up in the lobby where we're finally getting to be free of the Winds of the Wanderer, Yasuo. TheGOD doing very well, of course. As we can see here, one of the our big hitter from the previous game. I do want to kind of bring up again the really excellent point that David put in here, which is for ROEMEA. They really need to be bringing up their team as a whole. Even if TheGOD can pull off another first place, if we end up in a situation like before, it just won't matter if the rest of the team can't keep up.
Team consistency is the big thing we're going to be looking for this game. So we see 2 teammates going against each other once more. This mana tempering board from TheGOD. We've seen this composition be successful just last game, where Texita used it to transition into a sure shot Belveth board and take 2nd place.
Yeah, it's really interesting. He's opted to slam the Shojin because the tier is probably a component he's very unhappy about in this AD-centric composition. So he's opted to slam the Shojin on the server to really make use of that stacking AD on each cast and try and get a win streak from that. And so far it's really, really working out. But we're seeing Pasdebol getting an underground start with a complete win streak, and he's facing against Sacred Norris, who is much stronger than when we left him.
Yeah, the lasers coming in full force here. Really interesting to see. This isn't at all where we expect them to go. I do like, I mean, we saw this in the previous game as well, the combination of the underground being pushed together with the Kaiser composition later on to give you, make sure that Ezreal is still worthwhile. But Pasdebol loses the win streak. The God remains the only person on the entire lobby who will keep the win streak for rest of ROEMEA.
Norris, I think, still signaling strongly that he's going to be headed towards that admin-focused route. I suspect, based on the upgraded laser core across the board, maybe looking at a Warwick angle, but he does have a Shiv, which would be very beneficial for that LeBlanc, having the magic resist shred for her damage.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. He had his Ashe was basically pulling, Morgana duty, shredding both armor and magic resistance. And for the laser core comp, it's really valuable since you get both the lasers and the Warwick damage output. So really, really smart play from him to just be fine with slamming both of the shredding items and taking Pasdebol's win streak with it. So really, really great play there.
Norris really saying, we have Morgana at home.
Exactly.
Well, hey, if it gets the job done, I mean, looking at where we are in terms of overall teams then on the scoreboard, you can see that we're sharing the bottom two spots between the two teams, N9 and Voltariux down there. Volta and Sacred Norris sharing the next two spots. In fact, we've got an entirely even divide. Each spot, first, second, third, fourth, divided between the two teams equally.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in 3-2 because we've seen, we see another 4 underground for N9 here. It's going to be really interesting to see if he can stabilize. That's going to be really hard considering how contested Vi is. He's going to drop really low really quickly, and I hope for his sake that the Vi is just come in really quickly for him, or else it's going to be the highway to the top 8.
Yeah. Second augment choices coming up here. Now that we have hit that 3-2, maybe we'll see a little bit more direction coming from these for our players. Dika Sparta giving us some really good healing options here.
Yeah, Celestial Blessing through the hunt, always ones that players are happy to see to just make sure they don't miss out. The Blessing will come in as the upgrades start to flow as well. Again, the God doing very well in this early game. We do need to see ROEMEA step up as a whole. At least, N9, who is intentionally taking the L's and falling down, has the chance to swing back around later and elevate the overall average placement of ROEMEA.
Yeah, it's looking really good for rest of EMEA right now. Diasparta having really strong spot with the 2-star Rel, 2-star Wukong, Ezreal upgraded as well, and the Kai'Sa with the 2 great items. And double Morgana is never a bad thing. The amount of CC they will bring is really, really powerful. He did not need to roll, so he saved his economy, and he's facing against Sacred Norris, who's beginning the win streak, and yeah,
it looks like Norris has got a decent enough ball being put together. 3 items right now on the Ashe, doing a pretty good job of at least, I thought might just be softening the loss, but actually takes away the win from Sparta. So as we move forward, we can see Norris and the God both on the win streaks right now, starting to move in on the top 4 in a more serious fashion.
I really like this build from Norris's Ashe. You were talking about it earlier, Kenobi, how the build is focused around that shred, first of all. But if you're going to be transitioning out of this Ashe later, relying mostly on the laser core damage, that additional attack speed is doing so much for him. Additional Shiv procs, faster laser core procs, and is going to be what is securing this win streak for him. So I think really good heads-up tempo play from him.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of the tempo play, we see 5 underground having been hit by Pasdebol, and he's so good at playing on the edge here, getting the maximum heist he can He's, however, sitting on a Shojin on his bench. I believe it's on either the Lux or the Nico, which is a little bit unfortunate. He probably wasn't expecting this Samira to come in so early, and so it's just, well, it's okay. He will be getting up to 11 out of 10 on this one and getting higher and higher. He's so high on HP. That must be so scary for the rest of the MEA teams.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. And I think that scare is coming through to N9. We are being told by admins that N9 has actually cashed out early from the underground, not wanting to try and contest it with Pasdebol, who pretty much has taken over the whole underground line entirely.
And N9 really desperately needs to find a way to save himself from this game. Just been taking loss after loss. And like you mentioned, Kenobi, like we've been talking about all game, that Vi, so heavily contested. And that's his composition. He's on that unrelenting force. So he is going to be really struggling to save himself as we see him leveling to 7 to try and bail himself out.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange hearing him leveling to 7, but that goes in line with what I was saying. Hitting 3-star Vi is going to be impossible, so he's probably going along the lines of trying to, get at the least, the highest place he can among the bottom placements, because not being able to hit Unrelenting Force is kind of a death sentence in that composition. So we'll have to see. And we see Voltariux, he's really low on HP despite Tiny Titans.
Yeah, I mean, alongside Pasdebol, so my mistake, they've actually will be more than one person staying on the underground for the time being. I mean, Volta's loss streak is pretty darn impressive, even if Pasdebol has kept a very high HP total. It feels like long-term for France, we've got some Omega-level boards coming down the pipes.
The key is going to be surviving, though. We've got Voltariux on Tiny Titans, as you guys pointed out, still almost at the bottom of the leaderboard, only 59 HP. Will give him more time to dig for this underground cash out, similarly to Pasdebol.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how long he waits, because right now N9 is being a real thorn in his side, and maybe he's gonna go the way of waiting. Wait, no, he's just, he has to roll for his 2-star Ezreal. But it's gonna be interesting to see when he decides to commit to rolling really, really deep. Right now, he really needs that Ezreal 2-star to stabilize, though, and it's not forthcoming. It's really tragic, but he's taking his time, probably waiting for N9 to bleed out to fully commit.
Yeah, but you can tell a little resigned there. I definitely could have seen a world where Volta went deep into the bank trying to get hold of the Ezreal 2, but just holding it on for the time being. Up against N9, he set the thorn in the side, has now switched across to his favorite composition, finding in a very early Urgot, and perhaps having the setup for a duelist board that will hand out another loss to Volta.
What a weird setup. I love it. Just going, all right, I'm not going to be able to find this Vi 3. Probably means I shouldn't go for Ezreal because I know that augment line is triple contested. I know how to play duelists, so I'm just going to do that. Stack the lockets on that Vi, see how it goes.
Yeah, that's really creative of him. And as I said, he's trying everything he can right now to deal as much damage as he can to the other low HP players and try to eke out a top 6, top 5, something that will contribute to his team and bring down the underperforming French players.
We're checking with Sacred Norris. Of course, Sacred Norris having the SuperBrawl experience before. Definitely a huge asset to the rest of the ROEMEA team. Bringing out the admins here, which is being shown by observers. The whole team benefiting from this one. Attack speed and attack damage coming in every 5 seconds. So if these rounds go long, this admin laser core board will become unstoppable.
A little bit unfortunate on the items here. He's, he, as you mentioned, he needs the fights to go long, but he doesn't have the resources to make them go that much longer, besides the 4 brawlers, but he doesn't have any additional HP. So that's going to be the real challenge for this stage. Can the fights go long enough for the admins to really stack and really cap out? And oh, there it is.
Speaking of admins, here we go. This board we were talking about earlier, Kenobi, this several times uncontested line, adaptive defenses, Camille. We can see just how strong she can be at that 3-star, decimating Pasdebol's board.
Oh my gosh, we can see our admins there. So this is almost impossible to put down Camille. I mean, just with her itemization at base, but she's got the 300 health whenever she casts, and she's gaining 12 HP whenever she casts as well. So she's not only unstoppable now, but she's got much longer of an influence on the game. She keeps getting beefier as things go on.
Yeah, she's a real menace and probably a contender for a really, really high finish. Now that he's hit so early, he probably can go really, really high in the levels and add these really strong units that will cap out the board when, you know, Camille gets a little bit weaker.
We see Pasdebol finally cashing out with that massive pickup, even an anvil on top of it. Locked out of that 5 underground, but it looks like he's going to keep them on the board for the time being, not having access to that Ox Force frontline he probably wants for that Twisted Fate.
I mean, we've certainly got a lot of components of the Oxslingers composition coming together already, so it seems like it should only be a short period before he gets pretty much everything he wanted. I mean, it's got such great itemization right now. The Pasdebol's basically leapt right into the late game already.
Yeah,
Double Deathblade Vein. Just gonna point that one out.
All right, she's switched the bolts out and she's standing full on sword with that crossbow, and she's not taking any issue. Adding with the funny frontline, he's found his frontline. Actually, he's double locket plus funny frontline. He's such a pain to go through, but will the cash out? Yeah. I'm sorry, reverted back to French right there. But yes, Pasdebol will win out, despite not hitting the preferred frontline of his, not even finding a single Vi to switch out the items to an upgraded unit, but it's enough, and it's really looking grim for N9.
Holding Ezreal's, though, interestingly, I would not expect that to be the case given the composition he's going for, swapping out this Urgot. Is he just going to sacrifice himself to a teammate? Is he?
I hope not, but I mean, the Urgot has been fairly greedy up until this point. We would love to have had the 6th duelist online for the extra defensive power, but that just doesn't happen against Texita, who's one of the players who is a little bit more vulnerable, but that Sivir on the backline is just nightmarishly strong at this point.
Yeah. You can see the reasoning for the swapping out of the Urgot was so this Morgana can get in there, recognizing Vayne has enough damage, but isn't able to shred through those tankier front lines. So Morgana going to help out with that quite a bit, as you can see her lock onto that Sivir and secure N9 a win.
Yeah, and that win is really important, because as I was saying, winning against the lower members of the French team, is going to be what he can contribute to his team. So taking Texita down and holding the Ezreals, trying to bring Voltariux down as well, making him bleed for as much economy as he can before going down eventually with the 16 HP. It's going to be a little bit hard to come back in that game.
I mean, N9's holding on by his fingertips, but the good news for the rest of the ROEMEA squad is that the top 3 spots are all being occupied by their team right now. We know the French squad have got an enormous amount of swing into the late game power, but right now we are at least on the right track to have a very different looking end game than game 2.
Pasdebol and Volta are the 2 we need to keep an eye on in terms of that popping off in the later stages, as you're mentioning, Counterfeit, because those are the 2 that have relied on that early underground to set up their economy. But it looks like Voltariux really struggling to find that Ezreal. Kenobi, you pointed out the contest earlier from N9 is what's pulling him down.
Yeah, and he's given up. He's just sold an Ezreal. He went to level 7. And he's trying to stabilize and do basically what N9 did, saying, well, it's not possible, I cannot hit, I will try to get as much done as I can before going down. And that means not staying weak, not trying to hold on for dear life, playing first or ace with that 3-star Ezreal, and we're going to see how that pans out.
Opportunities knocking here for ROEMEA if they can put enough pressure onto the French players in the short term before they can figure out their late game boards, and maybe they'll take enough HP away to secure some comfortable top 4 spots. Right now, no! Sacred Norris doesn't quite get it in. The Ezreal 2 apparently is still enough if he gets time to stack.
Yeah, it really is just one of those strong compositions with insane burst. Similar to this Camille, once that ability comes out, its entire massive chunks of health gone. We can see Foam and Death with a pretty decent augment setup as well. Knife's Edge plus first aid kit going to give plenty of damage and healing to this Camille.
Yeah, that first aid kit means the shield, the amount of HP value given by that shield is going to be absolutely tremendous. And as you mentioned, scaling off of the heal on every cast of this Camille, I cannot see how much HP she has. I'm really curious to know because that's looking scary.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. So you said about before, this Camille is almost impossible to put down. And we see Vayne there, who has got a good amount of direct damage. I think at this point, for Vomideth, he's throwing down the gauntlet to the rest of the lobby and saying, if you don't have the ability to deal with this Camille, you can never, ever beat me.
This could be the end of N9's run as well. That Vayne going out immediately just destroys his board as this Camille just running rampant through his backline. Now up to the front line, going to take a huge loss here, but N9 barely hangs on, giving him one more round at least to find his way back into the game.
Kenobi, I believe you did just find out exactly how much HP that Camille is on right now, bearing in mind it will continue to go up through the game.
Yeah, she's already around 3000 HP, which means she is basically a mech by herself, and that's absolutely terrifying because who is going to have the DPS in that lobby where the reroll comps have been forced to go on, and the Laser Corp Sacred Norris with the Laser Corp being dominating over this lobby? Will he have enough damage to take down the Camille with the Warwick in a 1-2-1? That remains to be seen. That's going to be the real challenge for rest of EMEA for the rest of this game. Being able to beat out. Yeah.
I want to follow up on what you're saying about the mech, because normally, with mech sort of levels of tankiness, they're front and center in the formation, so at least your entire team is focusing them down, and they're taking maximum damage. In the case of the Camille, she's jumping to the backline, avoiding being focused by nearly anybody until at least halfway into the round.
I feel like it really comes down to CC in the later stages of the game, because that's the only way you're going to stop this Camille. She's putting out tons of damage, but the compositions on the boards right now don't have enough CC to stop her from getting into and destroying that backline. A single Morgana might just not be enough.
Yeah, and the Laser Comp does not really have access to much CC. Like the Laser Comp revolves around the old adage of saying best CC is just killing your opponents, and you just try to roll them through with the Mordekaiser. Oh, wait, N9? Oh, no.
Oh, damn. Just a tiny bit slightly stronger. Maybe it could have even been Volta being pushed down, but though not out. So we now have our first elimination. Again, we're looking mostly at Digger Sparta to see whether or not we see another 7th and 8th for ROEMEA.
We see Texida having hit the 3-star Seer with the time and a half augment, really bringing the economy back up. The composition doesn't look like he's rerolled at all.
Can you actually talk to us about this, Kenobi, a little bit? Because this is something that showed up earlier on in the weekend that I wasn't too sure about, is going for this Sivir 3 in this composition versus itemizing a later game Samira.
Yeah, so basically, do you know how much she's worth? She's bringing to the team every round. How much gold she generates every round when she's 3-star with
like
that death
4
blade.
or 5 at this point, right?
Oh no, it's 6 or 7 depending on the third item with that death blade and that infinity edge. When she's 3-star, she's basically a gold mine, which means that once you hit, you're just able to catch up to everybody and you can just bring out the late game Infinity board with the 2-star Samira, with the 2-star Ezreal, but on top of that, you have an extremely stable mid game with that 3-star Sivir, which is not worse than a 2-star Samira.
We're in a very, very scary lobby with a lot of 3 stars making a huge impact. Volta just taking a loss there to Vomideth, his teammate, courtesy of that re-roll Camille. Volta, as you said, in major trouble, scrambling for any kind of front line. At least we've got some Ox Force online and some individually decent tanks I don't know how if this front line will be enough to keep him alive for another round.
See how the OxDD fares with just the Ezreal 2 in the back line. The damage is going to be where he really suffers in this composition, going up against Sacred Norris, whose backline has started shaping up. Finally, the fully itemized Warwick you can see just running through that front line as Aurelion Sol keeps firing away from the back. But Ezreal completely untouched throughout this fight means that he's going to be able to get off one more burst before the Warwick takes him down. But Warwick has enough juice in the tank to take down Voltariux and his board. Now, 7th place for the French champion.
Mission accomplished, I would say, for Voltariux. Even though he lost against someone that's going fast 9 and that he's had his entire economy, he's done better than N9, which is honestly what he could expect, you know, being contested, but each other contesting. That's a small win, that's 1 point advantage for France. And now it's up to the rest of them to bring it home.
I mean, looking at to the 5th and 6th place finishes, they're so important. Because if we start going into a situation where the teams may have the same amount of points finishing, then it will all be about getting that first place as the tiebreaker. Right now, Sacred Norris is up there, but Pasdebol, Bowman Death are just below. And then we see the results, exactly said. A big pile of money to keep Texas' economy going.
That's disgusting. That's so much money. They could go level 10.
Yeah, he could. Do you want to do the math on about how much money he gets each round? Because he's on a five game win streak, so that's +3 for the streak, 1 for the win. He gets 5 for his 50, and 5 on top of that, plus the 7 from the silver. So he's generating more than 20 gold every round.
Can we say? I want to stay on Texita's POV for the next round, like desperately. I need to see how much this number goes up.
It's like an underground cash out every time you finish a round.
Literally, it's so much gold. This is disgusting. And then you see now, okay, there we go. Wins the round. Not surprising. The Siver's super strong. You've got the Infiniteam clone as well. But what is going to be surprising, 51 gold coming out of this round. Come on, just finish. Everyone else lose already. I want to see the gold. 64 plus.
Goes to 70.
There comes the Siver. 70. So 19 gold for that round.
Yeah, 20 if we count the one from the win itself. Yeah, 19 gold. That is just ridiculous amount of money. That's more than one heist. That's like getting a 2 heist every round.
Oh boy. I mean, it's very bad news, of course, for Digger's partner, who is trying to make sure that he at least can try and hit top 5 down to a single life, itemizing fully the 1-star Arga alongside the Kaiser. Try and stay up. Well, looks like it might even be their teammate who will put them down.
Yeah, Sacred Norris able to find them. Mordekaiser, such a strong laser core board. The CC from Urgot able to stall for a little bit, and looks like Misfortune finishes the job. Sacred Norris taking his loss as Diga Sparta gets one more round to work with.
That was something we saw in the previous game, of course. We remember seeing God on camera looking so frustrated. He wasn't able to save his teammate because of a slight miscalculation in how it worked out. But this time round, ROEMEA hold on for a few moments longer. The God and the Diggers both on 5 and 3 HP, a single life each. We could be seeing 3 members of ROEMEA finish in the bottom 4.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Diga Sparta, who had really good spot coming up on 3-2, but has not been able to really cap out his composition. He's stuck on a 2-star Kai'Sa, has no other 3-star to speak of. So when it comes to facing the Camille, the Sivir, he's going to be weaker than them, obviously. And against the big underground cash out of Pasdebol as well, it's going to be really hard going through all of that front line.
Yeah, Pasdebol now going to be able to pick up a Gunblade if he so chooses. Lots of offensive items to finish off this Nico. Giant Slayer instead against those beefy tanks around the lobby. He's going to be pushing for level 9 as well. He's the healthiest player in the lobby by far.
It's looking like very much like we're heading towards France pulling ahead 3 games in this best of 7 series. That will, of course, fit with what I hoped would happen today. Not necessarily ROEMEA would lose, but just that we're going to take 3 wins for France first, and then the amazing comeback story of ROEMEA is just waiting to begin.
Oh, and we just got the 3-star Kai'Sa for TheGOD. Unfortunately, there's a long-legged girl right on top of that Kai'Sa, but there's this Syndra pulling overtime, bringing a Fiddlesticks on the board, protecting that Kai'Sa, but she's now taking the focus, and she's gone. She's been annihilated.
Unfortunately, not enough. And on the left side of the screen, we can see TheGOD fighting for his life as well. Just as Samira left, she will fall, and so will he, as DeGasparda just has that misfortune, doing her best, but her best just isn't good enough, as 2 rest of EMEA players take 5th and 6th place.
And that means this one is over for ROEMEA. They cannot win, even if we did see Norris manage to pull things back and take the 1st place as well. This is very bleak times for the ROEMEA squad. They really need to start turning things around in this game. Looking forward to round 4. That will be, of course, their final chance to not get swept in the finals.
Yeah, and it's really great seeing Vomendev and Texita pull out the top 4 with both, unusual compositions. Of course, the reroll Camille was really prevalent in set 8, but really not as favored in this one. And the severe 3-star is something of a kind of niche composition. So seeing both of them take out the top 4 spots really, really feels great for that.
Yeah, definitely one of the more interesting games we've had compositionally. Seeing this Camille make its way all the way into the later stages of the game. We saw her start to struggle in the previous matchup, so I suspect this may be just a top 4 for Norris. As we see Laser Core Aurelion Sol putting in some work, and Norris will take 4th place as a result.
I mean, given this one is over in terms of the competitive aspect to it, and it's just a victory lap here and MVP points for our French players. I think this affords us the opportunity to talk about it in a little bit more detail, just what it was the French team were doing so very well in this game, and whether it's replicable for Game 4.
Yeah, well, the really big strength of these 4 players that we've sent is that they each have their unique sets of compositions that don't really overlap with each other. Voltariux is a big fan of playing around Vex and mascots, and that's really, he's the only one doing that among the 4. Pasdebol is a really big AP player with the especially the 3-cost rerolls around Sona and LeBlanc. Texita, with the Infinite team here, we can see, and Vomendev mostly an AD player. So the fact that these 4 players don't play the same way really, really plays to the strengths, and we can see it here.
Yep, this Camille doing her best and will survive one more round. Texita going to take the loss and will survive for one more round in that 3rd place, but it's getting close as Pasdebol also down to single digits. It looks like, very excitingly for me and other off-meta fans, Camille 3 may be the victor in this lobby.
I mean, it's looking pretty terrifying.
Yes. I want to know how much the HP value now, seeing how much she's grown. We've seen her a while ago. She was already pretty tough. Now I want to see the
proud parent, Kenobi. A proud parent. See the Camille all grown up and turned into the absolute murderous killing machine she was always meant to be.
Absolutely. And right now, the French players, I'm thinking that right now they are so focused on who's going to get the most MVP points, because there are stakes around the MVP points. So, and Voltariux mentioned, with the flowery terms of talking about the communication between the French team, and I think right now I'd love to be able to listen to what they're telling each other.
I'm sure it's absolutely fascinating. I do want to bring up this conversation as we wait to see which one of these 2s will finish out slightly above the other. I kind of wanted to bring this to you, Kenobi, in particular. You mentioned that we've got on the French team in particular, people playing very different kinds of compositions. But in this 4v4 environment, I do wonder if there's also a space to talk about different roles on the team. Is there have particular players who are shooting for the top 1s consistently, and other players who are trying just to get the best kind of results they can, but not play too risky?
Well, yeah, most definitely, and we've seen it so far. Texita has taken some of that role in the earlier days, but I think it's not. It's mostly flexible based on what happens in the early game. Everyone's able to evaluate how strong their spot is from early on, and based on that, they make the strategy on who's going to be able to disrupt the enemy teams. For example, this game that was Voltariux. His role was to disrupt the enemy team, bring N9 down, and get somewhere else. And usually, for example, Vomendev's playstyle means he's playing, oh my god, and he's taken the Camille out of the hacker to just have her in front of Sivir and showing that he's really used to these AD comps that play around hacker, and usually that results in top 4, but he's also able to bring it home. He knows them inside out, and so, everyone can get the first here.
Vomendev here with this nearly 4,000 HP Camille, going to work on his victory lap as he finally takes down the Morgana. Warwick behind her. Camille will claim victory in round number 3, leaving France with a 3-0 lead and on match point.
Almost tactically sweeping the entire top 4. I mean, that was just absolutely brutal. Like, Kenobi, I mean, you came into this one thinking that you might be a bad luck charm for France's continued success, but apparently you've managed to push them to an even more dominant position.
Yeah, I'm happy brought the balance back in the force yesterday. Day 1. They lost with me there, and now they're winning, so everything's back to normal. I am not a curse. That is fantastic. I'm really happy for them. They played really great.
It's always good to feel like you've confirmed that you're not going to cast or curse your region. It's just like, oh, okay, we didn't ruin it. We didn't ruin it. We're still in it. But thank you so much, Kenobi. It's always a joy to have you on. It's been a joy to cast with you, and I hope you enjoy the next game, potentially getting to see France take it all home with a clean sweep.
Thank you for having me, and best of luck to France, and maybe we'll see a reverse sweep from rest of ROEMEA. That would be so heartbreaking and exciting at the same time.
We're hoping for a banger of a series, and so far it's been delivering. We're going to take a quick break to see an interview with Swellertiger, and after that, we'll be back with the analyst desk going into round number 4.
Hello, I'm Davide, my nickname is Swellertiger, I come from Italy. The format is better for people that don't play ladder, so people that have no time to play ladder have the chance to qualify from a national tournament. But for people that play ladder is sometimes more difficult to qualify, because personally in Italy I qualified 2 times from tournament. 1 time I didn't qualify. From the ladder is more hard to qualify. I participate a lot of TheGOD Spatula Cup and I play previous SuperBrawl. This set I miss the first Spatula Cup, and the second Spatula Cup I lose to the 2. But set 7 I reach 4th place at 1 Spatula Cup. I finish 2nd place at SuperBrawl. So previous set I play better in tournament. Hey guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone to watch the stream. Thank you everyone to support me. I hope to make a good score for me and for everyone that support me and think that I can do well in Spatula Cup.
And we're back here at the analyst desk now. That has been an extremely dominant performance from France thus far. However, there is a common denominator between all of those games, and it's those very early hero augments that just continuously come through. We've been talking about like calling up Mortdog, being like, yo, what's going on? Did you forget to press the button? Or like, tell me a little bit more about that Camille reroll that we saw, Panda.
You're saying coming to that point, third game in a row, 2-cost hero augments, things are getting a bit stale. It seems like the format is essentially figured out. You know, Yasuo good, you know, Vi and Ezreal obviously good and contested every game. Sometimes you have to adapt and try and bring something new, try and innovate, and that was the case for Vomandeth picking up the adaptive defenses. An augment that has a 5.0 average, not considered good, C tier maybe, but if the right set of circumstances come together, that is very good items for Camille, a very early Camille 3, great items that allow you to get a 4k health Camille with a BT, who is not going to die anytime soon, Knife's Edge as well. Everything worked out so that Vomandeth can actually lead us to a dominating first where Camille can essentially 1v9 from stage 2 all the way into stage 6. And this only happens if you're open to these much less often picked augments. So huge props to Vomandeth, able to stay uncontested for the rest of his teammates, let them play what they're comfortable on, and getting a first with a comp that's not played very often. So I think that was a big part of France winning this game 3.
Yeah, it's a competition also that's kind of taking a bit of a hit when it comes to the fact that you've lost talent, for example, right? That was a very big part of it. And now that Hacker has gone to a free trade rather than a 2 trade. And another thing that we can say we saw 3 times, both as a 3, 4, and 5 trade, was the underground in this game. N9 going in there for a moment in time, not really getting enough payout out of it, but we saw the likes of Volta. I mean, he did go out in 7th as well, but had a lot of extra resources to work with. But Pasdebol, really the big factor here. We heard Kenobi talk about it on desk, how good Pasdebol is at just guaranteeing these maximum streaks, playing to the limits of the game and of his own life pool. And we saw him cash out, and I was actually kind of a little bit sad. I put a nice little badge in chat because I actually thought he could have very easily got into an even deeper underground cash out if he wanted to, because he had the 5 available. We found 5 underground on stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a lot in that lobby. I personally really like the admin from Sacred North coming out. But really, what I want to talk to you guys about is the game going forward. This could be the very last game of the day. France is standing dominantly with 3-0 against rest of EMEA. What does rest of the EMEA, what do they need to do to turn this one around to bring us all the way to a reverse sweep silver scrape situation? Where are we headed with that, Panda?
I would say get good, but I think it's a little bit more complex than that in this 4v4 format. Something has to change, definitely, though. If for 3 games in a row it's not quite working out, maybe change the way you're approaching the early game, especially. We're seeing very often getting into stage 4, there's 2 players from rest of EMEA always around the 8th or 7th or 6th point standings. And that makes it so hard for the players that are doing well to actually come back and have to carry to the point where they have to get a first and second to win out. So maybe playing more for strong early games, maybe just trying to change the way they think about the hero augments, or maybe just hoping that Mortdog has woken up, has pushed a few more buttons, and we get to see maybe a flexible game of TFT coming into game 4.
Yeah, N9 did say that he chatted to Mortdog before this previous game, tried to call him up, and he said that Mortdog had this one in the back for them, but not really the case, right? Maybe he could also give him another ring and try to move us away from that 2-1 hero augment slot, because so much of these games have just been impacted by the fact that there's not a lot of room to go for these higher 4-cost carry compositions and really have them shine as their carries, because, well, there's a 2-1 hero augment every time, pretty much.
Yeah, it has been the case thus far, but will it happen again? I'm going to confidently say no, that is not the case. Our casters are getting ready for this game, and we're all hoping that this one is not going to be our very last game for today here on Iberia and Counterfeit for you guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Makes. We are, of course, here at the elimination game of the grand finals of the SuperBrawl. It has been 3 long days of competition, and it all comes down to this. Will rest of EMEA lose their chance at competition, or will they turn it around and maybe, just maybe, Peter, against the hope of all hopes, could they make the reverse sweep and prove our predictions right?
Well, I mean, the level of support the rest of ROEMEA has been getting in the chat has been honestly pretty eye-watering, and I'm sure it's going to mean a huge amount to the players. Because see, TheGOD still in good spirits heading into this game. Such a high-stakes situation. I'm glad, honestly, that they've kept the spirits up. Obviously, they're making sure they're very, very awake for this game. I think the devs laid out for us really well. We need to see a stronger early game. We need to see no 2-1 hero augments. We just need something significant to be different for ROEMEA, and maybe, just maybe, we can start believing again.
TheGOD's smile is making me smile as we load into what could be, again, the final game of the day. But that carousel certainly opens up some interesting options. Basically just tiers, belts, and gloves, which means a lot of AP routes likely to come out.
Yeah, we've been seeing the spell slingers particularly coming in for the ROEMEA side of things. Of course, that 3-star Nico from before certainly is staying fresh in our minds. But I'll be interested to see if they want to go down that route again.
I think it's definitely an option. There's so many AP routes during this set as a whole. Glitched Out has been dominated by those AP compositions. But you can also always dump away a tier as a hand of justice in certain compositions. Gnar, which we haven't seen a whole lot of so far in this competition, has a lot of those options. And maybe, just maybe, if we see a 2-1 augment that isn't a hero augment, we'll see a Gnar game.
I mean, maybe, just maybe. There's, you know, I think as Widow was saying on the desk, you know, having such an early game focus has worked out really well. Again, in the last game, you know, the Underground was pretty much ruled entirely by France, which is, of course, a major problem if you're the rest of ROEMEA. Normally, you want to be trying to matching the Underground on the other side, but when they get both, you know, they get 2 players going down it and you have 0 players going down it, you know your late game is going to be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, not only that, 2 Underground players and 1 on mana tempering. Like, you are just behind an econ that entire game. So rest of EMEA was really kind of set up to fail there. Great play by the French players securing that econ lead, and explains why they were so successful in that game. But new game, new stakes, new chances, and hopefully new hero augments.
Yes!
Hey!
They spammed enough nodding cats to get us across the line. We will be seeing something different. Maybe, you know, maybe let's go all the other way. Let's have no hero augments at all. Just put it down to raw, regular augments to make it happen.
Or like 455. I really love me some legendary hero augments. I can't lie to you, Peter.
Fine. Okay, we negotiated it. We've negotiated it with the game. That's where we're going to end up with. But right now,
we've got adheres to our compromises, obviously.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we've got generic augments coming in. Sunfire board here from TheGOD. We do have a couple of interesting ones coming in. Sacred Norris going for the quick draw, and Pasdebol going for our friend. I believe that's the Clear Mine that will help push him up levels.
And this is a really interesting augment. You can see a lot of flexible strategies coming out from it. Pasdebol just going for the open fort almost. He really wants to use this quick shot composition, so I think angling once more towards that Kaisa carry. We've seen so much from him.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, we've got a few extra of our tiers coming into today. Of course, everybody loves to get a static Shiv early on. We can see Pasdebol, I believe, has got a couple of tiers on the bench, so we need a few more components to come together to put together that Kaiser setup, but still a promising future.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really strong opener. You can go for the Archangels plus Shiv with those 2 tiers, and we've seen that combo used to great success by many of our players. Is Foeman Death sitting on a tempting brawler board?
Oh my gosh, yeah, the Infinity Force in there already for the Riven, who can hit pretty damn hard, particularly when she hits a 2-star. Because see, Foeman Death is a little tempted to maybe start straying down the Anima Squad path as well, which of course, it's another way to get HP if you can get it going soon enough.
Yeah, this Riven pickup clearly going to be core for his early game because it is such a strong unit, as you mentioned. Meanwhile, Sacred Norris, you pointed out his quick draw heart, and he is just going to try and find an underground opener, it looks like, with supers.
Okay, I mean, this does sort of suggest that, you know, we'd normally be seeing this when we were doing, you know, trying to re-roll perhaps our Ezreal and Vi, trying to get them to 3 stars and then make the supers work even further. But that's probably not going to be the case here. So Sacred Norris will take the early L. I guess we'll see if that underground comes together sooner or later.
Yeah, I'm kind of fascinated by this early game setup because, like you said, all of this screams Ezreal reroll to me, but without the hero augment, it is so much weaker. So keep our eyes on that as we go later. Volta looks like setting up for a Hacker LeBlanc board already. You can see he's got the Shen, he's got the LeBlanc, he's got the Gadgettine.
Oh boy, and yeah, I mean we have seen. I'm trying to think back in my mind as to, I know that from France as a team have lent more into the admin LeBlanc side of things. I believe it may have been Pasdebol yesterday who was bringing out to great effect. And if they know exactly what they're doing here, we could see a similar situation to our previous game where the backlines get punished so harshly, those comps just fall off a cliff.
Yeah. And now we're going to get a chance to peek at Texida's board. Nothing too fascinating there. And this has the potential for France to really accelerate the lobby. One of the things that is going to come into play here in the later stages of the game is that matchup manipulation with Hacker is especially effective. You can guarantee your carry kind of sucks, because you can move her, you can put her off the Hacker, on the Hacker, opposite side of your opponent's carry, and can guarantee a either slower loss or a victory for your opponent if they're on the same team. So I think Hacker LeBlanc kind of getting a buff from the format here.
No, I absolutely agree, and that's what, you know, with this only being a 3-day competition and our only one of this kind, it's amazing to see how much our players have adapted to this format. You know, here in day 3, we're seeing just what can happen in one tournament. Hopefully, some way down the line, we'll get to do some more of team events just like this, because what we've seen from our communities here, from the French community, of course, have been doing incredibly well, from ROEMEA making it all the way to this finals, players coming together and forming a squad that is more than the sum of their individual parts.
Here we go on to N9's board, and it looks like similar to what Pasdebol was putting together. It's going to be another Kai'Sa board. Woohoo.
I mean, it's good news. It's honestly, wait a second. Remember back to the beginning of the day, there was one composition that N9 said coming in, I really hope I don't get put on this comp because I'm really bad at it. Do you know what the answer to that was, Liberia?
Well, hopefully it's not Kai'Sa.
It is Kai'Sa. He's taken a Kai'Sa to a last place before and a bottom 4 before. This is not good news for ROEMEA at all, but hopefully there's been some training done between the start of the tournament and the end, or this Kai'Sa ball may not reach its full potential.
You know, and you could always pivot out of it, right? Because this is a very flexible hero augment. These are very flexible items within AP. You know, a bow does not necessarily mean that you have to go Kai'Sa. Could become a Shiv and just use Kai'Sa as an item holder while you try and find whatever comp, you know, suits your fancy.
Yeah, well, we certainly don't see many dual gauntlets on Kai'Sas very traditionally, so I think you may well be right. I mean, we've got a decent enough ball. We've got a win streak going. Vermindeth has a win streak going as well. So we may end up leaving stage 2 with a ton of money in the bank. Overall, the HP, you know, even with these 2 win streaks, though, no one's HP has dropped too low so far.
Yeah, looks like Vermindeth looking at that Draven in the backline. Hopefully that's going to turn into a Jax, because I don't want to see another Draven board. It did not go well for Vermindeth the first time.
No, I mean, we've already had David warn us off the Draven come. I think there's been maybe like one game where it's come through and really worked the way it should, which is not the kind of stats you generally want to be chasing. The God will take the L here, so Vermindeth keeps hold of the streak, N9 keeps hold of the streak, and so far so good for both teams, making sure their gold supplies are operating on full capacity.
Yeah, representatives from both on that full streak. Interestingly, looking at Diga Sparta, 70 gold on a 5-loss streak. Man is just printing money.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, we kind of got used to ludicrous amounts of cash last time around, as Sacred Norris will grab a whole chunk for himself as well. I mean, yeah, the bank balances are actually absolutely bulging.
Look at the board, Peter! It's another Kai'Sa. So we have, what, 3 players potentially on this Kai'Sa board?
Well, we know one might potentially be a fake Kai'Sa. I mean, this one actually came up in the previous day, which was a kind of a really obscure team strategy, which I wasn't sure if people were going to use, but I believe it did get used at least in one game, which is holding a comp you're not intending to play, then selling when your teammate is going to roll down to try and get that composition online, because you remove those Kaisers from the pool for other people, then you release them right into hopefully the arms of your teammate.
Catch and release fishing is something we support here at SuperBrawl. As we see Sacred Norris continuing to go for this worrying composite. I don't know how else to put it, Peter. I don't have faith in Super's Ezreal, so I wonder what this is going to become later. Super's for a little injection of damage in the early game, I can see being a useful strategy, because without those 3 stars, their damage doesn't scale. But without the 3 stars in the early game, it's pretty decent damage.
Yeah, I mean, you do get a good amount of raw damage just out of Supers, even if you don't have the 3 stars, as you say. I think from Sacred Norris' side of things, you can see he was flirting with the idea of throwing in the Underground, but hasn't decided to go for it. So maybe this will just be a straightforward loss streak into something else later on.
Yeah, he did cash out, I believe, during that PvE round. We'll have to check and see if the admins can confirm for us. But this Ezreal, enough to get him through the round, and sometimes that's really all you can ask for.
Our negotiations are bearing fruit. We have no hero coming in for the mid game. We just have a little bit of extra power. And for Sparta, we've got ourselves a dual Lotus come in, so 2 golds. And as we come into stage 3 and get those augments online, we still have Vomodeth and N9 both still on win streaks.
Now the Echo in the front line is going to be very powerful for this composition, and Diga's going to be hitting faster than pretty much everyone else, because turns out finding a 4-cost on 3-2 is hard, and finding 2, I would imagine, is a lot harder.
I would say so. A small note, of course, as we get into stage 3, all of our teams, of course, are looking for any edge they can get. For the rest of ROEMEA, of course, with this being such an important game at 4, which could end the SuperBrawl, they have brought out the Year of the Tiger Protector on all of their individual members, making sure that their synergy is on point.
Year of the Tiger, very suitable for us here, and we're going to see this Garen absolutely disgustingly tanky and will eventually get taken down. So this board from Diga Sparta, we saw the additional 4 costs, and we're seeing the additional power they have granted for our rest of EMEA player.
So we're checking on our HP totals. The win streaks both remain intact. We are starting to see the results of those win streaks taking their toll on the HP bars, though generally, everybody below the top 2 is taking a more even spread. Texita in particular, dropping down to 53, is the one who's most feeling the effects.
Yeah, TheGOD as well, we saw earlier on, kind of grasping at straws when looking for a direction in this game. Very flexible item slam so far. We'll find a Belveth, which I think is an excellent carry for this stage 3. You can kind of just sit on her for a while you figure out what your comp will be.
I mean, Brawlers for the time being, we can see from Vomodeth, he's already got the Brawlers online, though keeping more of a focus on the Warwick rather than on the Jax, because we don't have the bows to put together a rapid fire cannon or something similar. But I mean, it's looking pretty decent right now. The admin, I'm sure, will be ticking away. I think it might even be one of our overtime augments, which lets the Brawlers just reach a further peak. But as soon as that Warwick gets focused by the Kaiser, he's all kinds of dead.
And we've talked about Aatrox before. Diga Sparta really just hitting every 4 cost he possibly could. This 2-star Aatrox is going to be a super reliable tank until we get to stage, 4 or 5, because it has so much health, so much healing in the middle of fights that it's going to be incredibly hard for enemy teams to chew through.
And that will mean the end of the win streak for Vomodeth, pushing them down to only 2nd place, which means ROEMEA's N9 stays up in top position. We need to talk a little bit about, some of the performances we've seen so far. N9 actually on the bottom of performances so far overall from all of our players across all of the games played here in the finals. So if N9 is the player that pulls ROEMEA out of this hole, that would be even more amazing.
Well, we've seen him do incredibly well previously. It just seems like it's an issue of consistency. During one of our first games with him on stream, he took that first place with the Jinx reroll composition, a rarer composition to play, and like we found out during the interview today, really his first time piloting it, especially in a competitive game. So we've seen his potential at the very top end of his play. Hopefully we can see a repeat of that performance in today's game.
For a second, we saw some of the Anima squad appearing on the bench as if he was listening to what we were saying, but not going to be for this game. Instead, we've got the 2-star Kaiser in place now. It looks like we might be moving towards the Star Guardian board later on, and we're waiting to see if there is ever a dismount from this current line of play, because N9 has claimed, and evidence does suggest, Kaiser is not his style of play, but right now, despite everything we've seen, it's working.
And this is problematic for rest of EMEA because we saw DigiSparta on a very strong Kai'Sa line as well. He had the opener for this, but N9 has just been gifted unit after unit after unit of his teammates' composition. So the two are cannibalizing each other at the moment, and we can see DigiSparta potentially prepping for a pivot of his own. With the Alistar on bench, these items that would be perfect not just for Kai'Sa, but for potentially a late game Twisted Fate.
And Weezer's letting us know as well that Pasdebol has also got a Kaiser 2 as well. I mean, at least we're in a situation that Kaiser 2 is so strong that this isn't going to be the same issue we saw before. Where, if Yasuo 3 is kept out of your hands, you're just done as a composition. I think Kenobi said it really well before. It's such a different situation. Kaiser 2 for all these players, I think, will be honestly totally fine for them going forwards.
Yeah, until we hit those later stages, and that's where we're going to be looking for those pivots. We're going to be looking to see if they can maybe knock out one of the other Kai'Sa players. But the problem is, all of them are doing very well in the health totals, ranging from 67 to that perfect 100. N9, though, just being knocked off his streak the round before Wolves.
That's a lot of money out of the bank. I mean, N9, of course, has been rolling in cash for a while, but that is bad news for WrestleMania. You can see that he's spent a lot of his money.
Gold. Oh no.
Yeah, he spent the gold trying to keep that streak alive. So now he has no streak and no gold. And at the bottom end, the God and Sacred Norris, both representing WrestleMania, they're in 7th and 8th as well. Things are starting to slip now, Barium.
And we're looking at Sacred Norris's board, and we were pointing out earlier, man, I really don't think that Ezreal is going to be doing a whole lot if he's looking for this composition, especially at 1-star. Do you know what we have as the primary carry on this board still? Ezreal 1-star. We're still stuck here after all of these rounds. So Sacred Norris really has been having such a difficult game, clearly. Maybe looking to pivot into these threats, holding the Bel'Veth, holding the Asol pair. I think that's his big out if he can find it.
It does look like that's the way he's heading. I mean, having the quick draw heart means I'm sure you'd have loved to have found a Misfortune a lot earlier than this, but we're in a game where we've got Kaisers all over the place, and Misfortunes are getting scooped up like crazy. Threats are normally going to be your way out if everything else is going wrong, but there's only limited time to make it happen.
I don't think you can be that precious about what composition you're running. You are sitting in 8th place with 34 HP. You've got to consider outs that you wouldn't normally. So I think threats is one of those outs, as you mentioned. Looking at this board once more from the God, has formed that Garen, has that Bel'Veth itemized, slammed the Hand of Justice. Seems to be working out for him.
Yeah, I can see the God's face a lot more grim at this point in the game than the cheerfulness that came in with. I mean, handing out the loss to Sacred Norris is definitely far from ideal, but at least it keeps them apart from each other for a while. DigiSparta, up at the top end is some good news, though. Currently in second places.
4-4-5, baby.
Full success. Nigeria, you have done it.
Now, there are a couple options here for Sacred Norris to bail himself out. We've seen empowered reserves very commonly, but since we have the quick draw heart, he does go for Bunny Mercenary. Makes a ton of sense. So we move over to N9's board to see what he is looking at. We questioned, is he going to be pivoting out of this Kai'Sa? He has items that aren't particularly best in slot for her. I think Easy being green is a decent out to stop him from cannibalizing DigiSparta.
We have got some interesting completions on the right-hand side as well. Volta hitting LeBlanc 3, and N9 is going to go for the Twisted Fate as well, giving up on the Shiny, trying to get the immediate power online rather than trying to play for the extreme late game.
Fascinating adaptations from these players. We're seeing the divergence off those Kaisa compositions as back on Voltariux's board, that 3-star LeBlanc, as you mentioned earlier, now fully itemized with a guard breaker and a fiddle augment on top of it.
Oh boy, I mean, this board, we definitely go back to our previous board where we had the Camille, who was almost unstoppable. This isn't quite as unstoppable as LeBlanc in terms of safety. She's relying on raw power just to kill everybody who could possibly deal with her, rather than tanking through the damage.
And that Bel'Veth also almost pulled off the smoothest moves I've ever seen, dodging out of the Pike stun, but unfortunately, with a little too long. But like you were saying, unsafe for the LeBlanc if she ever gets targeted. But she was looking pretty damn good as we see across the board. Double Bunny Mercenary, double Sword is Your Shield. And DiGasparda on Empowered Reserves, one of the strongest augments at that 5 cost.
Yeah, we know that for the rest of ROEMEA side, there is not a small possibility that they may have to get first and second in this game, given how things have been progressing. So I think having a augment like Empowered Reserves that lets you push beyond the boundaries of the normal parallel composition is going to make a huge difference.
N9 is gonna have a bad round here, Peter. That LeBlanc going directly onto his primary carry, secondary carry completely unitemized. This is going to be a full sweep for the LeBlanc, but N9 has the HP to lose at the very least.
That's something. I mean, we've seen this as part of the team play in the game, though admittedly, not necessarily in this case against their teammate. If you've got the HP in the bank, you can afford to take some losses when you know you are up against your teammate. But N9 slips down. Diggers is still on the win streak, though. But on the other end of the table, Sacred Norris down to 9 HP. At least Texita is only barely above on 19.
Look, if Sacred Norris can turn this into a 7th, that's huge. If he can somehow miraculously turn it into a 6th, that is, I mean, I already chose the best word for it. That's damn miraculous, because he is down at 9 HP, hasn't found a composition. I don't even think has any 2-star carries available. I think he's just got that 1-star Bunny Mercenary MF. So if he can do anything to avoid this 8th place, like finding a Misfortune natural in the next roll, that'll do it. That'll help.
That will help an absolute ton. I mean, we're talking about 4 quick draw Misfortune here. There isn't so much of a front line to speak of, and we're going to spend all the gold to try and get one more body on the board to get Aegis in play, as well as a little bit of Spellslinger. But this is such a tight rope for Sacred Norris to get through. Might actually play up against Texita, who's just above them on the table, and do what you said. Get one space up, but instead it's N9.
This is going to be brutal region on region action, but this Misfortune incredibly strong. We've mentioned how great Zhonya's Paradox is on those carries. Misfortune especially has proven adept at just absolutely wiping boards using that extra time. So Sacred Norris doing okay so far with this fight. The Twisted Fate really the biggest threat left on the board, but the Bunny Mercenary angle is so shallow, not going to be able to hit the Twisted Fate, and it looks like this might be curtains for Norris. No! He survives on a sliver with that Misfortune. Thank you to Zhonya's Paradox. All of rest of EMEA really grateful for that item.
I think it was being pointed out so well in our previous cast, just trying to find those perfect rounds, those perfect losses that just isn't a concern in regular TFT at all. In that case, the ante from the Twisted Fate gets him more gold the more he hits, so that couldn't have gone better. You got as much gold into N9 as possible, but you kept Sacred Norris alive at the same time.
Norris considering swapping around those items from that Vi. It looks like considering selling it even. Has an item remover, decides ultimately that the Vi is the place to go. But this could be his last round in the game against Texita.
I mean, this is the round that Norris really needs to win. I don't think it will put Texita out immediately, but it will make it very likely he'll go out in a future round. You see, unfortunately, Garen, with the double redemption there, was only get the damage reduction a single time, but the healing is still enormous, and the stun is ridiculous. My Sword is Your Shield, meaning that the board is just, I think, just a little too tough. The ult won't even stop the Garen at all, but there is a little bit of healing, not enough to keep Norris alive. Goes down to, what? 1 HP?
All right, Norris. Well done. That's going to save him for one more round. Still very little gold in the tank, but that gives his teammates a chance on stage 5 to send TheGOD packing with a horrifying loss. Might be enough to secure Norris the 7th instead of the 8th.
Oh boy, I mean, you're right, absolutely. I think if everyone apart from TheGOD might even consider having a, chucking it in a round to try and keep Norris alive, because even a single point here could completely change the nature of how the rest of this lobby plays out. Again, to bring back in what David was talking about before, the way, once we get these first few eliminations in, that's where the teams really put together their endgame strategy based on the circumstances they need to happen.
TheGOD needs to move out his units right now. He needs to swap out some of these units. You look at his matchup pool, it is all rest of EMEA players. He's risking all of his teammates, but he doesn't have enough health.
Ooh. It looks like he's really worried about taking a major loss. I mean, it would be a very harsh loss, actually selling up there and going a little bit stronger, so this could go real bad for rest of EMEA.
Oh, that is the worst option you could get. The Zephyr going on to that Ezreal, and now Sacred Norris against a Garen once more with this misfortune. She will get her first ultimate off, but it doesn't even take down the Bel'Veth, sidestepping it. So Sacred Norris is bored. Not long for this world unless that Garen goes down, and it looks like misfortune into the Zonias. One more ultimate. It's just the Aurelion Soul and the misfortune. 2 versus 1. The meteor fizzles. The ultimate comes out. TheGOD and Sacred Norris survive.
Oh my gosh. And that had to be very deliberate from TheGOD, because we saw before him throwing up his hands when he accidentally eliminated a teammate. He deliberately chose to level up and make his board stronger in that case. The plan must have been to take Norris out and preserve TheGOD going even further, but keeping both of them alive is not going to be a good situation. If TheGOD doesn't fall, if Pasdebol doesn't fall, they could still go 7th and 8th together.
You need to be very careful. These next few rounds are crucial. The hand-holding 7th and 8th would surely spell disaster, and it's up against Voltariux's board for Sacred Norris.
Oh my gosh, at least this LeBlanc doesn't have a defensive item, but she may not need it. Keep your eye on the misfortune. LeBlanc is off angle from the rest of the squad, so she's not taking the misfortune ult to the face. The Zonias should make a difference here, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough of a difference. No, it does!
That was perfect timing there. The ultimate for the misfortune didn't charge up until the rest of Norris's team went down, guaranteeing that every single unit was converging on the same location, keeping the targeting and the spread of that ultimate hitting every last one of them. But TheGOD has unfortunately taken an 8th place in the meantime.
And that, again, I think that's very much off of the game plan the rest of me were trying to put together here. Now they've got Norris on a single HP. Just one bad round means that a 1st and 2nd is required for rest of me to start the reverse sweep. The windows of opportunity are closing on the team. France are closing in on a potential 4-0 sweep of the finals.
Now Pasdebol against Vomandeth, a France versus France matchup. Neither of them in too much danger. Pasdebol at 19 HP. If he goes out, it would be a useful buffer, but it looks like that misfortune going to stall plenty of time for him. Will take down Vomandeth's laser core board.
The Sacred Norris is still alive at the bottom with TheGOD just above. Pasdebol drop is now on 12. The rest of the lobby has really dipped down in HPs considerably. We've got a 3rd place player on just 24 HP right now. We're heading to an extremely volatile late game.
Look, if Sacred Norris makes it like 1 or 2 more rounds, he's probably saved the tournament for his team. He has turned this game around from a disastrous start and now has won 2 rounds in a row. If he can keep this up even 1 more round, the chances are rest of EMEA can make their way into round number 5.
I mean, the ideal is that Sacred Norris goes out here in 5th and kind of resets the bottom 4 in terms of its influence on the points overall. But you're right. Right now, TheGOD is on a win streak. N9 is just below. So top 2 isn't completely out of the question for the rest of EMEA, but it's the riskiest possible path a team can tread to try and get such an important game win.
Now the matchup pool for Texida includes the highest HP is Voltariux, so this could be a saving round. No, he actually just runs into Voltariux. This is awful. The sure shot board coming out from the other side, and 2 players at risk of elimination. Sacred Norris will get that ultimate onto the Warwick in the left side, and just needs one more ultimate to wipe the entire team, it looks like. There goes one frontliner, Laser Core Urgot, the only one left, but Misfortune hasn't even been dropped into the Zonias. There it goes. Norris survives one more round. Volta into the backline with the LeBlanc. Texida in trouble. One more ultimate will do it. Texida's down. Rest of EMEA are still in this thing.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Vermindeth, Pasdebol, both on around the same HP, around 1 life left. The tide has just turned, Iberia, and rest of EMEA fans can start to hope again.
Texida, with taking that 7th, is making that top of the board for N9 and Digaspardo looking so much more convincing. And Norris's board itself is looking convincing, has the Janna, has those 2 strong AP carries, the CC, the quick draw. This board has shaped up. And against Digaspardo, though, this is dangerous.
This is a pretty decent setup here, because this is not one of those hyper-mobile boards that negates a lot of power of the Misfortune by dancing around. You can see, clumped up, and I suspect that was very deliberate there from Digaspardo to make sure that matchup went the way of Sacred Norris, because we could be seeing another France elimination this round.
Yeah, we can see Voltariux on pretty high HP against Vomandeth, who is not. Vomandeth will not take the loss. Down to 0 HP, but down to 6. One more would do it. Voltariux finds the LeBlanc 3. This comp fully online for the French player.
Gosh, that is terrifying. Volta, I mean, straying away from his beloved mascots, revealing a dark underbelly to his strategy. I think this is going to be the comp that's going to define the rest of this lobby, because just no backline is safe for any amount of time. We're going to need to see some pretty creative positioning for backline, back to front comps to stand any kind of chance.
Well, once again, as we've seen before, this is great for Sacred Norris. Previously, bottom of the table, really struggling. Now, 5 win streak, yes, low on gold, but he's got a Zonias on his carry. If there's anyone who can deal with this LeBlanc board, it's him, which is great for the rest of EMEA because they have the most health in the lobby as a team.
It's so close, though. A final on items coming in.
Oof.
Twisted Fate getting the upgrade as well. Vomandeth, I mean, these boards are so ridiculous. We're getting a 2-star Mordekaiser frontlining here for Vomandeth. He may be on a loss streak right now, but this could be the end of it in this round.
He has the option to not put down that rocket-propelled fist as well. We can see on the left side will be Sacred Norris's fight for his life. On the right, Vomandeth with that Mordekaiser carry doing so much damage. One more ultimate will do it. The Warwick's still alive, shredding through that front line. Meanwhile, on the other side, this Misfortune into the Zonias. Misses, goes wide. Sacred Norris is down, but so is Vomandeth.
And Vomandeth finishes ahead, which means WrestleMania have lost this bottom 4, but not as badly as they could have, which means we're still up in the air a little bit about how the end of this game needs to go. Right now, though, we're split 2 apiece.
Digaspardo and N9 both hitting really important 2-stars for their composition, so it looks like both of them will be in that top 3 position unless Pasdebol turns out a miracle in this round.
And the board is pretty scary. We've got the Misfortune, the Star Gauntlet emblem, built for a long-term strategy. Both of the players at level 9 with very similar looking boards up against each other. The one Misfortune immediately ults into the other, but the middle of the board is where it's most important, and it withers under the hail of fire. Padebol's Misfortune survives the hurricane, but the reverse shot almost gets it down to the wire.
One more auto. No, she goes wide. Off to the side. Misfortune, please. He's
one more time. Pasdebol is gone. Volta, the only surviving French player in the top 3 now.
But he is on this massive win streak. If he takes first, I don't know how this will shake out, but odds are that's going to be the tiebreak win. So both N9 and DigiSparta have to do everything they can to stop him. The problem is Volta doesn't have to roll for anything. 3-star Sona, 3-star LeBlanc, 2-star on all of his frontline, except for the 3-star Shen. There's nothing left for him other than maybe a 2-star Fiddlesticks.
Right now, ROEMEA stand on the edge of the precipice. If Volta gets top 1, the SuperBrawl is done and France will claim the crown. 2 members of the ROEMEA against 1 from France, but this board is obscenely strong.
A huge ultimate from the Misfortune going into the middle of the pack will be enough to clear out most of it. But meanwhile, Misfortune needs one more ultimate, finds it but doesn't find the victory. DigiSparta taking a loss, but not the end of the game as N9 fighting for his life in his fight.
Oh my gosh. So N9 stays alive, but I just do not know how you deal with Volta's board. We've got some good defense itemization coming in here.
N9 is on all but 1 off from Viego 3.
Oh my god, I didn't realize.
With 6 gold left before this round ends, he has 3 rolls to hit Viego 3 and save his game.
I don't think there's any other way you can possibly take the win. And we can see from Volta's side of things, he's so confident in the DPS that his comp hooks out. He doesn't need to put LeBlanc into the backline. He doesn't need to risk her because she's so titanic that she will just blow up everybody anyway. As the 3-star Viego is here, the money is out, you gotta sell, you gotta do it. Will it make the difference for ROEMEA? This will be a hell of a way to get the win.
N9 now with this advantage runs into DigiSparta. If he takes too strong of a win, that is rest of EMEA in a 1 versus 1. Looking into the backline, DigiSparta going to be relying on the Misfortune and Kaisa combo as usual, but that Viego just popping off in the front, ult after ult after ult after ult. It is not enough to keep him on the board though. N9 will take the loss in 3rd place, and it's down to DigiSparta to try and win it for rest of EMEA.
I mean, what a heart stop of a round. What a difference that could have made, maybe in a different world. But we do get to see, against both of the Romanian opponents, the Viego 3, built for tankiness and not for damage, was not enough of a stopgap. For Pada, we've got the last few units coming. We have got an Urgot 2 on the bench, which will get flung in eventually by the Syndra. And I have to wonder, maybe we might see Pada selling off some of this bench to get better Syndra tosses.
It's so hard though, because then you sacrifice the AP from empowered reserves. This is the last fight for him. The Zonias, the positioning, the Star Guardian, it all comes down to this. Rest of EMEA's last hope rests on the shoulders of DigiSparta.
DigiSparta has been the strongest performing player, but this just seems completely impossible to deal with. There's Misfortune ults raining you through, but the Fiddlesticks providing a little bit of extra time. The single target of the Kaiser searching through the heap of field, gets onto LeBlanc, almost tears through, but no, the Misfortune ults wrong direction. Volta takes the hit. It's no longer impossible.
And next round is going to be stage 7. That means the only thing they need is a victory in order to win the round. 1 round remains between France and rest of EMEA's hope in the rest of the SuperBrawl.
I love the positioning for DigiSparta in the last round, and the throwback to when we were seeing LeBlanc absolutely everywhere. This clumped formation in the 2nd row. I mean, not as necessary now that the targeting has been changed to the closest unit, but it still meant that the damage dealers stayed alive so long into the round to eventually apply that damage onto the only target that really matters, that LeBlanc.
It's been working out so well for him. He's been sitting in this positioning for several rounds now, and there's just no way for Volta to dig through it. But Volta on 78 gold has the option to go for level 9 at this point. As DigiSparta trading out bench units to try and get a better advantage. He's looking at maybe 2 Fiddle 2s, maybe 2 Urgot 2s at this point. This is a hell of a bench to be throwing in as Volta goes for level 9, finds those legendaries to try and throw in.
I don't think he's going to find anything too major. Looking for, there we go, a 2-star ASOL. That will make a difference. One last item coming in. We've got Garen on the front line, moving the Syndra to the back as well. It looks like, as you said, the bench remains fully intact. The AP will be maximized, but the quality of these throws minimized. Keep your eye on the LeBlanc again.
LeBlanc and completely safe in this backline. Misfortune gets her first ultimate off. The Syndra in the backline safe as well. LeBlanc gets taken down. Voltariux will fall, and rest of EMEA's chances will live.
The reverse sweep dream is alive, Nigeria. It's happening. I cannot believe it. That ball was the definition of unbeatable, but somehow DigiSparta found a way.
I cannot believe it. I am tearing up. What a fight. Volta did his best to win that board, but DigiSparta adaptation after adaptation, roll after roll, completely optimizing that bench, optimizing the positioning. The Syndra completely safe in that back corner behind the Misfortune, who not only would put out the DPS, but with her Zhonya's would tank to give the Syndra more time to throw in more units to keep DigiSparta alive. Just brilliant positioning, brilliant strategy, and a brilliant shining hope for rest of EMEA.
And even if this wasn't the game that kept rest of EMEA in the tournament, what they have done in the finals is to show the gods can bleed. I mean, you go back to France's dominance in the TFT field before, they were the unbeatable region. To even get that first game victory in, no matter what happens from this point forwards, rest of EMEA managed to claw tooth and nail back across the line. And now we just get to see if we do get to go all the way to a 7-game series.
Their first step, but a hell of a step it is. We have the reverse sweep on the table, but first we're going to head to a break and an interview with Brozilla, and then we see how strong rest of EMEA really is.
Hello, my name is Brozilla. I'm from Hungary and I'm the Hungarian representative of TFT. I manage tournaments, I manage the community of the Hungarian TFT. That's really a good example how these tournaments are important, because the player who qualified to SuperBrawl, called Bit, is actually a really old player. I mean, he plays since set 1, but nobody in the Hungarian community knew him. So they were like, you know, he plays since set 1, I manage like tournaments since set 2. Like every set, a bunch of tournaments, and never ever heard about him. And in set 8, he pops off. Everybody's like, no, that's nobody knows him. Like come on, bro. Like, who is him? And he basically just like an underdog, games in the scene, dominates, and qualifies for the SuperBrawl. He put his time in it, and he got his reward for it. So I'm really proud of him. Of course, I want to shout out my community. They were super helpful this year's TRC. We managed to have a really great time, many fun games. And I also want to shout out Riot Games for these opportunities, because these tournaments are basically life-changing for people. So thank you so much for that. And I also want to shout out, after almost 10 sets, please, Riot Games, we need the spectator mode. We can organize much more events with that spectator mode. Please let it happen for at least set 10. Thank you.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone everything goes on. You were staring at the window.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. My name is Mix. I'm here with our two biggest brained analysts. We have Wida and Impatches Panda, and what a game this was. We were all kind of on the edge of our seats waiting if France was going to do a 4-0 or if rest of EMEA was able to claw this one back, and indeed they did. That was a lot of words. That I am so impressed with them. Honestly, I thought they did fantastic throughout this game. Like everything that they did finally coming into place, all on the back of maybe not hero augments as first augment, but Wida, you said there was another big kind of turning point that especially helped the board from Diga Sparta to win this one.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the French team are kind of like Dice of Sonia's, right? Because like that Sonia's Paradox that came from the from that artifact selection of one of the PvE rounds towards the back end of the game really helped set the tone for how this late game ended up panning out. Because up until that point, yeah, Diga Sparta's board was pretty strong, but that extra additional power and securing that massive MF burst just really gave him so much extra value and just helped to secure a victory.
Talking about Volta as well, player that came in second, I think really great use of Hacker throughout the entire game. LeBlanc, not the hottest 3-cost reroll right now compared to Kai'Sa, for example, after the nerfs to Hacker, but still definitely playable if you hit it early. And that was the case. You hit it early, perfect items. We even saw him when playing against his teammates, throwing LeBlanc right into a Morgana and Garen combo. So LeBlanc would be stuck for a long time on this Garen and not killing off too many units. I think it was Voman that's board, allowing Belva to clean up and having these perfect losses and perfect wins in the case of Volta by only 1 unit. So really, really good game plan from Volta the entire game. And then at the end of the game, instead of throwing the LeBlanc into the Hacker spot, you throw in the Shen, and that causes the MF to throw her ult into a more of a horizontal and not hitting LeBlanc. So just overall, really good use of Hacker throughout the entire game, both to help his teammates and to try and contest his opponents.
Yeah, I personally was a little bit astonished, Panda, about the Viego 3 from N9 not really doing what we expected
has not been a unit
it to.
for a while, Makes, at least not in the carry potential we saw back in the day with the Renegade comp. Now in more of a support role, and a big part of I think this 3-cost not doing too much is you had to sell a unit at the end to have enough gold to buy it, and it wasn't fully itemized. And overall, like the Nico that we saw in game 2, just doesn't do enough, it seems like, as a 3-star to really swing the tide of these fights.
Yeah, and unfortunately it was more of a Viegon for N9, this one at least, but there was more in this lobby. We did see Sacred Norse on the back of 1 HP claw out one more round after the other. It was so exciting just to follow that alone. Every time that Misfortune was able to get one more ace execution off, it felt like I could breathe again. Unfortunately, with that run making it to 6th place, did kind of push TheGOD over to get there. So really not doing all that much for the rest of EMEA, but it was in the end worth for them to get that win.
Yeah, and I think that worth here is the correct word to use, because in a ladder game or in an individual tournament game here, you go through all that effort only to save like 10 LP, right? But here you save yourself, your tournament lives, and it really does pan out greatly.
Big difference now coming into this game 4 was the fact that there was no 2-cost hero augment. Is it possible that France is just too good when it comes to playing around these 2-cost hero augments? We saw how open they are to playing things like the Camille augments even, and it seems like they have just a very wide fan of comps they're comfortable on. Maybe if we see more flex games coming up, like we saw here with gold into 4-5, might be a chance for us to be made to continue winning games and maybe, just maybe, get the reverse sweep online.
Notably, this round was won on the back of a tiebreaker, which is as following that the winner of the lobby will get that match point if they're tied in 18 points. So really, it was the closest that a lobby could be, the closest a win could ever be. The rest of EMEA still needs to shake, because if France is able to win one more game, it will end the tournament. They are still looking to put the tap on everything and just go out, have their 4-0, and rest of EMEA are trying to get their reverse sweep. It is all pretty intense. We're going to be right back. Just going to go into a short break, and we'll get to you with game number 5.
Selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun. Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember.
And we're back here from the in-game casters. We switched things up just a little bit to bring you the extreme hype. We're going back to a TriCast. My name is Makes Still, and this is Counterfeit and Impetuous Panda to my side, ready to bring the hype. Now, Peter, you did have a short break to kind of think about what we were saying on the analyst desk. Do you still believe in the dream that is rest of EMEA?
So I think this last game really illustrated what kind of situation we're in here. France are on paper the vastly better team. If ROEMEA are going to get any more wins, it's going to be dirty. It's going to be that last period's game. It's not going to be clean play. France, they can win a game and look good doing it. ROEMEA, they will make mistakes. They'll trip over themselves. They'll blow up their own allies getting there. But if they do, it will be glorious.
A nice balance, Carousel, to start things off. Not too heavy on the tiers, the raws that might lean players into the direction of something like a Kaiser, just those AP boards overall. But I think we all agree the biggest thing that we have to watch out for this game is that 2-1 augment. Is it going to be a hero augment once again? Can it be a 1-cost maybe hero augment? We haven't seen any of that today, and that also opens up a ton of new comps that we haven't seen too much of.
No, I will not let you get away with this, Panda. You've cursed 4 teams this entire tournament. You're not going to curse my hero augments. I'm not letting this one slide. However, Team Rest of EMEA are continuing to play the same little legends, which if it wasn't the hero augments that didn't come in at the first one, it probably was the protector that did protect them from the clean swipe that France was trying to execute here.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. That was the synergy that pushed them over the edge. I hope, again, we can negotiate with Mortdog live on stream to move our hero augments right to the end of the game where they deserve to be most and keep things from getting too spicy too quickly.
All right, I'll keep things balanced. We'll get a 3-cost hero augment instead of 2-1. Is that better?
I don't mind that. I'm happy to have that.
We haven't seen Nar reroll at all.
Okay.
That's a comp that I love and have not seen today at all. Maybe a +1 guide to team for some of the players here would open up that to be a more viable strategy with that Chinese variant being so strong now as well with the Sona and the Morgana.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so good. It's actually funny. I was watching Mecha Cup yesterday night and somebody in chat, I don't know who they were, was like, okay, hold on.
We didn't account for this.
This is something I'm ready for. Prismatic starting here, game number 5. We're taking up the Earth's grab back for N9, but with prismatics all across the board, that just opens up to many options.
So unfortunate, N9 was looking for that bow to be able to have that 4 duelist start picking up the Earth, but doesn't actually get it. Had so many different components alongside the spatula, but does not have that bow just yet.
So we know that we've got ourselves a few different emblems in play already. Texita taking the golden ticket, which we know is a massively impactful augment and even has a start towards one of our extremely rare boards, the Lulu Pantheon Hearts come.
All right, here are all of the augments that were picked up. We do see Sure Shot and Lasers being attractive here for Sacred North and Bomenda. And we do have the Radiance on the side of Pasdebol, which I just want to check in, find out what exactly did he pick up. Of course, for Giga Sparta, also going to be a big talking point. That March of Progress can pressure the entire lobby into tempo.
We saw Volta. Lucky Gloves, Peter, has already the 2 Thieves Gloves slammed. Gonna be probably trying to get as many gloves as possible in the carousels. I think, Peter, we talked about this in day 1, the kind of the idea of posturing for your teammates in the carousels, trying to pretend you're going for an item and then actually not getting it and letting your teammate, if they have less priority in the pick order, get it instead. Could be the French players trying to make it so that Volta gets as many gloves as possible.
Oh no, I mean, that's going to be hugely impactful to make sure they get the maximum value. I just want to touch back on the Giga Sparta, though, their level up choice there first. Giga Sparta currently 4th overall in terms of points earned for the team. And bearing in mind that France have won 3 more games than the ROEMEA team have managed, Giga Sparta, I think, getting the very high top end in this game is a recipe for success.
Yeah, hopefully that will be it. Of course, with that prismatic right from the get-go, that does mean that some boards are just naturally going to be so much stronger. I'm looking at the Laser Corp crown that was picked up because that usually allows a very early spike on a player. So we'll see if that is going to help the team or impact them negatively as we are moving across these first couple of rounds. Keep in mind, we are in 2-3, but soon enough, those HP totals will fall.
And Laser, of course, +1 being kind of a fast 8, fast 9 comp in theory, trying to get to that Mordekaiser 2 as the win condition to win out. We haven't seen really this same game plan today because of the 2 cost hero augments throughout most of those early, the first 3 games we saw in this final best of 7. So hopefully it'll be a new comp we can see shine, and maybe again, if you reach that Mordekaiser 2, you play in some AP items on him as well. He can definitely carry you into a first place.
I mean, speaking of first place worthy compositions, the gods somehow managed to get 2 Star Guardian emblems from the Prismatic Toma traits. We normally kind of accept for the Prismatic, one of them will be good, one of them will be kind of average. This is such a high roll for the god to potentially take over this game in a different way.
Oh my goodness gracious, not 1 but 2 Star Guardian emblems. That definitely is going to matter. But let's see if Volta gets another crit glove here from this carousel. Texida is looking like he wants to help. He is going to help avoid that Sacred North takes it, but Texida can't ship it over. This is not double up, so Volta will not get any of the crit gloves.
And we saw there exactly what I was talking about. Giga Sparta hovering next to the Kaisa because it's the Kaisa with a rod and a bow. Almost a perfect setup for the stage 2 for whoever's trying to go into that Star Guardian line. He was trying to hover it and posture against it until Pasdebol came, attempted to take it, and then had to take it in the end. So very interesting, I think, little mini game in these carousels in this 4v4 format.
Again, we are expecting France to be the most coordinated team when it comes to that respect, just because they've got their internal synergy. I mean, even if they haven't necessarily been playing as a 4v4 team that long, they definitely know each other extremely well, and their communication is going to be top-notch.
All right, looking at the 100 HP players here, we do have Voltariux and TheGOD both on 100 HP. We know that TheGOD is on the Star Guardians, but Volta has 2 of the Lucky Gloves, and maybe we should just explain how the Lucky Gloves work again for players who are not as familiar with them, Panda.
Well, the game will try its best with its big brain AI to give the units the best item they can get in this round. It doesn't always seem to make a lot of sense in some cases in the late game. It's not always 100%, but overall it does work out quite well. Ideally, there's no limit in terms of how many Thieves Gloves get this benefit. It's not just the one that's given by the augment itself. So if you're able to accrue, 3 or 4 Thieves Gloves, it's essentially like having 12 full items on many different of your carries or tanks. So it's actually very, very effective and can work really well if we get a silver augment at 3-2 with Band of Thieves, for example. It's also just a really great synergy between augments.
Yeah, and it's surprising given the amount of immediate power it gave to Volta that the god was the one who was able to keep hold of that win streak for the rest of a ROEMEA squad and keep the money flowing in. The board, of course, again, with a double Star Guardian emblem, a start that just really shouldn't be possible. Now up against Pasdebol, current frontrunner for the French team.
Wait, this is 8 Wukongs? Star Guardian Wukong 3? Is this the new meta?
I mean, it is a one cost, so he's not really losing anything by making these, but I would say he wants his econ and stat and he sells them off while doing so. It was just maybe I hit it early on and I can like carry it around, but Monkey will go. I mean, there's still 2 on play, but it will go. I'm confident.
I thought you were trying to go for a monkey see, monkey do phrase there, Megs. I'm like, no, please don't go down that road.
Maybe if he keeps them.
It's how the French team are referring to each other, so I guess it certainly fits in. But as we take a look at the econ across the board, we can see our players here in now Game 5 with ROEMEA having broken France's win streak, are spending a lot of money to make sure they keep things flowing.
Hi, so from the orb. Always welcome.
Yeah, Pasdebol and Giga Sparta, both on pretty little money. Volta also only on 20. At the bottom of the table, we're looking at Bomendith and Texida and N9, all around that 50 mark. Bomendith actually having accrued 62 gold and 3-1. That's a lot.
It is a lot, and for other players, I think they're going to need to bear in mind that much money means that the late game is going to get that much scarier. I don't believe we've seen anybody so far, I'm pleased to correct me if I'm wrong on this, running the underground for that kind of method of getting into the power later on. For Texita, though, right here, we're seeing a comp which, of course, will bring a wry smile to your face, David. The ever-successful Draven Supers composition seems to be coming together.
I respect it, Texita, a bit of a rebel. Hearing me say that Draven should not be played today, and he's like, you know what, Panda? I think you're wrong. I'm going to go right into this Draven, at least for now, and we'll see what he can do with it. Unfortunately, going to be a loss. 3-loss streak now coming into this stage 3. We'll see how he ends up coming into Wolves and how much health he has to actually hit the Draven 3 if that is the route he wants to go down with Golden Ticket.
I absolutely hope that that's not what he wants to go down. I'd be very worried for Texida if that is it, but we are getting our augments, and it is going to be 3-3-4 coming around. Panda, you wanted it, you're getting it.
Extinction event, so nice, but you're going into duelist already for Volta, so it looks like he's going to be looking for maybe something like a spread shot, one of the stronger duelist augments in general. Usually play with Anima Squad, but can of course be played with duelist. Instead goes for the TF augment.
All right, so we're going to be anteing up, so the extra injection of cash in. We've also got a chance for the God to bring out the Body Mercenary, which of course is a fantastic piece of the puzzle to keep this win streak going.
This spot is so good. I want to say it's illegal. It's so good. He has 2 Star Guardian emblems. He has the Bunny Mercenary. He finds a misfortune in this shop and the Rel too. The God, the fact that he's not grinning from ear to ear right now seems strange to me.
You know, in some games you can kind of activate the God mode. I think that's what we're seeing here, his name finally coming into fruition. I don't think he'll be losing any rounds in this stage 3, and we all know what happens when a player is able to get that 10 win streak going into Wolves. He has such a massive lead in terms of gold and econ that this should, in my opinion, be an 8-star Guardian Exodia game where the God, I think, has a very high chance of winning.
I mean, this has just been a ridiculous start. But I mean, you know, in terms of the series overall, the idea that the ROEMEA could even come back and reverse sweep the series is a pretty out there concept to begin with. So why not pair it with out there play?
I absolutely agree. Also, I'm really happy that out of all the players that we have, it's TheGOD, nonetheless, who is in this position. Sorry, I have have to say it like that. It's just
I've noticed, mate. Since yesterday, every single time, your voice drops like 2 octaves. I'm like, is this some kind of ritual? She's doing some black magic behind the scenes to make this a closer series? I'm not sure what's going on.
I mean, it's working.
Yeah,
Better than my caster blessings, that's for sure.
I mean, your caster blessings are curses in disguise, if that could even be said about them. But N9 starting to be in a little bit of a precarious spot here. 55 HP in 3-3 is not necessarily where you want to be at.
Yeah, so much of the comp's power is coming from the Star Guardian Misfortune. You noted there's another one which are already on the bench, but it may be a little while till that Misfortune gets up to the 2-star version. And until that happens, it's still a little precarious, even if the God has been doing fantastically up until this point.
What I'm going to mention as that hero augment pickup for N9 is the Armadillo. So looking at the Rammus carry augment as going to be the option for his tank for his frontline for this game. I think usually in the meta right now, Garen is seen as kind of this best tank if you have enough gold and you have the possibility to go for it with the mecha frontline, then Aatrox, and then maybe Rammus compared to set 8 has fallen, into much less of a priority for most players, but that also means that it's maybe a lot easier to 3-star, making it even stronger as a tank. So we'll see what N9 is able to do with this Rammus plus Duelist combination.
Yeah, we are seeing all of the augments that were picked on the right side, notably the Bunny Mercenary we already talked about, the Style and Flare on the side of Sacred Norris, hinting to an Infinity board or Samira mech board, and Texida actually on the Grandmaster's training, picking up that Jax augment. That's a little bit interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some mech coming through. That's where you're most commonly going to see it coming in because it activates when the Jax dies, and he'll do that immediately in the mech board. But I want as well to point out from Diggerspada, who was a player we had some very high hopes for as the current top scoring player of WrestleMania, picking up Easy being green. So we know exactly what route he's planning on going long term as well.
And N9 in a tough position. I mean, playing Duelist, a comp that usually means you're playing for very high tempo, you're playing to win streak or at least stay very healthy throughout stages 2 and 3, to then possibly bleed out in stage 4, especially when picking a Duelist related augment for that +1 to get the 6 Duelist quicker. And none of that is going to plan. N9 is currently sitting at 40 HP, 8th in the standing. So going to be very hard for him to actually come back into this game.
Yeah, you're saying it. We'll see if that is what is going to happen. We're on board with Texida, and to our eternal happiness, Panda, it is going to be a Draven. For now, he's looking for more. We can see his board. That's why he's on the Jax. That's what he's doing. It's not a Jax carry. Honestly, I would prefer a Jax carry over this, but Texida doesn't care. He's here for the long run to make that Draven go.
Yeah, I mean, we're not in a League of Draven situation where Draven getting kills is absolutely crucial. But with the current board setup we've got going on for Texida, the times we've seen the Draven be successful is when we've got 5 mecha online. And that's, we've got to hit the 3-star Draven first, then we've got to claw up levels, and also find all the mechs to really realize the full power of this composition.
We're talking about the comp. Obviously, I've thrown some slander its way, looking at how Draven's performing overall after the nerfs to Hacker. After that first patch, he was kind of dominant at the start of 8.5. But the biggest thing to look at is the fact that this comp, because it is a B-tier comp, you have to hit it on tempo. You have to stay ahead of the rest of the lobby if you want to find success with it. So it all comes down to this roll down now. We have 5 copies total of Draven. You have 65 gold to work with. Can you find the Draven 3-star before losing most or all of this gold?
Yeah, he is rolling. He's looking for it. 3 more to go on the sides of the Draven, trying to upgrade everything else. 2 more, Peter. Can he find them?
We can't underestimate the power of the golden ticket. The amount of rerolls he's going to get here, it's just completely, indescribable. There's the 3-star, and with still a good amount of money left in the bank as well.
Yeah, we will see that Draven 3 now come into play. He's up against TheGOD. TheGOD has 100 HP. Ooh. Can that Draven change this trajectory? The Misfortunal comes in crashing, taking down nearly the entire enemy team. But that Draven is still alive, and he has massive amounts of HP. It's all about the Kaisa, and she only has a static stick. I think this one might be the end of the win streak for TheGOD. Maybe.
Such a close one. I take it back, Draven. You are the best. I'll stroke your ego, which I know Draven likes a lot as the narcissist he is, but great win here for Texida.
And this is an amazing drop in for the 3rd augment as well. We're talking about the Draven composition needs to hit full power of 5 mecha. It's just arrived in stage 4. This is going to change everything.
Absolutely. We are looking at the Samira Garen board over here. Sure Shot emblem slammed onto the Belveth, but all across the board, I'm kind of missing upgrades. Not much gold to roll with. Sacred North is on 7 gold. Does find another Samira, does sell off the Belveth to pick that one up, but really is quite far from getting that on board.
Once he is able to hit everything, once he especially goes 8 and fit in more of these, high cost 4 and 5 costs, then he will be strong. But as you're saying, Mike, just too little HP on most of these carries. If there's any kind of backline damage on the Samira, anything that might go her way at the very beginning, she might just die before she can actually pop off and get those executes online.
The comp's really reliant on this Garen taking pretty much all of the aggro and staying alive, but he is doing a pretty good job, and that will be enough to get Norris across the line. Of course, putting together a tiny win streak right now is very important for Norris, because with no money in the bank, that's where the gold is coming from for the time being.
Chad is having fun with me because I mispronounced Schiff, okay? It was hard for my tongue. But we are finding the Samira 2 over here for Sacred Norris. He doesn't really have the goal to pick it up, but he will be able to do that in the long run. N9 on 27 HP. He's free falling in this lobby. I'm very worried for his position. We've been saying he's not in a great spot. He's not in a great spot. He isn't in a great spot. But what does he need to do? How can he turn it around? 2 gold, very far away from that Rammus 3 that we were kind of talking about. Maybe he was looking for maximum level threats here, but didn't come up for him.
Yeah, I mean, I like what we've got going on the board mostly. As you say, we don't have that extra HP pool we have otherwise, but the Belveth is incredibly strong. You can see she dances right the way through there, has the Hextech Gunblade to keep her alive. Not the Bloodthirster, which would be ideal for a bit more defensive power, but it's good enough to keep N9 alive. How long this will last remains to be seen.
Clutch win there, and also almost a perfect win as well when you're facing your teammates. You want to be winning by ideally just 1 unit so they take as little damage as possible, especially the case of N9 and DigaSparta, both at the bottom of the standings, 8th and 7th, and we both, or all 3 of us rather, know what happens when 2 players on the same team go 7th and 8th. It puts so much pressure on the remaining 2, forces them to go 1st and 2nd, and allows the French team to try and, insta target the weakest of those 2 players and win the game in that way.
Yeah, it absolutely does. We are going to get some upgrades here from the carousel. Let's see who we're hopping on board with. We're on board with Volta. Volta has picked up the gear shift on the Twisted Fate, is on a little bit of an Oxforce, a Spellslinger angle, and already has some duelists on board, but 3 Thieves' Gloves for him now.
Oh boy, yes, there's a lot of optimized items coming through. I suppose the only real disadvantage is you are limiting yourself to 2 items per carry. But when you've got a lot of potential carries with the duelist in play, that's an enormous amount of DPS. With Volta currently on a loss streak, I think it'll be okay with just having for the most part just the 1 stars. I think when you've got boards like this Draven in play, you need a really good board to even stand a chance.
And this backline, all lined up in the way they were, seem to be in big trouble. One last cast from the Draven, the Whirling Death will come out, does kill the TF in the end. Curious to see how many Thieves' Gloves Volta can end up on. I think I have not seen more than like 3 or 4 with Lucky Gloves. Maybe there's a chance for just a crazy game with 5 TGs on his board.
Why is DigaSparta down here? What's going on? He was in a great position in the mid game, and suddenly he's down here. 18 HP, 7 losses in the tank. He does have Easy being green. He does have the Nico too. He has a big front line with that phony front line on top of everything. Of course, like a Fiora too, maybe some tank items. But why are we 7 losses down?
It's really, really rough. I think we are seeing more players going to the Oxforce and the Spellslingers. It's been a very reliable composition, but much like the Camille and the LeBlanc before it, this hacker unit for this game, which will, of course, again, be the Draven, is completely changing up the way it's playing. And I wonder if DigaSparta is actually adjusted well enough to this new environment to take account of the backline just being as good as dead anytime the Draven comes a calling.
The only silver lining here is that it is a very small loss due to the way the Draven board usually works. It's Draven ending up in a 1v9, maybe so you only take, minimal damage per loss, but it is still a loss, and it is still DigaSparta, Portuguese player, now down to 10 HP. Gonna have to hope for 1 more sword to get a second Shojin online with Easy being green to get some more value from the augment, but overall needs to find more upgrades to TF and to Fiora as well to get some more survivability, some more frontline.
Yeah, the TF does have to be one of the bigger points here. Would like that Shojin slammed on it just to profit off of the augment. But looking at the overall lobby, I think it's TheGOD who's also pressuring his teammates down there due to the fact that he's just been streaking and winning for what feels like forever, right? He is also putting the entire lobby into a tempo pressure hold, and the people who are losing out on that are N9 and DigaSparta right now.
No, I think that's a really good pickup, mates, because this has been a problem for WrestleMania generally as a team, is keeping their players out of the bottom two. And what the God is doing right now definitely doesn't help that situation when there's less HP. And you've got players who you would ideally be leaning on to win the lobby, like Digger Sparta, potentially going out in 8th.
No rolls here from Giga Sparta, no Shojin, no Shiv either. Does finally slam a frontline item, but is it going to be enough with just a Hodge on this TF? We'll see now. Facing off against an incredibly stacked Asol, the Radiant JG has the Archangels, has the Shojin, and this Garen looks to be a little bit too tanky for the Spellslingers to take down in time. Belveth onto TF. Giga Sparta at 10 HP. I think that might be it for the Portuguese player. Taken down in 8th, and N9, 4 HP in 7th.
He was holding all that gold, trying to go to level 8, I think. It's just, it always bugs me when that happens.
I mean, I think sometimes you just have to play with the hope that somehow you get the win and that you can play a longer game. But you're right, it always feels awful to end out, dying with gold in your pocket. And for N9, well, at least we don't have the same problem for them because they don't have any money. They do have a lost streak, of course, but they can't take any further advantage of because they've got no HP. Up against the Sure Shot board, this Belveth has to do a lot of work.
Yeah, she absolutely does. Let's see how it goes. Urgot's Undertow does come in. Belveth dodges it. Challenger AI at this board going through, but she's still stuck onto the Garen. Will get annoyed by that Fiddlesticks and taken down eventually. N9 will also fall here. The situation is getting from bad to worse for rest of EMEA.
I really am trying to believe that the whole caster curse thing is very much real. I mentioned the unfortunate possibility of rest of EMEA going 7th and 8th in this game. It has occurred, and that means that now all of the pressure is on the God, is on Sacred Norris to try and get that 1 and 2, because that is the only way the rest of EMEA is able to stay alive, not just in this game, but in this tournament, equaling, or not equaling, but trying to get closer to that 3-game win that France has already with the second of their own.
The God just hit Kaisa 3, though, so they are in a very good position to bring this one home.
The only problem is, just like before, it may not matter. We were talking about pressure being on players. For Sacred Norris to be in the position he's in right now, down in 5th place, to know that the entire game rests on his shoulders, and to be having his board exploded that way, the God could have 3-star everything. It just doesn't matter. If Norris goes out, WrestleMania cannot win.
Exactly right, Peter. We're running it back to what happened in Game 3. Same exact situation. Now, all French players are all going to be looking at Sacred Norris's board and saying, in what way can I make this guy have the worst time possible for the remainder of this game to try and make sure he can't make it to that 2nd place? The God no longer matters. It doesn't matter if the God wins. It does not matter. The only thing that matters is Sacred Norris not getting 2nd.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to look out for, but that also makes Sacred Norris a very easy target to the entire French team. We've seen this before. They're like hyenas. As soon as they see who they need to target, who they need to deny their hits, that's exactly what's happening. Every single game today, something like that was going on. They target exactly what the board needs. They buy it out of the shops, and they will hold it until Sacred Norris falls.
Well, quick correction, Mix. It's 3 hyenas and 1 boar, I think, is the hunting group we're seeing now for the French
team. For a second, I was like, are you going to exclude Tuxedo? And I was like, oh, okay, no.
Volta is at least, of this pack of scavengers. I would say it seems a little unfair to characterize the French team that way because they've been playing incredibly well. But you're right, their pack tactics have meant everything. Sacred Norris could fall here. This game could be over in this round.
It absolutely could, and it's looking like that will be the case. Sacred Norris hoping to turn this one around. Fiddlesticks will take it, but Volta still in the run here. 1 HP is on his card, and Sacred Norris is by far not safe just yet.
I want to kind of throw in the idea here that I think the God should kind of be, if he's got Norris in his pool, I think he should be more or less open 40 against him because the God can afford to take losses. Norris can't.
That's exactly right. We've seen kind of the team fire happening other times before. Some games you think, okay, I don't have it. I'm going to play the chances and maybe I don't face my teammate. But in this case, it is literally a do or die moment. The God is incredibly strong, has to weaken himself. Volta is facing Pasdebol. What we're seeing now on, well, those
3D.
same.
It'll fix itself in a second. Pasdebol is fighting Volta. Sacred is fighting
we go.
Texida. Two French players are looking to knock out somebody else, and it's looking like that might just be the case. The Fiddlesticks is still alive for Sacred Norris, but will be taken down by the ace execution. He is out, and with that, the French guillotine comes crashing down. They make their 4-1 and take the tournament.
Yeah, what a way to win a SuperBrawl. I mean, ROEMEA will still have that previous game, that glorious moment they can look back on for all the time. But the French team just absolutely relentless. I think, honestly, of all the teams, you know, they've managed to show the possibilities here in a 4v4 game mode. And because they've plumbed those depths, they found those strategies ahead of everybody else, they definitely deserve this win.
That being said, the game is not entirely over just yet. TheGOD is going to be fighting for that MVP spot on this day. 3 has been popping off in so many different games as well. It is going to be essentially a 3v1, though. We'll see how much of this board strength can actually translate to a win in this game, especially with players like Bowman trying to reach that laser core. Already has laser core 6, trying to reach the Mordekaiser too. We see it now, fully itemized. I was talking about at the very start of the game. This is a very, very strong comp with this Mordekaiser upgraded.
Just checking on some of the points accrued so far. So Pasdebol, Volmandeth, Volta, they've all gained the most points overall. We'll have 3 MVP prizes. Unfortunately, with Diggerspada, who would have otherwise been contesting them, having been flung down the table with an 8, doesn't seem like anybody from ROEMEA will be benefiting from those MVPs. Just a case of which one of these remaining players gets to take the top spot.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that. But of course, knowing our French team, they're just not going to surrender like that. They will fight it out for honor and bravery and grief each other wherever they can. That's what they've been saying for this entire tournament. They did not only come here to play against other teams, but also to settle the score amongst themselves.
Despite the Mordekaiser 2, a loss comes in for Volmandeth. Maybe the 6 brawler trying to slot out some of those weaker brawlers into higher cost, 5 costs coming into the level 9, coming into the late game. We saw the Leona earlier as well. And Leona 2 here as well for Texida. An option does go in and has Edge of Night and blue buff. So Leona can actually get a lot done on this board while Draven kills off units 1 by 1.
And we've got the Windy Janna as well to provide that little bit of extra damage for this Mech 5 Draven. If Texida can somehow manage to take the win here, what a way it would be to end the competition up against Volmandeth right now. Could be an elimination.
Yeah, it might just be. We'll see how this one plays out. Volmandeth looking very, very low on HP, but he will find a win. He will take down the Draven here in round 6-2. Top 4 players are still alive, fighting it out. TheGOD trying to at least restore the honor and take an honorary first place with him and the last game of the day. But will he be able to make that?
Oh boy.
5 Mecha Draven looking a bit too strong for some of these competitors. We'll see how they want to change around their board. Maybe just all trying to stay alive so they have the best chance of beating TheGOD. Still 50 HP though, Peter. A lot to work with. Can still lose 1 or 2 fights and still be in it for the win.
Yeah, I mean, picking up the 2-star Janna means just a little bit of further injection of AD into the Draven, who will generally survive a long way into the round up against Pasdebol in this round. As I believe Volmandeth will be facing off against TheGOD on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, as Meg said, a battle for the rest of ROEMEA's honor. To retire with at least a first place would mean so much for them.
And so close there. If the second cast from the mortar would have come in, that might have been the fight swung in favor of Volmandeth, but just barely killed off before the second ult comes through. Volmandeth down, Texida down, Pasdebol versus TheGOD to win this game 5.
You know, I think who's really, really angry about this right now? I think it's Volta. I think Volta would have wanted to beat Pasdebol in this last game here. It's probably not going his way, but Pasdebol will try and get there. We just see TheGOD reaching. Was that Nico 3? Did I see that right? No. There was a... It's
an Aurelian Soul 3 for Pasdebol, if that's what... That may have been what caught your eye there. I think it's already around the Soul 3, isn't it? Am I hallucinating?
There was a pop-up on the right side of the screen, but it might have been something else. We're getting confused here. Too many 3 stars today. No problem whatsoever. Both Pasdebol and TheGOD still have a few more losses in the tank.
All right, one more time around. This shouldn't be the killing blow for either side, but we do move into at least the endgame situation with a pretty good idea after this round who's going to take the lobby.
The MF cleaning up, doing so much with the Star Guardian emblem. The 8-star game we talked about early in the game has been reached. Is it enough to take on the Belveth? Just barely isn't, but should be enough for both the MF and Geista to clean up the Acel. Acel is all about his ability. The moment he starts auto-attacking, he's absolutely useless for a few seconds, and it was a case there at the end of the fight.
I mean, this is the thing is we've got such a strong Aurelian Soul here. Oh yeah, we've got the Radiant Jewels Gauntlet. Yeah, we've got the extra attack speed coming in to make sure that the casts are coming through as well. It feels like a board that should be tipping over the edge, but still the Star Guardian board is holding strong.
I mean, the God is on level 9, right? So he's one level above Pasdebol, just by default has one more unit in. That unit is probably the Syndra with the Shojin, grabs in that Urgot 2, grabs in that Fiddle 2. Actually, he put Urgot in himself, switched it with the Morgana, so that Undertow is going to come crashing down for sure, and it might just be enough to eliminate Pasdebol and take one last win for the rest of EMEA here. The Meteor Shower comes crashing down onto the backline, but it will not be enough. The Kaisa 3 will reign supreme, take out Pasdebol, and despite France winning the tournament, the God wins the very last game of the day.
And a rueful smile on the God's lips right there. ROEMEA retire with honor. They could honestly have been easily swept by how strong the French team were, but at least they've got that one game's victory to look back on. And honestly, for ROEMEA, making the finals of the SuperBrawl at all was massively far ahead of expectations.
For the God, I think it's the second time we see him with this very bittersweet smile, knowing he wins a game, but in the end, his team lost the actual game itself. So unfortunate for the God. I still think it was a great showing from France, especially that very good start. Winning 3 games in a row makes it, from a mental perspective, almost impossible for the opposing team to actually think they can commit the reverse sweep and come back into it.
Yeah, I think the hope was there, and sometimes that is all that you need. I believe we do have our MVP settled as well, but our analyst desk is going to tell us more about that as we go into a break and then hear from them.
France has claimed the SuperBrawl, but rest of EMEA has claimed my heart. After that game, Pasdebol taking a second place, but overall the region performed so incredibly well, taking that 4-1 victory. Hi, I'm Nigeria. I'm joined here by Wida. My throat is absolutely dead, as you may be able to hear, but I'm super excited to talk about that game, Wida.
Yeah, the two of us talking about a French win. What year is it? 2020, Matt? Right? Like it's back to the good old school days here. And also, I mean, just overall, just great performance. And I think we saw that the switch up in the game plans here from both teams now with a prismatic opener coming through for the first time today really showcase like how different the game can be, and then the massive lobby push as well in terms of the tempo when those 4-cost augments came through. The only player really picking up that 3-cost was TheGOD with the Grandmaster's training, and then N9 obviously not necessarily having success with that Armadillo.
Yeah, N9 had a really weird line this game, wasn't quite able to stabilize, was going for like a duelist thing in the early game, then swapped to threats, but it wasn't as good threats as Pasdebol. But the one player I really want to highlight here is TheGOD, who had that double Star Guardian opening. Not surprising that that did well, but piloted truly incredibly well from him from start to finish. So well-deserved victory, and I think the big thing I want to pull out of all of this weekend is for rest of EMEA. We had two Portuguese players, both of whom were incredible over the course of the weekend, especially today. TheGOD and Diga Sparta, claiming victory for the region in game number 4. Just absolutely incredible performances, and I can't wait to see more of them next season.
Yeah, it's a region, right, that we see come and go in terms of play. We've seen players like ROEMEA, Dario, etc., come out and have good performances in the GSCs. TheGOD has had a showcase that. Diga Sparta has also done fairly decently in GSCs in the past, right? So they must be really taking this momentum from this event and looking towards the next set, and then really figuring out how they can take their performances to the next level.
Yeah, and one of the players that we've been following for ages, as you alluded to earlier, is Pasdebol. World Championship representative for EMEA multiple times, and the only representative from this French team who's going to be there at the Rising Legends Finals. I think demonstrating through today's games, through the weekend's games, why he's gotten this far, why he has that honor, because just incredible play from him day in, day out.
Yeah, I think the wild thing about that also is the fact that Voltariux, I think this is the first time ever actually not making it to a regional finals, but at least gets to go out on a win here in Monsters Attack, despite having a circuit that's kind of been going up and down, had some ups and downs in the Hex League as well. So for him, I think being able to close out in strong fashion is going to be a nice thing for sure.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about that game because there were a couple other cute things to pull out. I think Easy being green, doing so poorly surprised me because Diga Sparta, after that last game, really just not able to hit what he was looking for. And we can see the history of today's games here. A really, really banger round 4, but France overall, just such consistent performers. Look at those point differentials. You can see that, rest of EMEA maybe not going to pull out the reverse sweep, but they put up a hell of a fight.
They did, right? And I think both at the top of the show, Max and I did call the 4-1 victory for the French team, right? And I think that was kind of what everyone was kind of expecting to a certain extent here. I think that the people that thought that rest of EMEA did have a chance, I think that they were right to a certain extent, but the French team, well, they didn't grief each other as hard today, and it kind of showed through that they wanted to play for the win.
And we're going to introduce the man who denied the rest of EMEA their chance, our French champion from the SuperBrawl, Pasdebol. How's it going, Pasdebol? After your MVP performance, after winning the entire tournament, how are you feeling?
Well, all good, of course. Always nice to win some tournaments, especially this kind of tournament in team is because, there is like an entire, several countries even behind us, so it's even better. Very satisfying, to be honest.
Yeah, I have one question. I have one question for you, Pasdebol, and you're allowed to brag a little bit. But are you the best TFT player outside of China?
Outside what?
Outside of China, are you the best TFT player in the world? If we remove China for a second, because your run this set has been amazing, right? You won Fresh Cup, you won DreamHack, you won the Hex League. Like, what have you not won this set outside of maybe a Golden Spatula Cup?
Yeah, no GSC. But I don't know, I wouldn't consider myself like the best, but I would like to to think that I'm maybe in the top 5. So it's always good. And if you are in the top 5, then you can pretend to win the MEA. So yeah. But I wouldn't consider myself the best because it's always hard to say that.
You spoke a little bit earlier about how you were enjoying the kind of team format. Can you talk to us more about that, like what it was like for you? Obviously, there was some friendly trash talk coming from Volta back and forth, but it seemed like you had a really good time. And I want to hear a little bit about what that was like for you.
At the beginning, to be honest, I didn't know how it would go because it's playing with Voltariux is always But in the end, it didn't really grief us, so it's okay. It was nice, and we had like Texita, who is a bit shy and doesn't talk a lot. Vomendes, who like full of energy and talks a lot, and so it was like a good combination. And it was nice to play that.
Also, I want to talk to you a little bit about the set overall, right? Because I know like when you came onto the scene back in Fates, it was with Fortune as like the premier, like your favorite trade. And this set again, like we've seen it multiple times this weekend, that Underground really is something that plays to your liking. Is that just like your go-to trade?
Like Underground and Fortune Mercenaries and stuff like this, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think I've played it a lot, but of course I like it. I think that you when you want to win a tournament, you have to take some risks. So that way, sometimes it's a big flop, and I will go 8th. But I take risks when I have to. So playing Underground is something I like it. Yeah.
Opening the day, Pasdebol, and first off, I'm very proud of myself for finally stopping messing up your name. It's been a while. It's been a long journey. Earlier on in the day, we talked to Voltariux, and I know you were watching that interview because you then called him a clown. What would you like to call him now? What would you like to say to him now that you've not only won the tournament for France over 3 days, but also won the MVP? I feel like that can't go unanswered.
No, I would. I think just one word, like "che," like we say in French, like "che," but no, nothing more.
Appreciate it. Good. Buda, do you have any more questions here for Peter?
Yeah, because you're talking about winning EMEA, right? Finals coming up in 2 weeks. What are your feelings going into the Rising Legends finals? You are the only player on your team actually that are going to be going there, right? And this SuperBrawl team. So, like, do you think you're going to take it all home, or is the goal just to qualify for championship and then just play for the win afterwards?
I think I will, of course, train a lot, and I will be training with some other players. I have some ideas on how to do this training. For example, I won't be streaming at all. I'm really focused on playing the game and watching stats and strats and stuff like this. But it's gonna be it's almost 10 days because there is a patch Wednesday, right?
Yes, there is patch on Wednesday, yeah.
So from this patch till EMEA, I think it's pretty much 10 days, and it will be some very, very tiring days. But we'll give my best to be prepared. All the chances on my sides.
Well, Pasdebol, obviously, congratulations on the SuperBrawl win once more. Congratulations on your MVP. Is there anyone you want to thank? Anyone you want to give a shout out to from your community, the community at large? Anyone?
Well, just like I said, the French-speaking communities, because they're more than one country. A lot of support, a lot of people watching and enjoying the content and the format of the SuperBrawl. So, thanks to them, and thanks to, of course, my teammates for. Especially Vomendes and Voltariux for carrying day one, because otherwise we maybe wouldn't have made it to the final. So thanks to them, especially.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Pasdebol. Congratulations again. Good luck at the finals. Please take a nice break. It sounds like you're going to need it before all of that prep. And thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
I feel like we have gone so far. I'm having one of those old head moments that we have sometimes where I'm just like, I remember Pasdebol's first interview on the broadcast versus this one now. Just so much more relaxed, so much fun. Love to give him a chance to trash talk. That was my highlight of the day. Volta and N9 going back and forth during that interview was just so much fun. Love to see the energy, coming out of this tournament. It's the first time we've tried it, and I think pretty big success, at least from where I'm looking.
Yeah, I think it's great too as well, like getting these players in and around, and a lot of the players have been streaming. Right, the Italian team was streaming, the French country-speaking team was also streaming. Right, we've had a Ball and Volta, just going back and forth. It's great to see the community kind of just banding together around an event that is meant to bring the entire community together.
Yeah, and speaking of our community, we have one special award left to give out, and that is today's contest winner. We've been running the same contest for these 3 days, so hopefully you guys have gotten better over the last 3 days. I told you that if a pro won, I'd be greatly disappointed. So let's reveal the name, and we'll see how upset I am. Okay, I don't recognize Steven Penman as a pro, so I would say congratulations, community's doing it. Hitting good comps is better than not hitting. Yeah, no, Yup, sure is. Actually, you know what? Banger.
That's what I do in those answers where it's like you go, yep, that's one of the answers of all time. And it's actually interesting, because it's just like so deadpan. I can kind of like imagine David kind of just saying this, right? Like it was like the answer that David has been holding on to for the entire week, and it's just not something like this, just delivered in like a very, very, very like deadpan voice.
It's just an absolute banger, though. I gotta say, at first I was just like, that's not, all right, I got it. But of course, we have another stream coming up. We have another tournament, and that's not SuperBrawl. We're back to the Golden Spatula Cup circuit with the Rising Legends Finals in person May 13th in the EMEA studio. So we hope to see you all there. More information will be on our socials. And Wida, in case I just elicited a panic from some of our viewers saying, socials, what are those? Can you inform them and calm them a little?
Yeah, so socials are going to be over on Twitter. You can find us at TFT Esports EMEA. There's even a nice little QR code that you can scan down there. Use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends as well over there. For the YouTube, that is a very important one for sure, because we are putting more and more content over there, both from our esports team as well as the patch previews, etc. also going up over there at Play TFT. That is the same tag over on Instagram and Facebook as well. For the lovely talent in and around the broadcast crew, you'll have at Niberia and at Widacast, you can see on your screens right now. Next one's a bit of a mouthful. It's going to be at Impetuous Panda. It reads as it sounds. So if you're good at spelling, well, that should be good for you. Also, you can go !cast in chat as well. It's going to be at makes_ over on Twitter, as well as counterfeit cast without the S, because that's how Peter chose to put his tag over on Twitter.
It's complicated, but we trust you. We figure you guys can figure it out, and we want to, before we close the show, thank everyone, all of our co-workers, everyone in the production studio, our players, all of you in the audience. We hope you have a wonderful day, and we hope you will join us on May 13th for the Rising Legends Finals. We'll see you then.